flesh on my tongue, iron in my lungs, blood on the snow, name on their shields, night in my veins, storm in my ears, wolves trace our steps, God's count our kills. You are waiting for Valhalla, I can hear it in your roar. Every scar a burning banner, every heartbeat keeps the door. You are waiting for Valhalla as the crows begin to call. If I fall in thunder. You are waiting for Valhalla. Frost on the oars, breathe like white smoke. Eyes on the shore, fire in the dark. Both on my tongue, salt on my cloak. If this is the end, let it leave a mark. You are waiting for Valhalla, I can hear it in your roar. Every scar a burning banner, every heartbeat keeps the door. You are waiting for Valhalla as the crows begin to call. If I fall in thunder. You are waiting for Valhalla. If I do not see the morning, carry my name in your mouth. Raise up the horn, pour the glory, let my children hear the shout. Hey! You are waiting for Valhalla, I can hear it in your roar. Hey! Every scar a burning banner, every heartbeat keeps the door. You are waiting for Valhalla as the crows begin to call. If we fall in thunder. You are waiting for Valhalla.
All right. Welcome, everyone. What a day, huh? And the absolute insanity that we're living under. We went from potentially wiping out an entire civilization to looking like the United States just agreed to an unconditional surrender. Yeah, that's talk about Taco Tuesday, huh? Now, we should let me say this up front. We are happy that Trump chickened out. This is a good thing, okay? We did not want nuclear Armageddon to occur. So, yes, very, very good. Very good, right? We are happy about this. However, the conditions in which this ceasefire is being reached, again, who knows what's really happening here? But according to both the United States and Iran, because Iran has now declared victory, and we're going to look at their official accounts and see the 10-point peace proposal that the United States agreed to. Ooh, it's a doozy. It's a doozy. However, let's keep in mind there's still plenty of time. This is just a ceasefire, and if there's anything we know about our greatest ally, they know how to fuck up a ceasefire. Okay, so I can't. Once we get into the things that we're agreeing to here, I can't imagine Israel is going to be happy about this. We basically are making Iran 10, 20 times stronger than they ever were. And that's not going to be good for our greatest ally. So high possibility that they're going to ruin the ceasefire. And but we'll just have to wait and see. But we're at least going to see what the initial ceasefire agreement is looking to be. Yeah, it's going to be wild, right? Then we're going to have a regular scheduled show. Still a lot to talk about, okay? But obviously we are going to lead with the insane breaking story as of 30 minutes before we just did I get a haircut? I did. Cleaned up today. Again, bizarre stuff, bizarro world, right? We went from threatening to obliterate an entire civilization on Easter Sunday to the war being over 2 days later, which is a good thing. I'll tell you guys this. This is honestly best case scenario. When you read the demands by Iran, you're gonna, as Americans, we should actually be happy about this. Because this is going to completely gut our greatest ally, and it's going to pretty much remove us from the Middle East completely, which is a good thing. We want that as Americans. And if no, I am satisfied, never satisfied. I love it. I love it. This is what I wanted to have happen. I wanted Trump to chicken out. I wanted him to give up and declare victory and fucking leave and get out of the Middle East. That's what I've been saying the entire time. It looks like that's what we're going to do. So we're happy about it here on this channel. This is, again, best case scenario. Now, who's to say this actually turns out to be the way it turns out, right? Plenty of time for this to go sideways. Yeah, what about the Strait of Hormuz? Don't worry. That's the, I believe, the very first concession, or what is it, the third concession? Where is it? So concession number 2 is Iran maintains complete control over the Strait of Hormuz. So that should be great for oil prices going forward in the future. That's number 2 on the 10-point plan. So we're going to get into that 10-point plan, 10-point peace plan that we supposedly have agreed to. And yeah, wow, what a turn of events. Okay. All right, holy shit, we already got 9,000 people in here, just launched the show. Okay, so we're good to start the show. All right, so of course we all have, not all, but most of us have heard that this is breaking as of like an hour ago. Trump pauses Iran attacks for 2 weeks, calls it a double-sided ceasefire. Trump announced a 2-week suspension of U.S. bombing of Iran on Truth Social, calling it a double-sided ceasefire as negotiations progress and the potential long-term peace deal nears. Now, let's I got to go back here. I should have uploaded this, the actual statement from Trump. Statement from Trump doesn't tell us much, of course, because I think he's going to try to avoid letting anyone know what the actual agreement is here. I didn't upload it. One sec, guys. Sorry. I didn't upload this, I don't think. All right. Let me reset this. Sorry, guys. All right. Well, we'll come back to it. Oh, here it is. Never mind. Sorry. All right, here we go. This is the statement by Donald Trump. This was very, very recently. This won't blow up for me, huh? Too far. All right, whatever. We're doing this. All right, it says, based on conversations with Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif and Field Marshal, those names, of Pakistan, and wherein they requested that I hold off the destructive force being sent tonight to Iran, subject to the Islamic Republic of Iran agreeing to the complete, immediate, and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz. There's some context to this. They're going to open it, but they get to control it. I agree to suspend the bombing attacks in Iran for a period of 2 weeks. This will be a double-sided ceasefire. The reason for doing so is that we have already met and exceeded our military objectives. Yeah, we'll talk about that. And a very far along with a definitive agreement concerning long-term peace with Iran and peace in the Middle East. We received a 10-point proposal from Iran. Listen, and Trump's saying it, okay? See this? This isn't Iran putting out bullshit. Right here it says, we received a 10-point proposal from Iran and believe it is workable basis on which to negotiate. Okay, so Donald Trump says himself, the United States is agreeing to Iran's 10-point peace plan. He said it himself, right? Let's look at it, because Iran posted this 10-point peace plan. This is their official account. All right, so here's the Here's the peace plan. Number one, full commitment. Iran says the United States has agreed to 1, commitment to non-aggression. 2, continuation of Iran's control over the Strait of Hormuz. 3, acceptance of uranium enrichment. Okay, so I guess that Iran can never have a nuke. Well, I guess that's not a big deal anymore. Lifting of all primary sanctions, lifting of all secondary sanctions, termination of all UN Security Council resolutions, termination of all Board of Governors resolutions, payment of compensation to Iran for everything we destroyed, which is going to cost the U.S. taxpayers probably $100 billion. Withdrawal of U.S. combat forces from the region. The United States has to leave the Middle East. Cessation of war on all fronts, including against Hezbollah in Lebanon. So, were we winning? Did we win? Now, again, who knows what this all turns out to really be by the end of it, but wow. So Iran controls the Strait of Hormuz. We let Iran have nukes. We leave the Middle East completely. All right. What do we spend on this? $200 billion? $200 billion, 13 dead service members, 25, close to 30 aircraft destroyed and shot down so that we can allow Iran to have nuclear enrichment, remove every sanction that we've put on them, leave the Middle East. And again, Donald Trump said he agreed to that 10-point plan, or he thinks that 10-point plan is agreeable or workable. Holy shit. We did it, boys. Now, I'm going to love to see the spin on this one. The Fox News spin on the complete victory. What are we going to say? We're going to say we need sources. The sources are Donald Trump and Iran. That's where the two sources came from. Donald Trump said that. He posted on Truth Social. Iran posted on their official Twitter account. Now, there's no guarantee necessarily that that's the final outcome of the 10-point plan. But if the United States is conceding all of that, I mean, that's basically Iran just, declares victory. We just made Iran the hegemonic superpower of the Middle East. That's it. I mean, they're the big dog now. So was that the intent? Which I don't give a shit about, to be honest. Good. It'll keep a greatest ally in check. Because guess what? Now they can't. Now they just got told you can't even invade Lebanon anymore. Sorry, cut the bullshit. Now, the question is going to be: does the ceasefire hold? Does the United States and Israel agree to that as a final peace deal? Probably not. Probably not. I got to imagine that Israel is going to make sure that Israel can't have that happen, right? That is the worst possible outcome for Israel. All of that. Iran has all sanctions removed, which means they're going to become a mega superpower. The fact that Iran stayed as strong as they were under 30 years of U.S. sanctions, Iran's going to turn into a mega power. Mega power. No sanctions. Freely and able to enrich uranium, control of the Strait of Hormuz, which means they're probably going to still be doing a toll. So they're going to be making billions of dollars off that. And for what? For what? Again, $200 billion at minimum, probably, of U.S. taxpayer dollars used for that. That's the outcome. That's the strategic victory. I don't know, guys. Again, I'm glad. It's the best possible thing for America. Get us the fuck out of the Middle East. Stop bombing brown people for no reason. And let our greatest ally, you got to handle your own shit. Sorry, we got to leave. It's wild out here, boys and girls. John says, mission accomplished. We got him. Sorry, one sec, guys. We got a ton of pollen out here in the Pacific Northwest with the weather turning. So, yeah, I don't know. Again, what's the likelihood that this actually goes through? Very easily, this could be another feint by Donald Trump where we pretend that we're going to agree to this ceasefire, and then for some reason we got to kick the war back off, and we go right back to step one, right? Like we could very easily, within 48 hours, we could be right back to the war being on and the ceasefire being completely off. I don't have a whole lot of confidence this is going to go through. I'm hoping it does because again, this is great for all parties. Best possible outcome. Best possible outcome from the American people. Well, not for our greatest ally. Actually, the only people this is not good for is our greatest ally. So it's so that makes it sort of the best possible outcome for all of us, right? No more dead soldiers, no more wasting hundreds of billions of dollars of taxpayer money. It's pretty good. All right, yeah, let's do a poll. Say good outcome. Who thinks this is? Who agrees with me? Thinks this is a good outcome for everybody involved for getting us out of the war. And again, it's not the one Donald Trump wants. It's a massive L for him, right? Massive L for Donald Trump because he went in there. What did he say? We're going to change the regime. Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. We're going to destroy everything. Well, we did the opposite of that. So, anyway. Oh, speaking of which, Friday, we're going to have, you guys know Professor Jang. Really interesting dude. He should be on the show Friday. So just a little aside before I forget. I'll have an interview with him Friday. Should be a good one. We'll see if we're right back off to massive war at that point. Okay, now let's keep it moving with the show. Still a lot to talk about. All right. Man, I want to see the results of this. 81% say yes, this is a good outcome. Yeah, man, I think so too. The Obama plan was better. Why? The Obama plan didn't have the United States leaving the Middle East. I want us the fuck out of the Middle East. So I think it's great. There was nothing in the how is he a Chinese spy? He lives in China, dude. He lives in China, so he's Chinese. Not a spy. He doesn't live in America, home dog. So yeah, get it together. All right, let's keep moving with the show. All right, let's talk about a little bit about the conflict or about wars in general. Thought this was a really interesting post here. It says wars are not meant to be won, and when we actually go back in time and look at all of these conflicts that we didn't win, we actually Korea obviously didn't win. They're still at war even today, technically. Vietnam definitely didn't win that. Laos and Cambodia didn't win that. Beirut and Grenada, nope. Panama, Iraq, Somalia, not really. Bosnia, Kosovo, not really. Afghanistan and Iraq, obviously not. Libya, Somalia, and Yemen, obviously not. And Donald Trump. But so the United States actually does not fight wars to win wars. We fight wars on behalf of the military-industrial complex. And that's why we do these protracted 20-year wars where we don't actually achieve anything and we end up just having to leave, because that is the best way for us to make the billionaires rich, right? So that's been going on forever. And this is just another demonstration of it, because think about this. Think about how rich some people got off of this conflict. Raytheon, Boeing, right? All the military-industrial complex made billions and billions and billions of dollars off this. Right? All of Trump's cronies, including his own son, using insider trading to trade oil futures. Also, people making billions of dollars off of this. So it just looks like it was just another bullshit fake war that was designed to enrich billionaires and, screw over the American people. So pretty standard stuff. And you can kind of just see, here's a little side-by-side of how similar it is. They don't even try to, change it up at all.
How long that conflict would last? It could last, 6 days, 6 weeks.
President Trump has all the latitude in the world to talk about how long it may or may not take. 4 weeks, 2 weeks, 6 weeks.
Al-Qaeda terrorists inside Iraq.
They are the world's #1 state sponsor of terror.
We know they have weapons of mass destruction. We know they have active programs. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon if they try to rebuild a nuclear weapon. In fact, we've seen evidence that they have tried to do exactly that.
So, JD, Trump. Oh, look at this. Oh, this channel has gone to shit. I'm a little MAGA 19-year-old dipshit. Meh. Why is my channel gone to shit? Because I'm right all the time and it pisses you off? Meh. Meh. I bet that's a fake picture. I bet you're not even a Marine, dude. Not if you're a little crybaby bitch like that. Marines aren't crybaby bitches, dude. They're not. And so that looks like you're using either a fake picture or doing a little cosplay with your older brother's uniform. So maybe don't do that, right? All right. Let's keep moving. All right. Here's a little AI for fun because we're all over the place today. Here's Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump planning out the war together. All right. Just for fun, right? Because again, this is all over the place. All over the place. Now that we know the 10-point peace plan that's being agreed to, it's fun to go back and see all the reasons for why we fought this war, engaged in this war to begin with. So hold on, make sure I got this one starting from the beginning here. Yep.
Americans are asking, why did the United States have to attack Iran now? Well, let me explain. Iran wants to have nuclear weapons. Of that, there is zero doubt. If what they truly wanted, which is what they claim, is nuclear energy, well, they could have nuclear energy like all the other countries in the world have it. And that is you import the fuel and you build reactors above ground. That's not what Iran has done. They build their reactors and their facilities deep in mountains, away from the public glare. And they...
Okay, so again, Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. Never have nukes. That's why we got to engage in the war. And let's go back to the peace plan and go back to number 3. Acceptance of uranium enrichment. So, I guess that was a fucking lie, huh? Guess it had nothing to do with Iran developing nukes ever at all, did it? Nope, never had anything to do with that. We just made that up, I guess. We're not that worried about it anymore. No big deal anymore. Oh my gosh, dude. Yeah, I know. Yeah, and again, that's what we said at the start of the show. Like, we don't want to, counter chickens before they hatch here. Plenty of time for this to go sideways. In fact, that's probably what we'll do as the next poll. Who thinks what we'll do here? Let's say 80-20. Yeah, I agree with you guys on that. Let's do I got to end this poll here. Another poll we need to look at from what you guys think is who thinks the ceasefire is going to hold? Who thinks it's going to hold, right? Which means, well, ceasefire holds and the peace deal is accepted and it's over. So ceasefire, will the ceasefire hold? All right, let me see what you guys think. Are we going to do it? I don't know. But we're going to talk about it. Okay. We're going to talk a little bit about this. A lot of people not happy with Joe Rogan. A lot of people angry at Theo Vaughn for different reasons completely. But really viral clips that have been going around from this podcast.
Sick of this shit. And I'm sick of rich people not putting their fucking kids over in these wars and shit like that. Put your fucking honky ass kids up there. Let them go shed some fucking blood.
Especially if you're asking for it.
Especially if you're out there fucking bullshitting, dude. Put your fucking honky little fancy ass fucking kid up there, man. That shit makes me mad, bro.
What?
I'm just sick.
Yeah, I think Theo Vaughn is all of us. That was a rough podcast to watch. Rogan got very, very uncomfortable when Theo started making some base comments about our greatest ally, and said Theo Vaughn needs to get off of get on like psychotic medicine because, anyway, you guys have probably seen it. Very, very bizarre to see Joe act that way. I guess he's a Christian Zionist. I guess we didn't know that. I mean, we're learning that about him now, which again is pretty bizarre. All right, here's some more funny reactions. We got a lot of funny reactions tonight. You had old Brinley Hollyhand. President Trump didn't start a war in Iran. He is cleaning up the mess that Obama, Biden, and every other president who has failed. Okay. Then our friend Jake Shields says the war is so unpopular that they are now trying to blame it on Obama. Yeah, rough. That's rough out there. Rough out there. All right, now, if you guys didn't see this, I am blown away that Donald Trump came out and admitted this. Like, but this is kind of what the frontal lobe dementia does, is it makes you say things that you would never say otherwise. But we just straight up admitted that the CIA armed a bunch of rebels, and it turns out they didn't fight for us. They just took all the weapons. So if you hadn't heard this before, yes, we armed a bunch of Kurds, and they told us to go fuck ourselves after we gave them the weapons. So check this out.
Out in the streets, they will be immediately shot. If they don't have...
Hold on, I think I got to reset this one. Okay.
In the streets, they will be immediately shot. If they don't have guns, you know, we sent some guns, but the group that was supposed to give, which I said would happen to my people, I said it, I called it exactly. We sent guns, a lot of guns. They were supposed to go to the people so they could fight back against these thugs. You know what happened? The people that they sent them to kept them.
Why would you admit that you fucked something up like that so big? He literally says, we sent the people a ton of guns, and they just kept them. Oh, my God. Think about that. The CIA went in there, talked to the Kurds, armed them, and then they said, thanks, see ya. Sorry, America, you already fucked us over like 4 times, but this is payback. You can give us the guns and we're out. And saying that he's actually just out there admitting to that. Like, why would you admit to that? Why would you admit to that if you're Donald Trump? I don't know. Here's some more. Here's him. Here's him crashing out on the rest of the world for not helping us. Now he's pissed at South Korea. South Korea didn't enter the war with us. Yeah.
Think of it. And it's not just NATO. You know who else didn't help us? South Korea didn't help us. You know who else didn't help us? Australia didn't help us. You know who else didn't help us? Japan. We've got 50,000 soldiers in Japan to protect them from North Korea. We have 45,000 soldiers in South Korea to protect us from Kim Jong-un, who I get along with very well, as you know. Do you notice he said very nice things about me? He used to call Joe Biden a mentally retarded person.
Okay, so, again, he's mad at our Asian allies because they didn't join the war that he didn't tell them he was going to start. A war that utterly fucked them over. Asia, Japan, Korea, Indonesia, Philippines, Australia, India, because, you know, all of their oil comes from the Strait of Hormuz. So we completely fucked them and their economies, didn't tell them we were going to do it. And then he throws a tantrum because they won't come and help fight the war that nobody agreed as a coalition to go fight. And he's shocked. He's shocked. Well, I just don't get it. It's like, yeah, dude. Because, well, for one, NATO is a defense alliance. It's not an offensive alliance. We decided with Israel to go start a war and attack a foreign country. NATO has no requirement to help us. NATO is a defense treaty, which means if someone attacks you, right, if Iran would have attacked, you know, the United Kingdom, then that would have brought us into the war. But that's not how the defense treaty works. You can't. This is like, you know what this is, guys? And this is probably right to a lot of you. This is like having that drunk friend that's always getting into a fight at the bar, right? He's a total fucking asshole. He gets too drunk. He picks the fights. He starts the fights, right? He punches the guy in the face. Then he starts getting his ass beat outside. And you're like, nah, dude, I'm not helping you. Right? This shit happens every week. And then after he gets his ass beat, he comes up and complains that you didn't come and help him. It's like, yeah, man, you're a fucking asshole. You started a fight because you're a drunk idiot. I'm not going to jump in and help you, bro. Now, if you got jumped, you're my friend. I'm going to jump in and help you, but I'm not going to help my dipshit friend that starting the fights while he's drunk, right? That's exactly what the United States did. That's what Trump did. And then he's butthurt that nobody will help him. It's like, come on, dude. Okay. Now let's jump into the economy, all right? Because interesting. What this is going to do to the economy. You're going to see the stock market rip initially from this, right? However, that doesn't mean it's going to hold that way, because this is no guarantee that oil prices are coming back down below $2 a gallon, especially if Iran continues to completely control the Strait of Hormuz. And also just global supply chains take a long time to unfuck, right? So there's still very high likelihood that oil prices don't come down substantially for a long time, right? Stock market will do what it's going to do initially, and then it'll figure itself out over time. But this was before the conflict. This is what we were talking about.
Gasoline's going to be below $2 at some point in the pretty near future. It's very low. So when I win, I will immediately bring prices down starting on day one. No more wars, no more disruptions. We will have prosperity and we will have peace. Jobs and factories will come roaring back into our country, and you see it happening already. I think, yes.
So as you can see, yeah. Now, this actually isn't that surprising, because the fact that we saw this concession here, right, which was United States agrees that Iran maintains complete control over the Strait of Hormuz. And actually, Donald Trump signaled that he was going to give this up regardless, because he knew there was nothing he could do about it. So he actually said this beforehand. He said, oh, wait, JD just texted me and said the ceasefire has already been broken. Shit. Okay, hold on. Okay. So so it sounds like, okay, what it lasted 32 minutes. No, dudes. Oh gosh, guys, is this? Yeah, I mean, JD just texted me and I see a bunch of people in the chat saying Iran's still launching ballistic missiles. Oh my god, dude. What, we made it 137 seconds. What is this? All right, we'll wait for the reporting to come on. Oh, God, Jesus Christ. So oh my gosh. Oh, holy shit. Hold on. Okay, time out. So it sounds like, from what we're hearing, Trump agreed to a ceasefire with somebody in Iran, but the actual IRGC in Israel have not agreed to a ceasefire at all. That was the shortest ceasefire. That's literally this. It's the shortest ceasefire that's ever happened. Hold on. Sadly, I have to text my mom, because my mom was really excited about this. And I told her this is probably going to happen. Oh, no. Oh, okay. Holy shit, dude. What a clown show. What a clown show. All right, so we're going to just continue on with the show. You guys can update me as we get more. I'm sure this is going to change. So again, we made it 32 minutes, right? So that's all right, guys. 32 minutes ceasefire. Wow. I don't know. I mean, we what was the poll results? Hold on. We barely got the poll in on time of if we thought the ceasefire was going to hold. What'd you guys say? 91% of you said no, the ceasefire is not going to hold. And it turns out within the same stream, we may have we may have already broken the ceasefire. Okay, let's continue on with the show, guys. And then we'll, as we get updates coming in, we'll talk about it. Somebody said, "Wait, is there a ceasefire or not?" There was a ceasefire for, I believe, 33 minutes. 33 minutes, and probably less than that because we found out about. So it's probably closer to 20 minutes, I would guess. Holy shit, dude. Okay. Well, that's not good, right? Like I wanted this to actually work out. I didn't have any real hope that it was going to happen, but you know, it is what it is. Okay. Let's keep moving because now some of this stuff is relevant again, right? Some of the things we thought might not have been as relevant is back to being relevant. Okay, because we're right back to where we started here. So here's Donald Trump talking about the Strait of Hormuz.
So to those countries that can't get fuel, many of which refuse to get involved in the decapitation of Iran, we had to do it ourselves. I have a suggestion. Number one, buy oil from the United States of America. We have plenty. We have so much. And number two, build up some delayed courage. Should have done it before. Should have done it with us, as we asked. Go to the strait and just take it, protect it, use it for yourselves.
Sorry, guys, I was muted. So yes, he's telling the allies, just buy your oil from us. Okay. Well, if we have so much oil, how come gas prices in America are $5 a gallon? Oh, that's right, because oil is a global fucking commodity. And guess what? Here's for those, and I know most of you already understand this, but this is basic economics, like Econ 101, supply and demand, right? So think about it this way. Oil is a global commodity. If we shut down the Strait of Hormuz and 25% of the world's oil gets shut off, all of those Asian countries, Japan, Australia, Korea, etc., if they buy that oil from the United States, okay, that increases demand on the United States oil, which does what to price? What happens to a price if you increase demand? Guys, I know we got some people that took econ in college and high school probably. If you increase demand, what happens to price? Price goes up, right? And so, no, this doesn't fucking change anything. All now we have is a bunch of competition for our oil from Asian markets. It's just going to drive the price through the fucking roof for oil. Okay, this is basic supply and demand. This isn't a complicated thing. You don't need a PhD to understand it. Okay, so looks like we're back to where we started with the Strait of Hormuz, I guess. Also, here we go. This was, I can't believe he came out and said this shit, but here we go. Listen to Donald Trump explain why we can't afford daycare or healthcare or anything in this country.
Any money for daycare because the United States can't take care of daycare. That has to be up to a state. We can't take care of daycare. We're a big country. We have 50 states. We have all these other people. We're fighting wars. We can't take care of daycare. You got to let a state take care of daycare, and they should pay for it too. They should pay. They have to raise their taxes, but they should pay for it. And we could lower our taxes a little bit to them to make up. But it's not possible for us to take care of daycare. Medicaid, Medicare, all these individual things, they can do it on a state basis. You can't do it on a federal. We have to take care of one thing, military protection. We have to guard the country.
Oh, I didn't pull that up, huh? Sorry, guys. Did that get pulled up? I was talking to my mom. Did you guys see that? Or was I just staring at my phone doing nothing for a second? My bad, guys. Sorry, I pulled it up. I thought I pulled it up to play it while I text my mom back. You guys just saw me just standing staring there at my phone. That's my bad. Probably like, what the hell is this guy doing? That's my bad. This is what I meant to play.
Send any money for daycare because the United States can't take care of daycare. That has to be up to a state. We can't take care of
you guys
daycare.
heard
We're
it?
a big
Okay.
country.
If you guys heard it, then we don't need to watch it, right? Okay, that's all that mattered. Yes. Yeah, exactly, right? Okay, cool. You guys heard it. So yeah, again, we can't take care of the American people. We got to spend all our money on war, guys. Come on, guys. We can't afford health care. We're the United States of America. We gotta pay for those bombs, baby. We gotta drop them bombs. It's like, dude, fuck you. Meanwhile, this is the United States right now. Have you guys seen this? This chart or this map shows you how much money you need to earn to live comfortably in each state. Okay. And so it would say this map reveals how much income a family needs to live comfortably across different states of the United States, highlighting major cost of living differences driven by housing, taxes, and daily expenses. So just look at these prices. I mean, to live comfortably in Arkansas or Missouri or Mississippi or any of these countries that, or excuse me, these states that are typically like low cost of living states, Oklahoma, $181,000 a year, Texas, $200,000. And then you get out here to where I live, you could make $260,000 a year, and this is as a family, to live comfortably. Like, who's making that much money? Not very many people are making that much money, right? Bunch of other terrible things for the economy. A lot of bad news for the economy. Okay, U.S. dollar share of global foreign currency reserves, which is because we used to be, and well, it's actually we're not there anymore. We used to be the global reserve currency, has fallen to its lowest level in an entire century. Right, we are down near 40%. Right, used to be up in the high 60s, and we are and as BRICS and other countries continue to go away from the petrodollar and things like that, the value of the dollar is going to continue to decrease. And as we continue to print money, it's going to get worse and worse and worse. Okay. Now, this is also not great. The housing market, not good. I don't know if anybody's trying to sell a house right now. I am. It ain't looking good out there, guys. Pretty much nobody's buying homes right now. Google searches for can't sell house jumped to the highest level in history last month, surpassing even the peak of the global financial crisis. So, yeah, as you can see here, over the last 10 years, they're down here, can't sell my house, and then boom, has spiked up massively. And you can see why right here. This is exactly why housing is just out of control, right? Mortgage on a $600,000 house in 2021, and interest rates are 2.5%. It was $1,900 a month. That same house right now would cost you $3,000 a month in payment.
What the? What the fuck is this world? What have they done to us? What did they do to us? What the?
Yeah, it's not good. And more on the housing market here. Pending home sales have also fallen to the lowest level ever recorded. And that is worse than the global financial crisis. So, not great. Also, hey, how about veterans? Veterans, how are you guys doing? 10,000 veterans have foreclosed on their homes in the past year after Trump canceled Biden's VA loan program. Another 100,000 veterans are in the process of foreclosure or behind on their mortgage payments, thanks to Donald Trump killing Biden's VA loan program. So, hey, taking care of those veterans. We've seen that, gutting the VA, firing doctors, and now firing other VA programs like home loan. So, great. Yeah, going well. More cost of living here. Households with 2 kids now need $400,000 a year. So that was if you were just a family of 2 that we looked at. If you've got 2 kids, you need $400,000 a year to live comfortably and afford childcare. The data behind this is wild. Right? And so here's some of the most expensive places in the country. Hawaii, average childcare, $38,000 a year. Income needed to comfortably afford childcare, $500,000 a year. Yeah. So that's good. Hope you don't have kids, because Can't afford to live at all. It's again, the economy is not doing great. It's let's look at a normal budget for a couple in their 30s here in America. Okay, 2026 housing averaging around $2,500 a month. I think this is honestly on the low end here. Food $1,400 a month. Transportation. This is owning cars, paying for gasoline, car payments, gasoline $1,450 a month. Healthcare $1,000 a month. Childcare $1,200 a month. Student loans for the people who got higher degrees $1,000 a month. Totaling on average for a normal couple in their 30s about $8,600 a month. So people making $10,000 a month feels like you're barely getting by. Looking good out here. We're also seeing this, right? Massive layoffs in the workforce. So Oracle has laid off 30,000 employees, and some of their social media posts are actually pretty wild, right? If you actually read some of these, it says, well, after 30 plus years at Oracle, I joined the 30,000 or so laid off today. Quite a shock. Many of the absolute best colleagues were laid off as well. It seems maybe layoffs follow an algorithm of high-level individual contributors and mid-level managers, especially those with outstanding stock options. Not sure what to do next. It says, after 20 years and 2 years before my retirement, my dad just got laid off via email. Yeah. Oracle, huh? Larry Ellison. But don't worry. Iran's out there doing work because Iran bombed Oracle's data center in Dubai. And so, funny joke here. Here's the reaction of all those 30,000 Oracle employees who were fired hearing the news that Iran bombed Oracle's data center. All right. Pretty funny. Okay, also, you may have seen that Donald Trump announced that there was 178,000 new jobs created. The problem with that is the Federal Reserve came out and said after he made this post, this is not true and that there is actually zero net job creation in the last 6 months in the private sector. So, again, Donald Trump makes a claim. He's fact-checked, and it turns out, no, not 180,000 new jobs, zero new job creation. So that's great, huh, guys? That's great. Okay, let's actually we got to hit some super chats, huh? Oh my God, I just looked at the super chats. It's gonna be a long night, boys and girls. All right, let's hit some. Jesus Christ, guys, you guys are gonna kill me tonight. I appreciate it, but yeah, here we go. Nate, what percentage of your long-term crowd is awake to the truth versus Trump can do no wrong? Well, let's do a poll. We'll find that out right now. I bet 95 or 92% to 8% is going to be my guess on this. All right, so we're going to end this poll. Will the ceasefire hold? Yeah, 90% of you said no. Well, turns out that sounds like it ended a lot faster than we expected. All right, let's do a poll. Do you support Trump? That's it. Do you support Trump? Let's see. I'm saying 92-8. That'll be my guess. All right. I spoke to Nick Bryant earlier and said he would like to be a guest on the show. He also agreed to me conveying this message to you. Let me know if that might be possible. I don't know who Nick Bryant is off the top of my head, so you're going to have to message me on Instagram. Again, I might know who he is. I'm just, there's so many people in the social media space, so let me know, and we can potentially work something out if he's a good guest. Jank says, with a big dono, thank you very much, brother. Sorry I missed your last few lives, brother. Making big moves in my life. Ahem, the great noticing will continue. Well, that's great to hear, man. Great to hear. I'd rather you be out making big moves in your own life than watching me, you know what I mean? So glad to hear it. Glad to hear it, brother. Go ahead and update us with you got anything cool that happens, all right? Idiot Carrot says, not saying it will happen. Obviously, Republicans will kill it, but do you think impeachment is needed to restore faith in the U.S. after all this? Yes. Should have already happened by now. The fact Congress is just sitting on their hands doing nothing, especially Democrats right now, it's very, very telling. Very telling. Bobby says, just sitting here from armchair quarterbacking, do you think if we had fully supported Afghanistan against Russia back in 79-80 era, we would have built up bases and supported Iraq, avoiding Iranian buildup and proxies? I don't think we needed to do any of that. I just think if we didn't remove Saddam Hussein from power, that's all it would have taken. He kept Iran in check by himself, right? He was the big dog in the region. And us going in and removing him obviously was he kept our greatest ally in check too. If you didn't know, when our greatest ally tried to do shit like invade Egypt, Saddam Hussein sent troops to stop them from doing that, right? So that was the biggest probably faux pas in U.S. foreign policy history, was removing Saddam. Doesn't mean Saddam Hussein was a good person at all. He's a dictator, but the reality is we made the Middle East 1,000 times more of a mess by removing him from power, right? So is what it is. Sometimes when you remove the guy who is keeping everybody in their place, then the people that replace him are even worse, and that's what we got. Buff Like Jesus says, for those of you who don't know, Nate can sea walk, drip walk, and dance in pumps. Not true. I cannot dance. I am not a dancer, ladies and gentlemen. Nate cannot dance at all. I can white boy dance. That's it. No talent. But thanks. 4 minutes till. Yeah, well, it turns out we got a ceasefire that turned into not a ceasefire, which means, think about this, guys. What does that mean? Nukes are still on the table tonight, boys. Right? Let's hope not. Let's get yourself some tacos on Taco Tuesday. Hell yeah. I do love tacos. Tacos are probably one of my favorite things. I love tacos. This might be the one time to be happy to see Taco. Yes, we agreed on that. More interested to see all the lawmakers start calling for the 25th, but it's all Dems. Yep. Happy Taco Tuesday. All right, a couple more. We're jumping back in. All the Tulsi Sims coping that she's taking a vacation in Hawaii, tweeting aloha instead of doing her job. This bitch will never be president. Nope. A tab D4 runs the war better. Change my mind. A tab D4? An E4 with a Ranger tab? Yeah, probably could actually do a better job than Hegseth. No sound. I don't know. It sounds like it's on your end. I don't see anybody else saying it, homie. I think you might want to check your speakers. I think we're good. Okay, let's jump back in. Let's get some all the good reactions. Good reactions. A lot of reactions this week. We just had my boy Ben Ben, are you in here? Ben Pappas is in the chat. Just text me. Where's Ben at? Our friend Ben Pappas. We need to get Ben back on the show, man. Ben's been doing a lot of really good coverage on the war as well. But anyway, good to see you, brother. Good to see you, brother. Big Ben. Yeah, we should get Ben back on the show. He's been doing some good content on it. Ben, I'll message you afterwards. Okay, let's jump back into it. Let's get some good reactions coming out this week. And of course, how could we not? How could we not start? We got a few Tim funnies tonight. How could we not start with Tim's reaction on MAGA?
Greatest con in history. By the way, it's the greatest con in history. I mean, truly, it's the greatest. And I don't say great in like a good way. It is truly the most successful con in history. It makes Enron look like a guy doing 3-card Monte on the street. Anything that you can remember and identify as a complete and utter scam, this is the greatest con in history. To run as an America first, and you're going to take care of America, and then turn around and go, all of these things, daycare, Medicare, Medicaid, we have nothing to do with that. We're fighting wars. That's what we're here to do. We're here to have a defense budget of $1.5 trillion, and we're here to fight wars. It is the greatest scam in history. You got to hand it to him. And I mean, truly, and not, again, not in a moral way, but like, you got to hand it to him. This is the greatest about face.
Yep.
In political history that I have. It's the greatest con in history. By the way, it's the greatest con in history. I mean,
yeah, it is. If you think about it, Donald Trump ran on, 10 different issues, right? He ran on releasing the Epstein files, no new foreign wars or entanglements, no war with Iran, a good economy, low gas prices, affordability, mass deportation of criminals, all of these things. We got none of them. Hey, moderators, if anybody who says sound or no sound in the chat, and there is sound, just ban them immediately. Just immediately ban them. I don't want to look over and see that shit. Got it, mods? You see no sound or sound, immediate ban. We're not putting up with that shit tonight. Okay. But yeah, what a great con. Woo! He really did it. And the thing is everybody's noticing now. Sean Ryan, who has gone full fuck Trump and super based, doesn't care at all anymore. This is his response to the insanity of Donald Trump's post. Sean says a few weeks ago, he said he was going to liberate the Iranian people from an evil regime. Now he's changed his plan to kill all of them. The president of the United States in a nutshell. Yeah, that's pretty much it. This is one of the craziest clips I've ever seen. And of course, she's one of the craziest women ever, and that's Ann Coulter. Listen to what this woman says.
Agree with you. I mean, it's hilarious. I think this is the most corrupt presidency in U.S. history. with the money they are raking in with the NFTs and the meme coin. I mean, it is so blatant. It's right in front of our eyes. And the funny thing about I don't care as long as we get a wall and mass deportations.
Fucking these people are insane. She leads with a bunch of honesty, says this is the most corrupt president in U.S. history, and then an immediate pivot of, but I don't even care. It's like, these people are so fucking crazy. Like, at least she's honest. Like, I appreciate that more than, the other MAGA that, or they try to like lie to you about it. Like, at least she's just admitting it, right? And then saying, but I don't care anyway. Okay. All right, how about this? Sean Strickland, you never know what he's going to say, says Trump completely betrayed the blue-collar guys with Iran. What's the cost of it? Or what has this cost the average guy? Gas, shipping, inflation. Yep. 1,000 to 2,000. How much more by the time this is done? Rich get richer, poor get poorer. Complete betrayal. I mean, MAGA's abandoned him. Even Uncle Alex has gone full fuck Trump. And Alex has been, this wasn't the clip I wanted. Why is Stephen A. Smith up there? Did I get the right one? Oh, here it is. This is the one I want. All right, that one we don't want. This is the one we want. Set this real quick. All right, here we go. Uncle Alex.
Swell up 3 times the size they were before. That means heart failure. And he does look sick. And he does babble and, sound like the brain's not doing too hot.
Yeah.
And so we just cut bait on Trump and we just mobilize against the Democrats.
Which, that's where I'm going to split with Alex. If you think the Democrats are the problem right now, look, yeah. I don't think so. Not currently. Democrats have no systemic control over the government at all right now. Republicans control everything. So to blame the Democrats for the problems right now, sorry, and again, we're independents here. I don't give a shit about either side, but let's be honest, right? If you control the House, the Senate, the executive, and the Supreme Court, you don't get to blame the other side 2 years later for the problems in the country. You have to take a little bit of accountability for yourself, okay? Now, back when Biden was president, I blame Biden for everything. Now that Trump's president, I'm going to blame Trump for everything. I don't play the game of, well, what about Obama? Obama hasn't been president in what? How many years now? Let's see, 2012 to now, 14 years. So, no, sorry, we're not playing that game. I don't play that game on my channel. If you're in charge after the first year of your presidency, it's on you, homie. Whether you're a Democrat, Republican, there's no more blaming the people behind you after a year and a half. Nah, dude, that's time to fix the problems. But I do agree with what he said about Donald Trump's health right there. It's he's lost it. Some other great ones. UFC fighters with some great takes this week. This clip is one of the funniest clips ever. It's Nate Diaz, so how could it not be one of the funniest clips ever? If you know Nate Diaz, one of my favorite people. I don't know him personally, but he absolutely makes me laugh every time I watch him. Talking about Lindsey Graham.
Do you teach Lindsey Graham jiu-jitsu?
The gay guy? No. Absolutely not.
Would you teach Lindsey Graham jiu-jitsu?
The gay guy? No. Absolutely not.
Okay. Oh yeah, I love a good Nate Diaz roast right there. And he's just Spits it like it is. All right. Tucker. What did Tucker? I forget what clip this is, but I'm sure it's good.
When this is over, where were you when?
Oh wait, I got to restart this. This is about evangelicals and how disgusting they are now.
Leaders of American evangelical Christianity, not all, but some, will have no legitimacy at all when this is over. Where were you when a country that you pledged fealty to was murdering Christians, your brothers in Christ in the Middle East? Where were you when people were starving, when kids were starving in Gaza, and the Gaza aid program was run by some kind of crypto-Christian preacher? These people will have to answer for that. If you're wondering why, in this moment where there's a religious awakening underway in the West, not a lot of new converts are going to the evangelical institutions, this may be why. There's going to be big change, because remember, the truth always comes out.
You guys could hear it, right? The start of that. Yeah, I mean, great point on that. Okay, guys, this is one of my favorite posts of the week. Now, I want you to read this, okay? You're going to be like, okay, what? This isn't that funny. Oh, it's going to get real funny once you notice, okay? She says, Mandy says, if your boyfriend is at a No Kings rally today, dump him. Chances are you're both sleeping with other men. Okay. All right. Funny joke, huh? Anybody get the real joke here? Anybody see it? Anybody see the funniest part of this joke before I reveal it? I want to see if anybody picks it up. Anybody pick it up? I'll give you about 10 seconds to see if anybody sees it. You're going to laugh your asses off when you see it, right? Nobody sees it? No. Okay. You ready? You ready for the funniest part of the joke? Look who posted this. Benny Johnson. Benny Johnson posted this. Benny Johnson posted, if your boyfriend is at a No Kings rally today, dump him. Chances are you're both sleeping with other men. Oh, Benny. And then what's it say down here? Barbara says, if anybody would know, it's Queen Benny. Okay. All right. Do you get the joke now? See, now it's way funnier, right? Now it's super funny. The fact that Benny Johnson posted that. I told you once you saw it, you'd laugh your asses off. I saw that. I saw that immediately. Was like, there is no way Benny Johnson posted that. Just the projection on that one. Like, come on, big dog. All right. This is another really good one too. I love this joke. This is a really funny joke about the 2024 election. All right, here we go.
I had a bunch of Republican friends who told me that if I didn't vote for Trump, that gas would hit $4 a gallon, that we would be in a war with Iran, that the economy would tank. And you know that they are absolutely right. I didn't vote for Trump. Gas is above $4 a gallon. We are in a war with Iran, and the economy's not doing well. So, shout out to the Republicans. They were right.
They nailed it, right? They told us, if you vote for Kamala, you're getting war with Iran, shitty gas prices, and a destroyed economy. That's a funny joke. That is a funny joke. Okay, next we're going to do Trump specifically and look at some poll numbers and things like that. All right, we'll do a couple super chats and then we'll jump straight back into it. All right. Goes to show having big D energy means not when it meets testicular fortitude. Trump shows weakness at mushroom tip lengths. Thanks. That's funny. Did you get a haircut? I did. Well, mainly a beard trim. Coopland says, I trust your information and have used it quite a few arguments. Definitely not with MAGA dad. But yeah, okay. But I have one question. That's how we've been critically low on ammo for a month. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with the ammo situation. I'm already stocked up, so I haven't been to the store to buy any in a while. So this I'm not tracking. Sorry, Coopons. Don't know what's going on with that. I could go down to my buddy who owns the gun store and ask and see what's going on and get back to you on Friday on that one. Hardway Harrison says, the longer I live, the more I'm inclined to believe that this Earth is used by other planets, a lunatic asylum. Yeah, well. Do you think our greatest ally will go nuclear there, batshit? I don't know. Well, again, apparently they're still attacking each other, so... Jesse on fire. I'm not going to steal this as my as me thinking about this. Jesse messaged me this today, and I thought it was a great point in talking about what will happen tonight at 5. And Jesse said it doesn't even matter if the United States were to use a nuke because our greatest ally now that they know that Donald Trump puts out that threat that he's going to obliterate all the people in Iran, they then can attack Iran and just blame it on the United States. So I was like, oh, that's fucking scary. That's a scary, scary thought. But who knows now with bizarre ceasefire stuff going on. But will they? Yeah, probably. So they have the Samson option. It's in their doctrine. Julia says, Nate, thank you for all the amazing coverage going back many, many months. I appreciate your willingness to have spirited discussions with guys from your community with whom you disagree. Love your support from North Carolina. Yeah, that's in reference to me debating Gary Melton on the Alex Jones show. Yeah, I'll debate anybody, talk to anybody. I think I'm well read enough that I can hold my own with just about anybody in the intellectual sphere, especially when it comes to things like war. So, and it's fun to do. Greetings from Germany. My brother's grave smoking a J. Well, that's sad. But hopefully you're having a good time with that. At the same time, love your channel. Send you a meme over email. Don't worry, you get lots of spam and love. Keep on fighting. Well, thank you. Are you winning, son? You look tired of winning. Well, his son is winning. His sons are winning. They're getting rich. Spend that MIC money on energy independency for the United States. That'd be nice, huh? All right, a couple more and we're jumping back in. Would you prefer taco salad over nuclear disaster? Still needs a psych eval for the threat. Yes, good point. He's not a cop and ally with an armed person. He's threatening to off. Yeah. Of course. Yeah. I want him to chicken out. I want this to be over. I've said that from the very beginning. I think there's no winners in this. Although there's starting to be winners in this. It looks like Iran's about to be a winner if they get that 10-point plan. So, but yeah, I would much rather Trump chicken out and not start World War III Armageddon, right? Like I like having a good life. So I have kids. So I don't want us to go to nuclear war. Personally? Yeah, I know. I'm aware. we're aware. There was sort of for 20 minutes. It's still so crazy. All right, one more after this. Juju, thank you. And that's a lovely golden retriever right there. Oh, and a cat. I didn't even notice the kitty on top. I thought that was a crown. No, I really like this one. Thank you. All right, one more. Let's go back in. And also love the dogs tonight. Nick says, thank God Iran agreed to stop hitting the United States. Yeah. Okay. Actually, one more because this is interesting. Iran never stopped ceasefire. They never responded. They said they won't stop until Gaza's free. Interesting. So I wonder who the hell's talking to who. Who we talking to here? Because they also said Israel agreed to the ceasefire, and it doesn't sound like they agreed to shit. So was this ceasefire just Donald Trump in the mirror again? Just Donald Trump in the mirror? Was that like, are we playing the ceasefire game? It sounds like what he needed is he needed to chicken out and he needed a way out of his threats because Iran obviously said we're not fucking opening up the strait, homeboy, regardless of what threats you give us. So, all right, let's jump in. Let's take a look about just Donald Trump. Okay, I want to look at this. I love Fox News polls because Fox News polls, are super, super generous to Donald Trump, right? This is the MAGA base that's voting on this. And so this is from Fox News polls. This is his actual polling. And again, this is like way better than you're going to find anywhere else. Overall, 41%. Super generous. Most other polls have him around 31 to 35%. But again, Fox News, still 41% is horrible. Here's his approval rating on individual issues. 28% on inflation, 34% on the economy, 38% on foreign policy, 36% on Iran. This is Fox News polling. This is how bad this is. I mean, if even MAGA is polling that bad for their own guy, holy shit. Who is still supporting this dude? And man, what a betrayal, right? Let's look at this betrayal. Shows you the difference about where we came from and where we're at now, right? Trump versus Trump. Look at the utter betrayal here.
$8 trillion in the Middle East. And we're not fixing our roads in this country? How stupid is it? And we're not fixing our highways, our tunnels, our bridges, our hospitals even, our schools even. It's crazy.
It is crazy.
$8 trillion.
Wow. Yeah, remember that? Remember that, Trump? He's long gone, isn't he? That Trump is long fucking gone. God. I guess he was just full of shit the entire time, right? But, you know, this is an interesting one I saw. Supposedly, Susie Miles is panicking and is urging Trump's inner circle to stop insulating him from bad news about the Iran war. I think he's probably figured it out by now. Check this shit out, though. This was a day ago. Read that. Let's read this. Trump posts on True Social. It's too bad that the Supreme Court can't watch and study the Mark Levine show tonight on birthright citizenship scam. If they saw it, they would never allow that money-making hoax to continue. They should use their powers of common sense for the good of the country. Donald Trump is saying that the Supreme Court needs to watch Mark Levine to figure out how to make decisions on constitutional law. MAGA, everyone. The party of Mark Levine, Lindsey Graham, and Ted Cruz, Ben Shapiro, Officer Tatum. MAGA, baby. Laura Loomer. MAGA. Hell yeah. Yeah, that's MAGA, baby. Wild stuff. All right, here we go. This is a great one right here. What you voted for, what you got. You voted for lower grocery prices, less government, lower gas prices, make America safe, strengthen global relations, end the war in Ukraine, make America first, end all wars, no new wars. What you got? High gas prices, a weaponized Department of Justice, highest gas prices since 2022, terror attacks and threats, alienating our allies, absolutely nothing when it comes to ending the war in Ukraine, America Last policies, and ending all wars. No, 9 countries bombed, 1 invaded, and probably we're only a year and a half in, ladies and gentlemen. Still plenty of time to pump those numbers up. Another one on Easter after Donald Trump let out that insane post. He then decided to skip Easter church service and go golfing instead. Yes. The evangelical leader who drops F-bombs, praises the law, and then heads to the golf course on Easter Sunday. That's the evangelical leader, by the way. So really showing what Christianity is all about, huh? Yeah, just a real Christian leader, that guy is. Check this out, though. They had a Easter egg hunt at the White House, and when we talk about Dementia Donnie, Donald Trump was walking around just trying to show pictures of his golden arch he once built to random people on Easter Sunday.
Are you impressed now with your father? Yeah. He made a beautiful thing.
You guys see that? He's literally walking around with his Trump golden arches showing people this. That is what a geriatric person with dementia would do. They would be randomly walking around. Hey, look at these arches that I'm gonna build on Easter. Just holding the picture, taking it around to show people. The Epstein arch. Who said that? Where was that? Where the hell did that go? That comment was hilarious. Oh, I can't find it now. Anyway, where is it? I think I just the Epstein arch. Yeah, hell yeah, dude. That's funny. Okay. Now let's check out the Kalshi odds, or Poly Market, same thing, right? For Trump being impeached. Or the 25th Amendment being removed. Anyway, but most likely being impeached, right? So the Kalshi odds, or the Poly Market odds for Trump being impeached, have risen to nearly 70%. 70% chance almost that Donald Trump will be impeached before his term ends. That is going to bring us why we should probably do our own poll on that and just see what we think. And this will constitute all the way to the end of his term, right? So it could be, after the midterms. Hold on. Let me close some of this out. My computer. Can't wait to move to the new house because we're getting fiber optic internet put in, and the internet at my house is terrible out here at the old studio. So It'll be nice to finally have good internet to be able to do these live streams. We've been dealing with what we got. All right, well, I'll wait for the poll to pop back up. Okay, more approval ratings here. More approval ratings here. And this is in ages 18 to 34. So Gen Z and young millennials. Donald Trump's approval rating is 20%, as per CNN. And again, Donald Trump says CNN has the best polls, right? He told us that. So yeah, 20% approval rating, 80% disapprove. Minus 60. Minus 60. Just in 3 months. Brutal. And again, CNN polls, which Donald Trump himself said are the best polls. Because after they gave him that 100% of MAGA support. Yeah. All right, then we also have this, guys. We're talking about leaving NATO. Because Trump is pissed off that, again, NATO won't enter this offensive war that they're not required to enter. And he is suggesting he may leave NATO because European countries won't back his war against Iran, which is disreportedly harming the EU, by the way. So, yeah, that should be great, right? That should be great. Why would we want good allies in Europe? You know, Europe, the place where, America essentially comes from. That's our direct lineage tie back to Europe. Why would we want to stay allies with them, right? Let's push them towards China and everybody else. Why don't we'll just be by ourselves with Israel? Just be us and Israel versus the world. Hell yeah. Let's go, boys. Let's go, boys. That sounds like a good idea. Now, check this poll out with independents. Again, CNN poll, I believe. At this point in his second term, net approval with independents, Donald Trump is minus 45 with independents. 10 points worse than Nixon after Watergate. After Watergate. Donald Trump's approval rating is 10 points worse than Nixon after the Watergate scandal. Like it's almost impossible for someone to be that bad. And yes, Buff like Jesus is 100% right. The right and left don't decide elections, guys. Like the hardcore right, the hardcore left is going to vote the same way every single time. It's moderates and independents that swing back and forth that decide elections. And the fact that he has basically the worst approval rating with independents in U.S. presidential history. Good luck. Good luck in the midterms, Republicans, because not doing well. I don't know if you saw this. Donald Trump complaining about his approval ratings and is blaming it on, well, let's just wait and see.
Washington Post is almost extinct. The papers that are being dishonest, papers generally, people don't believe the media. And to finish, I got 93% bad publicity. Some people say 97, but between 93 and 97. A person that gets 97% of bad stories, maybe Caroline's doing a poor job. I don't know. She's
blamed it on Carolyn Levitt. No. See, here's the thing. The bad publicity comes from his behavior. It's not coming from the press. It's coming from his behavior. That's why he has bad publicity, is because he's the worst. Right? It's not, these media companies actually cover him pretty favorably in a lot of ways. Now, talking about the generals that Trump and Pete Hegseth just ousted, even Fox News has come out and said, what are we doing? General Jack Keane.
George is now out, was asked to retire yesterday. He's a personal friend of yours. What do we lose when we lose General George?
He's a generational chief of staff, as far as I'm concerned. I haven't seen anybody quite like him. He's got the intelligence. He's got the discipline. His warfighting experience is enormous. He's got the warrior ethos, and he's transforming the Army and taking it into the new technology and warfare that is so changing.
Right.
The truth is he's leading the other services in most of all of that. And I don't agree with his dismissal for sure, because of what he's doing to the Army and the change it's impacting the department writ large.
I mean, this is like the most MAGA general in the world. And even he is saying that the generals that are being fired are very, very good at their jobs. So, yikes. But so Pete Hegseth, of course, is basically trying to purge all non-loyalists, right? Because, well, we'll get to him here in a second. All right, this was one of the funnier posts I've seen on the response to the Easter post that Donald Trump put out. And Noel here says, y'all are acting like you've never seen a 79-year-old sexual predator wake up on Easter morning, snort some Adderall, and insult the world's 2 billion Muslims while threatening war crimes against the country he illegally attacked to distract you from the Big E files before. Which, that sums it up almost perfect, huh? That's like the perfect response to that Easter post. This is another one. This guy's getting absolutely just drugged and destroyed online for this post because he says, how did we get to the point where so many Americans are rooting against America? No. We are not rooting against America. We are rooting for Americans. And that includes shutting off this dumb fucking war, releasing the Epstein files, right? All of the things that Americans actually want, that's what we are rooting for. We're not rooting for America to lose in this war. We're saying this war is fucking dumb and we shouldn't be in it at all to begin with. And you simping for Donald Trump and supporting a war is not you supporting America. That is not how this works at all. Right? So, no, those of us who are protesting the war are the ones who actually support America, not the other way around, obviously, as we're seeing. All right, next I can't believe the just pulling the next clip up as we get into the Trump administration and what's going on with the Trump administration. This is another. Let's start with some comedy, okay? JP Spears with Tim Dillon. All right, here we go. Talking about the people in charge.
With the unwanted war and many in the government betrayed America for Israel, Tim, how should Americans be thinking about their government right now?
These people deserve respect. And that's what we do. We give them respect.
Thanks, Tim. Tonight we'll have more on Israel's takeover of America, Kristi Noem's husband's tits, and NASA is going to the moon.
All right, we are actually going to talk about those things. We're going to talk about the Trump administration and Kristi Noem's husband's tits. We will be talking about that in this next section of the video. So I felt like this was an appropriate time to lead with that JP Spears and Tim Dillon clip. Okay, let's look at the Trump administration, huh? Turns out there's a little bit of a regime change going on. All right, this is the bingo board. I like this, right? We're gonna keep a hold of this one. David Pakman put this out. It's the Trump administration bingo board to see who gets a bingo from the Trump administration people being fired. All right. So we got the Trump bingo board here. We got Bondi with the X, Bongino with the X, Noem with the S, Mux with the S. The East, I like the free space is the East Wing that they destroyed. Right. So, and then there's different ones, right? You can jump on to different bingo boards and see who's gonna actually go. Obviously, I think Kash Patel, he's very, very likely in leaving soon. Tulsi Gabbard, very likely of being axed. And where's Pete Hegseth? Is Pete Hegseth on here? Oh, and Hegseth. Hegseth also, rumors are that he is in hot water right now, potentially looking at being removed himself. Speaking of which, here's Pete Hegseth getting advice from his closest advisor. So a little Spider-Man meme here. It says, Pete, fire another general. Commit to a ground invasion. It'll be easy. It's supposed to be the Green Goblin mask, but as you can see, it's Jack Daniels who is talking to our boy Pete here. Okay, next one, and this is what I talked about. A lot of rumors. Pete Hegseth could find his way out. We don't know for sure, but it says Pete Hegseth gripped by insecurity, paranoia over the possibility of getting replaced by Army Secretary Daniel Driscoll. This would be fantastic. I met Dan Driscoll at Alex Pastrana's house, random. Seemed like a really nice guy. Seemed super competent. I liked him a lot. So who knows what to expect, right? But from my interactions with him, seemed great. So I would love to see at least somebody that's not a alcoholic who's getting drunk on the job all day long, and has a real military record behind him. Be in charge of the military. And again, with how bad Pete Hegseth has handled this recent war, and should we be shocked at this guy? This guy is in charge of basically World War III.
Duncan Dad on New Year's Eve. Gunner Goss.
There he is. There he is, everybody. Our fearless leader. Just doing a bang-up job. With the war in Iran, huh? Now, I showed this one in a video, but I think we should actually play the whole thing because it actually gets very, very good by the end of it. And that is Iran's Lego rap that is dedicated to Pete Hegseth. Have you guys seen this yet? You may or may not have seen it. All right, I'm going to play this, and then I'm going to go grab some water real quick. All right, but enjoy because it's absolutely fantastic.
Yo, Pete Hegseth, this one's specially for you. You punk-ass rapist, bitch. Straight from Iran. Your tattoo covered clown with that cafe ink on your arm. Think you a crusader? Nah, just a drunk infidel in a fake uniform. Chain to kill all Muslims. Wasted in a hotel lobby. Sexual assault settlement in Monterey. Blocked the door, took a phone, paid her off quiet, cause Me Too was on. Now you secretary? What a joke, bro. Cheated on wives, multiple affairs, kids in the mix, family man, hell no. Handsy with women at Fox, drunk on the job, your own team say, yo, this dude toxic. Couldn't even guard Biden's inauguration, your own military said next. Book called American Crusade, dreaming holy war, but reality check. You just a failed vet, turned TV clown, slipping on your own mess. Trump picked you cause you kissed the ring, but wait, funny part ain't coming. The dude you sucking up to for that secretary gig, Trump himself was Bill Clinton's top cocksucker, giving blue jobs back in the day. Real talk, you out here blowing for access, but he the original BJ queen. You thought our missiles max 2,000 kilometers? Cute, rookie mistake. We hitting the bow, worshiping Epstein Island crew, the ones who hurt the kids. Revenge for every American soul, you and Trump's dirty crew oppressed and did. We taking payback for the girls, you broke the wives, you broke the Muslims you hate. Every victim screaming in the dark. Iran got you on the play. You threw everything at us, all your cards, all your might. We still operating on 10% power, laughing while you fight. We see everything, know every secret, every dirty Epstein link you hide. Where you least expected, in the shadows we ride, and no place to slide. This ain't full force, just a warm up, Persian flow with the wrath. Pete, you done roasted raw. Iran sending this heat. Feel the math. Drop the mic. Infidel clown.
Okay. Now these Lego wraps are absolute fire, by the way. And it's actually an interesting demonstration of how closely Iran actually follows American culture. And so the reason why they're doing this is not simply to make fun of Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth, but it's actually to leverage I wouldn't call it necessarily a stop, but a PR campaign to get support of the American people, right? And so they're using things like rap and hip hop and Lego movies like this to appeal to American culture to get people to actually support Iran, right? And so it's actually a very, very interesting way to leverage asymmetric warfare through psychological operations. Anyway, it's not just that they're putting out funny, cool rap videos. It's actually very, very targeted. And the reason they're doing it is for actual strategic leverage to get people to support, or not necessarily support Iran, but to make fun of Donald Trump and make fun of Pete Hegseth. And, is what it is. Anyway, there's a ton of those. They're putting them out all the time. So that one we just had to do for Pete Hegseth. Now, we got to talk about a couple new additions as Pan Bondi got fired. Todd Blanche took over as acting attorney general. If you didn't know this about Todd Blanche, he was Donald Trump's personal criminal defense attorney. Let me repeat that. The new attorney general was Donald Trump's personal criminal defense attorney. So I'm sure he's going to make sure he does everything to help the American people and bring us the truth, right? Well, let's hear him talk about the Epstein files.
The Epstein files, you'd agree, not
This is a couple days ago, by the way.
handled well?
No, and I don't, first of all, I have never heard President Trump say that the Attorney General that anything that happened to her had anything to do with the Epstein files. And so look, the Epstein files has been a saga that's lasted for the past year. And what happened when the president signed the Transparency Act is the Department of Justice has now released all the files.
Not true. That is a fucking lie. Absolute fucking lie. The Department of Justice already admitted that there's over 3.5 million more documents they haven't released.
With respect to the Epstein saga. And the Attorney General Bondi and I appeared in front of Congress voluntarily a couple weeks ago to answer any questions they had. We have made every single congressman, senator available to come and see any document, redacted, unredacted, that they want. And so I think that to the extent that the Epstein files was a part of the past year of this Justice Department, it should not be a part of anything going forward.
Ah. There it is. Epstein files are over. You don't get to see the rest of them. Sorry, America. That's Trump's personal criminal defense attorney. That's going to make sure, definitely make sure. Also, he was quoted as saying, and we've played this clip on the show before, it's not a crime to party with Mr. Epstein. Todd Blanche, Trump's new attorney general. Yeah. And here's another one. Just to remind everybody, seems like a good time to remind everyone that the new acting attorney general is the president's personal lawyer and orchestrated the transfer of convicted sex trafficker Ghislaine Maxwell to a cushy prison camp. Yes, he was the one that went in and made the deal with Ghislaine Maxwell to get her to come out and say Donald Trump did nothing, and then they moved her to a cushy federal prison, white-collar federal prison afterwards. Same guy, by the way. So this is worse than Pam Bondi. And people go, how, what do you mean this is worse than Pam Bondi? Pam Bondi was inept. Pam Bondi botched covering up the Epstein files. She botched that. We were lucky that she botched that because then we actually got access to a bunch of this. Now they have somebody who's actually competent in there whose entire purpose is to protect Donald Trump. So he's way worse for us because he's going to make sure none of the files fucking come out. So not good for us in that regard. This has gone back and forth. Trump confirms Tulsi Gabbard's safe as DNI. He also confirmed that Pam Bondi was safe and then fired her 2 weeks later. So yeah, we'll see about that. We'll see how long that one lasts. All right, and then of course we got to talk about this. Kristi Noem. Yeah, we all know his affinities for bimbofication, you might call it. Says here, Kristi Noem's husband reportedly sent $25,000 to online fetish models and cross-dressed in private photos. While she ran the Department of Homeland Security, the tip allegedly came from an immigrant sex worker seeking revenge for DHS deportation policies. So the reason how Kristi Noem's husband got outed as being a drag queen, essentially, is from a illegal immigrant worker. Think about that. Think about the karma to that. Kristi Noem, who's leading the deportation efforts, her husband gets outed by an illegal immigrant. Oh, yeah, poetic it is. Talk about poetry, huh? And speaking of which, we had to wait for this one because we did see a little bit of it in that first clip with J.P. Spears, but we got to actually look at the actual Tim Dillon clip here of him dressed up as Kristi Noem's husband.
Is devastated. The family was blindsided by this, and they asked for privacy and prayers at this time. What am I supposed to pray? I'm supposed to pray for this guy in his tits? So wait a minute. All the horror that's happening in the world, people are literally being vaporized by machines of death. We're bombing schoolgirls while they sit in class, and I'm supposed to pray for Kristi Noem's husband and his H-cup tits? that's where the direction my prayers are supposed to go in. When the people in Gaza are wandering around trying to find grain so they can bake a loaf of bread, you know she knew about this, and you knew they fought about it. Byron, I found your tits. Miss Noam is devastated. The family was blindsided by the.
Okay. Okay. I can't believe he actually dressed up like that. Somebody said, I'm late. Did Trump chicken out again? Oh, it's crazier than you think. Trump chickened out, announced a 2-week ceasefire, and within, I believe, 30 minutes of that ceasefire being announced, the ceasefire was broken. So we're not really sure what the fuck's going to happen now. We'll probably find out by tomorrow morning what kind of insanity is happening, but that's where we're at right now from that. All right, let's talk about Democrats. What do Democrats have going on? All right, well, they got some good news, and that is Democrats are definitely surging in the House race. The Cauchy odds are brutal right now. As you can see, which party will win the U.S. House? Democrats, and these are the betting odds, right? Like, so this is, I always put way more stock into betting odds than I do polls, right? Because people will poll whatever, but people will only put their money where they really believe something's going to happen. And as you see here, Democrat Party polling at nearly 85% chance to sweep the House. I'm surprised it's even that's that low. I'm surprised it's not higher than that. I mean, you can, if you were willing to leverage it, you can make a lot of money off that bet. Now you're not getting great percentage, right? If you bet 1,000 to win, 100 and 160, but hey, if you bet enough money, I think it's a pretty high likelihood chance you're going to win. All right. Talking about the guy who's just can't get over himself to destroy his chances in becoming president. Here is Gavin Newsom's wife making some very bizarre comments.
Given our boys dolls, even if they tear the head off, I've given them dolls to learn that care and caregiving is not just an activity that's reserved for women, but that it's also an activity that is a responsibility of men. What I've done with both my daughters and my sons is if I'm reading a book and the protagonist is a male, I just change the he to a she. And it just normalizes for my sons in particular. I don't even just do it for my girls. I do it for my sons because I want them to see that women can be the center of a story, that women matter.
Why do you need to do that? There's a lot of stories where women are heroes in the story. What? You don't need to change Peter Pan to a woman. How many Disney movies, the princesses are the heroes of the story? The shit like that is just, like, to me, forcing your sons to play with dolls. No. Now, I don't have any problem. If your son wants to play with dolls, who gives a shit? Right? If it's something they like, right? Kids are kids. Who cares? But to try to force upon them weird shit like that when they're children, it's like, just let fucking kids be kids, man. Yeah, what are you going to yeah, great. You're going to change Aragorn to a female. Also, right? Éowyn is a hero. Éowyn in The Lord of the Rings is a huge hero in the story. She kills the fucking God, I'm brain farting hard for a guy that's seen the movies 500 times. Not the Lich King, right? I'm thinking of why am I brain farting so hard? The Nazgul. Who's the Nazgul King? Jesus, that's a crazy brain fart for me. Oh, I'm gonna fucking the Witch King. I'm thinking of the Lich King from Warcraft. That's what was screwing me up. Yeah, the Lich King. The Witch King of Angmar. There we go. Right, the Witch King of Angmar. But anyway, Éowyn, the female, kills the Witch King of Angmar, who no man can kill. She's a hero in the fucking story. Why do you need to change these things around? Right? Yeah, I've got Trump's dementia. It's just, it doesn't make any sense, man. They're fucking children. Leave them alone. And again, there are a lot of times people will ask me and be like, Nate, you left the Republican Party. Why didn't you become a Democrat? And it's shit like that, right? I see shit like that and I go, nope. Well, I'll just stay an independent because, like, there's insanity on the left, just like there's the insanity on the right. And I just say, no thanks. No thanks. No thanks. Fake nerd? No, not a fake nerd. I wouldn't have known it was the Witch King of Angmar and known all of that if I didn't obviously know a lot about the story. Just a brain fart. That's what happens when you talk and have 1,000 different things going on. Okay. And here's a back and forth between Gavin and Donald Trump. This one's kind of funny because it's Donald Trump lying again, but let's check this out. Oh, we don't need the sound. Okay, so Donald Trump was asked, when was the last time you spoke with Governor Newsom? Trump says, a day ago, called him up to tell him, got to do a better job. He's doing a bad job, causing a lot of death and potential death. Yeah, that sounds like something that he said to somebody, I'm sure. Gavin Newsom responds, there was no call. He never left a voicemail. Americans should be alarmed that a president deploys Marines into our streets, doesn't even know who he's talking to. But, oh, my browser lost connection. Hold on one second. I gotta refresh this. Stand by one sec. All right, we're back. But again, just like, is this just kind of a Trump thing where he just like makes up these conversations that he's having with people, like these imaginary ceasefire talks he's been having, and now he's just gonna like lie about the fact that he had a conversation with Gavin Newsom when Gavin Newsom can very easily just be like, no, that never happened. Very bizarre. Very bizarre that he keeps making up these conversations that he's having with imaginary people. Or I guess Gavin Newsom's not imaginary, but very, very odd. Very, very odd. Very odd. Very odd. Okay. Here's one. And this is, I was talking earlier about the problem with Democrats is with blue MAGA, as you could say, is they also support the war. And they also are big problems. And here's one of them. Here's one of the biggest problems in Congress. Cory Booker. Watch this.
Don't want to call Benjamin Netanyahu, say, a war criminal. What happens if you do? What changes by just saying, I believe Benjamin Netanyahu is a war criminal, and that signals what our sort of moral
Look how uncomfortable he is already.
Parameters are for the kind of leadership in Israel we view as acceptable.
This is not a political test for me. Benjamin Netanyahu is a horrible person who enabled October 7th and has failed to take accountability. Remember, he knew about the Qataris funding this horrific terrorist organization, Hamas. He knew about that. He allowed that funding to continue. Has failed in that sense. He has within his own administration people that are committing atrocities right now in the West Bank, as we've seen over these last few weeks. I have no problem calling him out and saying that he should be held accountable for any crimes that he's been committed.
Mm-hmm.
My focus, and has been consistently before October 7th, is trying to be a force as a member of the Foreign Relations Committee to do everything that I can to bring this enduring conflict to an end. He's got an election coming up this year, Netanyahu, and I hope the people of Israel not only vote him out, but then jail him, because he's obviously has crimes right now that he's being investigated for.
So, see how they sit the fence? He won't call him a war criminal. Refuses to call him a war criminal, right? Oh, he was a bad guy, and I hope he doesn't get reelected. You see how they sit the fence? Well, now why does Cory Booker sit the fence and refuse to say, he won't call it a genocide either, by the way. Would it have anything to do with this? Would it have anything to do with this? Jesus. $6 million. I mean, this is one of the highest paid out of everybody. $6 million from AIPAC. That's why he can't say it. That's why he can't say it, right? It's just they can't get away with it. Here's an interesting one. Hassan came out and said this about Gavin Newsom. There's a lot of Democrats, populist Democrats hate Gavin Newsom, by the way. Hassan said he intends to vote third party if Gavin Newsom becomes the 2028 Democrat nominee. Wow. It's pretty wild. You see this like same thing on the left as you see on the right. Like you have the America First against MAGA, and then you have the progressives against blue MAGA. So Democrats have the exact same thing on their side as well of, you know, they have no interest in voting for these APAC candidates and these neocon Democrats. And same as, you know, the America First conservatives that are saying the exact same thing about Red MAGA. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see what the election cycle actually looks like when you have such a huge movement in, really it's a populist movement, populist left, populist right, against the neocon centrists, right? And it's the same thing on the right and the left. So it's going to be interesting to see how that actually goes, you know. It'd be interesting to see what the chat thinks. It's hard because we can't break down everybody's political biases, but for Democrats who are in the chat, do you guys agree with Hassan on that, where you don't have any interest in Gavin Newsom, seeing as he's more of the swamp, more of the deep state, but on your guys' side? I see a lot of Democrats really don't like Gavin Newsom, but again, it's interesting. Going to be interesting to see which direction that goes for both. Also, in this wild, check out Fox News, guys. Look at what their headline is now. They've changed the American flag to a blended American-Israeli flag. As he wears both pins, right? He's got on General Jack King, some general, has an Israel and America flag together. But look at that shit. They have literally blended them together in one flag. Sick, dude. Yeah, America first. Not Mark Zuckerberg. Mark Cuban came out and said, surprised he actually said this. He sold the Dallas Mavericks to Marion Adelson, by the way. He said, I don't regret selling. I regret who I sold to. I made a lot of mistakes in the process, and I'll leave it at that. Oof. Ooh, scathing, huh? Ooh. Now, I wanted to show you guys this. I don't think probably many of you saw this. This was on Israeli state media a couple hours leading into the deadline tonight. Look at what these motherfuckers had. Look at this. Their state media had a countdown tracker to Iran being wiped out as a civilization. They had a countdown tracker to the moment they were praying that Iran was evaporated. Look at that. Look at that. Fucking hey, dude. They all sit around with big smiles on their face. Big yikes, ladies and gentlemen. Big yikes on that. So it also makes sense why the ceasefire probably didn't hold. I'd like to actually look up, see if I can look up. There's reporting of the ceasefire. Everything's just going to talk about the violation of the Gaza ceasefire. So that'll take a little while for us to get good reporting coming in of whatever the hell's going on. But yeah, yikes. Been wild night, hasn't it? Huh? Now, there we go. Well, this is okay. This is a little odd. All right. We made it through the show, guys. Obviously, we didn't know what we were expecting tonight. We didn't know if we were going to be able to turn on the news and see, nukes being dropped, or if we were going to get, a ceasefire. And we got a little bit of in the middle. We got a ceasefire, but also maybe not a ceasefire, and the ceasefire already broken. And so maybe this was just Donald Trump talking to himself in the mirror, which sounds like it might be the case. So it's going to be interesting to see what comes from this. Is the straits not open? No, I don't think so. I don't think the internet is, or excuse me, I don't think the strait is still open. If I had to guess, if the ceasefire is already botched, but again, I don't know. I don't know. Trump said there was a ceasefire and agreed to the 10-point Iranian plan, but now it appears maybe that the Iranian Revolutionary Guard didn't agree to that ceasefire and they're still launching rockets. I don't know. We're going to have to wait and see. We'll have more information on it probably by tomorrow. And again, we're going to find out overnight if we decide to just ramp attacks back up, which I wouldn't be surprised to see. So that is going to do it for the regular portion of tonight's show. So thank you all very much. This was a really big show tonight. And that means you know what time it is. It's time for us to jump into the super chats. Now, I don't know if I lost some of these, but it seems like we had a lot more than maybe not. I don't know. We'll figure it out as we go. Hopefully I didn't lose some of these when I refreshed the channel. I still see the ones at the beginning and I see the ones at the end. So, okay. Anyway, if you guys were just here for the regular scheduled show, thank you all very, very much for tuning in. And now it is time. It is time for us to jump into the super chats, our favorite part of the show. And look at this guy. Ha, you're a joke. Good one, bot. Good insult. Wow, that's the best you got, huh? You're a joke. Yeah. Woo. Okay. Wait, did he actually... Oh, did he say your? Did he spell your wrong? They always do this, dude. They always do this. Every time they try to say some dumb shit. Oh, did he? Yeah, of course he did. Yeah, they're fucking the dumbest people in the world. The MAGA dorks are the dumbest fucking low IQ idiots in the world, dude. It's every single time. If you guys have seen it, every time they try to make an insult, their grammar is always fucked up and they can't spell because they can't read above a 5th grade comprehension level. So there it was. Anyway, all right, let's jump into it. Let's start knocking out some super chats and working our way through it, okay? No, it's not. No, it's not. No, not if you try to insult me and you're too retarded to actually spell correctly. Nah, sorry, dog. Sorry, dog. Sorry. If you're going to insult somebody, you better be able to fucking just have, above a 5th grade fucking education. Otherwise, you're going to get embarrassed. Okay, let's do it here. And look at where we left off here. Because I had to restart the stream. Here we go. I think this was... I haven't done this one. No, I haven't got some of these. We'll get to these. Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to get back to where we were. AJ, did we read this one already? I think this is where we were. All right. AJ says, spend that military industrial complex money on energy independency for the United States. Yes. I mean, or on anything that would help the American people would be great. I think this is where we actually left off. Maybe. I don't know. Thank God I agreed. Iran agreed to stop hitting the U.S. Yeah. We'll see. Oh, no, we did this one too. Buff like Jesus. Thank you very much, brother. All right. I haven't done this one yet. Love the stream. Keep up the good work. Thoughts on Tardio with Speak the Truth's take on the conflict. He acts like it's justified. Of course, he loves Israel. So, he's going to have that take no matter what. Every Zionist neocon has the exact same take. It is what it is, right? Iran just cucked us. What was it all for? We don't know. It's not looking good. Mission accomplished. We did it. Although also not accomplished, maybe, because the ceasefire may have already been broken. But we'll find out. Can you please break down Iran's demands and how this affects Israel? Sorry if I sound stupid. Sure, we'll pull that. We can pull that back up. So this is their 10-point, Iran's 10-point plan here. Let's see if I can zoom in a little bit. Let's see. All right. So, and again, Donald Trump, apparently we pulled up Donald Trump's, his tweet, right? Let's look at this first so we can see. And Donald Trump says himself right here that we received a 10-point proposal from Iran and believe it is a workable basis on which to negotiate. Okay. And then this is the 10-point plan put forward by Iran. Here it is. Commitment to non-aggression, continuation of Iran's control over the Strait of Hormuz, acceptance of uranium enrichment, lifting all primary sanctions, lifting all secondary sanctions, termination of all UN Security Council resolutions, termination of all Board of Governors resolutions, payment and compensation to Iran for everything we destroyed, withdrawal of U.S. combat forces from the region, assuming that means the Middle East, and cessation of all war on all fronts, including against Hezbollah in Lebanon. So yeah, that's essentially we're giving Iran everything they want, if that's the plan that gets agreed upon. Like, we're giving them everything they want. That they come out of this 10 times, because keep in mind, before this, they were under sanctions. They did not have full control over the Strait of Hormuz, like all of those things. They were not allowed to enrich uranium, right? And now leaving this conflict, that's what they've requested. And according to Donald Trump, that's a workable plan. So I'm not sure what we spent $200 billion and 13 service members' lives on. Making Iran 10 times stronger, I guess. Yay? Yeah, I'm not sure, guys. Yikes. Thank you. Trust the planners. We'll say Trump ended Israel. Love how 0 of the points are in our favor. Victory. Yep, not a single one, huh? Where's our 10-point plan? It doesn't ask like we're asking for any concessions. We're just, hey, what do you want? Okay. Thanks, we're leaving now. I think it's all for us. Also, the Strait of Hormuz will be opened, although still controlled by Iran. That's the big deal here. And keep in mind, the Strait of Hormuz was open before the war. So we just gave those 10 concessions to reopen the strait that was already open. Good job. Good job, guys. That's the art of the deal, baby. The world's best negotiator, Donald Trump. That's what it looks like. I was in Tacoma area for Easter with family. I got taco time, win-win. I do like taco time, actually. I don't know if you guys have taco time. We have it on the West Coast. How many minutes? Well, the ceasefire hold. Bet open. Well, this came in at 5:17 p.m. And from the point of your comment, I believe less than 13 minutes. So there's that. Hard times come again. No more. So now that we have a 2-week intermission, well, sounds like we don't. Back to those PDF files, right? Or another distraction. Well, according to Todd Blanche, he's not releasing any more files no matter what. So I don't know, but it would have been nice, but it doesn't look like it. So a ceasefire means 0 military activity, including Israel. It was supposed to, but it doesn't sound like Israel or Iran stopped. Group photo looking through closed binoculars. Okay. This is worse than Obama's deal. Let's see the MAGA spin on this. This is unacceptable to our greatest ally. Very true. Bibi gonna drop some e-files soon. Yeah, I don't know how Israel allows this. I don't see them allowing it. It's such a massive win for Iran if that's the 10-point plan that goes through. That, yeah, I can't see them going for it. If U.S. Real goes after the true Doge audits, throw Iran another $1 trillion and call it a day. Thank you for your service. Sounds like we're going to do something close to that if we have to pay for all the damage we did. And that's in, again, one of the, what was it? Yeah, number 8, payment of compensation to Iran for blowing up everything we blew up. It could be a lot of money that's going to be paid by the U.S. taxpayer. So, yay. Sweet. People complained about Obama giving sanction money back to Iran that was already their money. Now just wait until hundreds of billions of dollars come out of the actual U.S. budget to pay for it. We'll see what Fox News has to say about that, huh? Bet they won't cover it. Thank you, Pennywise. Keep it up. Praying we keep it between the lines. Ever since WW2, the military-industrial complex realized how much money it would make and got addicted. It's now dependent on wars, on money on wars for money ever since. Yeah, we showed a picture of that going back all the way to the Korean War earlier. Sadly, I don't see the ceasefire lasting. Well, you said that at 5:22, and I believe at about 5:30, JD told us that the ceasefire had been violated. How much do you want to bet Iran uses this time to refit? Of course. Why would they not? So will Israel. So will the United States. In your opinion, how would a ground war in Iran compare to a ground war in Afghanistan in terms of tactics? It would be nowhere near the same. Afghanistan, we were fighting people that were tribal, in man jams and slippers. Iran is a actual military with, drones and ballistic missiles. It would be infinitely more difficult. Also, just getting into Iran is an absolute nightmare just due to the geography of it. So, yeah, we lost total, I believe, in both Iraq and Afghanistan together, around 8,000 service members in combat over the entire 20 years. You would probably see 10 to 20x that just in Iran. Vietnam levels for sure. So probably best to pull out. Escalation might force the hand of Russia and China. Cut your losses and run. I agree. That's what I've been saying we need to do from the beginning. Mark, thank you, brother. Jay bought $100 of beans and rice for effing nothing. Oh, hey. No, you put this out 3 minutes before the ceasefire was broken. So you might be okay. Actually, we stocked up on a ton of that type of food today as well. Not messing around, because there's sadly real potential that we could end up in a situation like that where, you know, gas prices get so high, diesel gets so high, they stop delivering food to your area. It's scary thoughts, but everybody should have at least a decent stockpile of food and water at their home. You know, maybe not, you know, a year's worth, but make sure you got like a month's worth or something like that. I would highly suggest it. All right. Anybody can do that. Stock up on bottled water and do it before things get so crazy that the supermarkets are empty. Right. So do it now. That way you don't have to worry about that if the time comes. Right. Just good to be prepared. Stop listening to Joe Rogan when he excused the way ICE killed Preddy. He said we can't legally carry at protests, First and Second Amendment. I didn't see that one, but I wouldn't be surprised. He's had a lot of terrible takes lately, which I don't know what's going on with him. Are we winning yet? I'm not sure. Doesn't feel like it. Dill Pickle says Joe probably has to ride the fence about the world's greatest ally now because Paramount has a deal with the UFC, and who owns Paramount? Ooh, this is a angle I did not think about. I did not think about the fact that obviously the Ellisons own Paramount, and now the UFC's on Paramount, and Joe Rogan is closely tied to that. He probably cannot. Yeah, you're probably right. That probably has a lot to do with why he needs to keep his little mouth shut. Anyway, interesting. I hadn't thought about that one. Angie says I'm a radical leftist, but I appreciate your point of view, and I appreciate that you don't hate me because they've spent billions dividing us. We want the same thing. I don't hate anyone based off their political affiliation. I mean, I live in Eugene, Oregon. My mom is I wouldn't say she's a leftist, but she is a progressive Democrat. My sister is a progressive Democrat. Some of the people I like the most in the world are Democrats. Some of the nicest people I know are Democrats. So yeah, why would I hate someone based off their political affiliation? That's like the dumbest thing I've ever heard. I just judge people based off of who they are as individuals, their religion, and you guys know that on my channel. Obviously, we're very defensive of everybody's race and religion on this channel. So couldn't care less. Just who you are as a person and your character. That's what matters to me. Color of your skin, your ethnicity, your religion, your gender, your political affiliation. I could not care less. Couldn't care less. None of that stuff really matters to me when it involves my relationship with someone else. So not everybody's that way, but that's the way I am. Professor Jennings is a charlatan. Rethink that one. Okay, cool. Why? I'll have a discussion with anyone. The fact is, he made 3 big predictions. What were his predictions? Well, he got all 3 of them fucking right. So you can call him a charlatan, but he was right. And I am very hesitant to call people who are right that make bold predictions like this charlatans, right? He predicted 3 things. Donald Trump would win the election, Donald Trump would start a war with Iran, and the United States would lose a war with Iran. Nobody else made that fucking prediction. Nick Fuentes came close, but he didn't go as far as to say we would lose to Iran. Okay, so call him whatever you want. It's still an interesting conversation to have. Ain't nobody else made that prediction and was right. Nobody else. So I was pretty close. I made some predictions on what would happen. I predicted that we would go back to war with Iran and things like that, but I wasn't anywhere near as spot on as he was. So think what you want about him. We'll find out. We'll talk to him. I think his stuff's interesting. So I think he's going to be a good guess. Ones for Munchkin treats. Thank you. Thank you. Munchkin always needs some treats. She's a little fatty. She does love the treats. Your drunk bar fight analogy also describes Israel. Yeah, we're expected to finish fights they start to get us into. 100%. 100%. Yep. As long as we are in the Middle East, oil will stay up. Yep. Taco Tuesday. Tacos in the chat. It is Taco Tuesday. Sort of. Well, it was Taco Tuesday. He did chicken out. We thought that we might have had an actual ceasefire, a good deal, and it turns out maybe that's not true. So, new PBE, I was here. Thank you. Premature striking. Yeah. Iran is trolling Trump so hard. Yes, they have been. They've definitely been on point with that. Iran can meme, dude. They can meme. No doubt about that. They're way better than Trump at it, for sure. Israel is not part of the 10-point Iranian deal. Nope. And that's why they're probably not going to let it happen. Scammer from India called Trump about the deal. Well, you do know where the deal got pushed from, right? Is from Pakistan. I'm not kidding. The Pakistan supposedly coordinated the peace deal. So you're literally not far off with that. How likely is the Iranian strike retaliation? It sounds like they're just still currently launching missiles at each other as we're speaking. So Lord says my expectations were low, but holy cow, that was fast. Yeah. That crybaby Marine shitting on the channel is definitely an admin or cook supply and a support battalion ground Marines. Oh, he's not. There's no way he's a Marine, dude. That's not a real Marine. That's not a real Marine. Real Marines don't throw crybaby tantrums like that. Not a single Marine I know acts like that. So that's not a real Marine. That's a dude LARPing, pretending to be a Marine online. Nate, when will we the people take over? Probably never. Probably never, unfortunately. I don't know. Things are going to get a lot worse before they get better. Okay. Beautiful ceasefire. Shortest ceasefire ever. Nobody has ever seen such a ceasefire. It's the most beautiful ceasefire anybody's ever seen. It lasted 33 minutes. Yep. All right, this is just more stress, whiplash. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is, right? Because now who knows? We have no idea what to expect now. Another movie Sean Bean died in was Ronin. He plays a phony SAS operator with De Niro, the first movie to do car down tiny European streets. Yep, Sean Bean loves to die in movies, huh? Somebody was telling me, I forget what movie he was in where he doesn't end up dying, but I think he does that on purpose. Takes 30% of my check, says I can pay for daycare. Yeah, we need your tax money to pay for the wars, though, bro. Yeah, we got to pay for our foreign countries' wars. Eye for an eye, and the whole world goes blind. Yeah, well, we're kind of in that position right now, huh? Scam baiting video. I don't look at links during live streams, especially from a no scam profile picture. Sorry, brother. We can't afford Medicaid or daycare because we're too busy giving VA benefits to our greatest ally. Yeah, and cutting veteran benefits from us, from veterans. So that's nice. Oh, also, I don't know if you guys have seen this yet. I personally haven't got this yet, but there is rumors that the Trump administration is giving out warnings to content creator veterans and telling them that they will have their retirements pulled if they speak illy on the Trump administration. So be on the lookout for that. My mom asked me about that. She said, "Are you worried?" And I said, "I don't give a fuck." They can send me the letter. Send me the letter that you're going to pull my retirement. You know what I'll do? I'll fucking get online and I'll make videos about it and I'll tell the entire fucking world what you're doing. That's what I'll do. So you're not going to bully me. I promise you that. You're not going to fucking bully me. It ain't going to happen. Go ahead and pull it. I'm not going to shut my mouth. So we'll see. We'll see what they end up doing there. I think it's veiled threats on that one. But talk about the absolute fascism and insanity of that. Threatening to take military members' retirement pensions away from them if they speak illy on the government. Oh, wow. Wow, huh? That's wild times. But again, lots of veterans like me will just we don't care. I mean, I would care. I'd be pissed, but I'm not going to shut my mouth because you threaten me. I promise you that. That ain't going to happen. Let's see here. It was the best of times. It was the blurst of times. Nice little Mr. Burns reference. I'm a real estate appraiser. It's mostly refis and refinances and new bills, some purchases, but we are busy for now. East Texas also has great oil economy. Well, it's different for you because you're in Texas, and Texas is a state people want to move into right now. It's not like that in a lot of states. Try doing that in New York or Oregon or California. It's yeah, nobody wants to move there right now. One brave legend says, this war seems like a ploy to ensure a pissed off enemy, emboldening class warfare, ensuring money inequality between the Epstein class and the working class. Well, that's what every war has sort of been designed for, that is to build a bigger stratification between the regular people and the elites, for sure. Christian Dave says, hope the ceasefire holds if between the US and Iran, our favorite country, gets to nonstop birthday candles from space. By the way, Valhalla, your show made my day. That and tequila. Hell yeah. Thank you, brother. Yeah, we said this at the very beginning of the show that we didn't think that, our friend over there was going to allow us to let this go through. And it sounds like it was even faster than we thought. Income map is crazy. 20 years ago, I paid $200 a month for rent, then $400 for rent with a full walk-in closet. Those days are long gone. Long gone. You're paying $200 of rent for a garbage can to live in. Oscar the Grouch is paying $200 a month in rent right now. Yeah, that's insane, huh? Humbly accept the title of idiot from someone in the chat. Love you and your content. Oh yeah, don't worry about it. There's a lot of now you got to understand how mad MAGA is, right? Because think about this. If this turns out to be true, right? Let's pull this up and understand why MAGA is so pissed off in the chat. If this turns out to be true and this goes through, what this means is all of them trying to say Trump's 7D chess and it was all part of the plan and Trump's got it all figured out. This means they're a bunch of fucking idiots, right? Because what this shows is there was no 7D chess plan. Trump had no idea what he's doing. And now y'all got fucking tricked and lied to, right? So they are going through what's called cognitive dissonance right now. And so don't get too mad at them when they lash out at you, because like they have to look in the mirror like at the end of the night and realize how fucking dumb they are. And they know that they're that dumb. And now they know they've been tricked. And yeah, it's tough times for them, man. It's tough times for MAGA right now. So don't be too hard on them. You know what I mean? They're struggling right now. They're definitely struggling. So again, just come to our side, dude. Just come to our side. You can do it. You can just admit you're wrong and come to our side. I promise you, the grass is greener over here. It's a lot easier to not have to lie to yourself all day, every day. You know what I mean? But do what you got to do. I'll just say the grass is greener on the non-MAGA side of the aisle right now. We'll tell you that. We need Chief Williams said we need to stop meddling in countries that don't want to trade in U.S. dollars. The elites continue to make money from war. This will be the downfall of our empire. Yeah. Well, we saw it. We saw that exact thing when we looked at the U.S. dollar as a reserve currency, its lowest level in history. So, to your point, yeah, I mean, this has been horrible for us economically from that standpoint too, of pushing all of our allies to BRICS and away from the United States petrodollar. So that's going to be a big long-term negative consequence of this that I don't think we've really understood the repercussions of so far. So. Dominion said, who did America make the deal with? Some random hobo? We don't know. It's starting to sound like Trump in the mirror, right? From the sounds of it. But who knows? Josh Peter says, what do you think about the game theory? Is it possible that the hit on Iran is a play on the greater American plan to make the world global financial and military leader, with Putin's oil minus 40% of where it was? What are you talking about? Putin is now selling his oil for, let's see, he was selling it for about, in the black market for about $50 a barrel because of the sanctions. He's now selling it for full price over $100 a barrel. So Putin and Russia are being massively, massively enriched by what's happening. So I don't believe that there is any 7D chess plan about how this is good for America. No. And Russia had all its sanctions lifted, by the way. Remember that? We talked about that a couple weeks ago when Donald Trump lifted all the sanctions on Russia. And now they're selling oil at max price. And they're selling it to, a lot of our allies that can't get it from the Middle East now. So Russia's making out like goddamn bandits in this. We are massively, massively emboldening Russia. The art of the deal. The art of the deal, baby. Woo. Good job, guys. Good job, Trump. You should FOIA Secretary of War Crimes APFT score. He saw how he tried to kick while doing not even maybe even one pull-up. Maybe you would find out why he wasn't tabbed. I don't know. He puts out fake videos about or videos with fake weights about how much he can bench. So he probably hand jams his PT score with fake numbers too, if I had to guess. Jack says Ben called it with fractured leadership and negotiations now being difficult. Yeah. So Aaron Love talked about this too. This is another thing, is like the power structure in Iran is completely decentralized, right? So when you whop the leader off, they have an entire, like, basically 50,000 person order of a succession plan. And what that eventually does is just turns all the 31 different provinces into individual, basically warlords who are now in charge, and they're able to act freely and independently and still carry out attacks on the United States and Israel. Well, the problem with that is it makes it impossible to regime change for the most part. Unless you go in and kill 5 million people, you're not going to regime change Iran. So we are seeing that effects of that. And Ben probably talked about it too, because I didn't see Ben talking about that, but I wouldn't be shocked. But that's a real thing. Another thing we didn't plan for at all. Right? Shocker. Diamond says, I asked my supervisor what was the end goal, and he couldn't answer, and tried to say what we've done in the past to justify this, and tried to say it was an accident about the schools that got hit. Oh, yeah. A big accident that we double tapped a girls' elementary school. Not just with one Tomahawk missile, but two. little whoopsie, right? Yeah, no, I can promise you, coming from that world in special operations and dealing with targeting and all sorts of different things, we know exactly what we're bombing before we bomb it. Every time. Okay? Trust me. Used to be a part of doing that type of thing. And we have very, very good ability to make sure we know what the building is before we bomb it, right? So 100% we knew what we were striking. Or we were given that intel by our friend who said, this is what this is. It's a military base. And obviously it was an elementary school. But no, we know exactly what everything is before we strike it. So don't let anybody trick you into thinking that. Not that they are, but to your friend's point, yeah, no, your coworker, supervisor. We should not be involved. Or now it says we should not be involved with one other country except ours until there's not one homeless veteran on the street. Sick of it, crisis king. I say this all the time. 100%. 100%. As long as we have problems in America, no money to foreign countries. Sorry. Now, I'm all about strong alliances, strong trade deals, all of that. I think that's fantastic. I'm not an isolationist. But it's not our job to pay for your military so you can go kill brown people in the Middle East. Sorry. My tax dollars are not going to be used for that. Or at least I'm going to protest if they are, right? That is not in my interest. That is not in any American's interest for you to use trillions of dollars just so you can bomb fucking brown people in the Middle East. Sorry, we're done with that. We did that for 25 years. We're not doing it anymore. Right? At least we shouldn't. That's my stance on that. Hey, Nate, do you do any training on how to shoot under stress in your courses? Yes, I do. I want to sign up. We always do stress shoots, high level stress shoots. Not high level, but like always inducing stress into the final exercise that we do. It's a big part of it, right? Because in the event you're going to have to defend yourself, you're going to be stressed out. So you got to be able to shoot under duress. I want to sign up if I don't get priced into homelessness first. I'm not teaching any courses right now, man. I'm not teaching any courses right now. I just don't have the time. But if we do pick them back up, then we might. I've been trying to keep up. I had the Chicago Police Department reached out to me and wanted me to come out and do some training with them, which was very, very cool. I train with some law enforcement departments here and stuff like that, but I don't have the time right now between moving and trying to keep up with putting out content for you guys. It's a lot of backside work to these shows. So, but if we do pick them back up, I'll let you know. I'm not, or Bobby says, I'm no longer center right. I'm just going to say center and choose the guy or girl with the best idea. Just got to figure out how to filter out the bullshit. I'll be honest, Bobby, I get closer and closer to this every day. I used to consider myself farther right than MAGA, because I'm a conservative libertarian, but I don't know. I think I'm just at the point where I'm getting to the point where I'm just a centrist now. And I just vote. I'm just looking at people. I'm just looking at individual policies and individual people now. I'm just kind of done like you are with, again, I stopped being a Republican a long time ago, but even identifying as a conservative now, what does that even fucking mean? What does conservative mean? Because I believe I'm a true, pure conservative as what conservative values actually are. Smaller government, lower spending, lower foreign spending, like all these different things. But the Conservative Party doesn't believe in any of that. So I don't identify myself with the conservative movement at all because they're not conservatives. So I don't even know what I'm supposed to be. And again, then I sit on the social libertarian side. So I agree with the left on a lot more when it comes to social things, right? I don't have a problem with the LGBT community, abortion, like all of these issues. I'm far more likely to be on the left on social issues. So it's a weird spot for me to be. That's why I just sit as an independent, right? Because I don't have a party that I believe correctly is in line with my values, you know? So it's just politically homeless. Yeah. That's just kind of what we are here, you know? But anyway, that's where and I'd be all over the place on each individual issue too, right? So yeah, I agree with you on that one, Bobby. Nate, you see reports claiming the weapon systems officer rescue were actually shot down. Escorts were actually shot down. Silent Recent reported from I put out a video on this. So I saw this is getting very bizarre. I want to explain something to you because a lot of people are falling for this MAGA goy slop propaganda that's gone out on Twitter about how this was actually a big special operations raid to go get the enriched uranium, and in the process, right? Let me explain, you guys, the people who believe that, how you got tricked. That is a pro-Trump story, okay? A lot of you don't even realize that you got tricked into it. What you didn't understand is the real story, the actual true story, is infinitely worse for Trump than that story. So what people are trying to say is that, oh, no, it was actually a failed operation to go and get uranium, but the American Special Operations killed something like 1,500 Iranian fighters, and though they weren't able to get the uranium out, they still were able to exfil, and they only lost a couple aircraft, and everybody made it home safe. That completely detracts from the true story and how fucked up what Trump actually was doing was. And you might be going, wait, I don't understand. And here, I'll even show you, like MAGA is starting to leverage this story. Here it is. We literally set up a temporary special forces base inside Iran and flew 300 Army, Navy, and Air Force special operations troops and Little Bird gunships. Then we fought a whole mini war and killed like 1,500 Iranian soldiers in 6 hours. All we left behind was a pair of American flag and underwear and some MREs. I'm not pro-war, but holy shit, we can do some amazing things. This is how it's being spun. This is what you need to understand. The real story. This is the real story, the true story that I already told you. The true story is America carried out a botched bombing campaign designed to attack civilian infrastructure within Iran to commit massive war crimes by blowing up bridges and civilian populous areas. And while committing those war crimes that Donald Trump ordered, a F-15 pilot was shot down. In the initial recovery, 3 more aircraft were also shot down. And then JSOC launches a big recovery operation. JSOC botches that recovery operation. They fucked that up completely and then ended up getting 6 more aircraft destroyed, and luckily didn't have a bunch of Americans fucking killed in the process. That's the real story, and that story is infinitely worse than a heroic special operations raid on a uranium facility. You see how you got fucking tricked? You got tricked into, hey, forget about all the war crimes Donald Trump's committing over here. Let's talk about this fake fucking special operations raid on an underground bunker. And then also, guys, you have no idea how difficult and what goes into raiding an underground bunker. We actually trained for this type of thing in Army Special Forces, and we did a lot of this during the North Korea buildup and First Special Forces Group because we knew they had underground nuclear facilities, and we were planning to invade and go in and take those down. It's one of the most dangerous, insanely difficult things you could possibly do, right? So, no, the true story is much worse than the MAGA goy slop enriched uranium heist story. Okay, so do not let people trick you into taking away what Donald Trump was doing, which was committing fucking war crimes. Right? Does that make sense? Do you see how so many people got tricked into thinking, "Oh, this is the story"? No, get your focus over here on how fucked up Donald Trump is and how botched of an operation he did. Right? Smart. It's like this is the way psychological operations and propaganda works, though. Okay, it's like sometimes it can be tricky to where you think like, ooh, the government did something and messed up over here, when really they're hiding the huge big botch over here. So, anyway, hope that makes sense, because I saw a lot of people starting, not everybody, but a lot of people were kind of falling for that Twitter story. You don't want to do that. You gotta pay attention to what the psyop is sometimes. All right, let's keep it moving. Ryan, thank you. China said they will mop up our greatest ally if they use nukes. I did see that. North Korea also said that, by the way. Yeah. Great. I'm confused. Did Trump acquire or acquiesce to Iran's 10 points? He said he did. And we looked at in his Truth Social post. He said he did. Right? That's not me. Again, I'll post it because again, it's just hard to believe, right? Like it's hard to believe this is real, but this is Donald Trump's post about the ceasefire. And he said himself right there, we have received a 10-point proposal from Iran and believe it's workable basis on which to negotiate. And we'll show it for the 10th time, Iran posted their 10-point negotiation that the United States agreed to. So again, we obviously don't think this is going to hold. And it sounds like it already didn't, but it's a big yikes. That's a big yikes. Infinite thanks to Tactical Common Unity and Civilian Affiliates Comms, Worth Garden, from the bottom of my heart to the top of it all. Infinite thanks. Okay. All right. So thank you. Bro, apparently Iran has already violated the ceasefire and is attacking Israel and the surrounding countries. You know what this means? This means they never agreed to a ceasefire. And Donald Trump just made it up. Or I don't know who he was talking to. It sounds probably like what happened is Iran put out their demands, right? Iran put out their demands, and the United States then assumed, or Donald Trump assumed, that means there's a ceasefire. Which sounds like Iran said, no, we're not at that point. We're not agreeing to anything yet. So, again, I don't know. It sounds like it. It sounds like it. Market manipulation. Also, he needed a way out, right? He announced that he was going to kill everyone in Iran tonight at 5 p.m. Pacific. So he had to have a way out. I figured it was going to be a last-minute ceasefire. What I didn't expect was the ceasefire to last 24 minutes. So, yeah. Anyway. I'm here in BC, Canada, watching your show, trying to figure out which country is crazier. Who knows at this point? Call your senators, put pressure on them to indict, arrest, convict, not just Trump, all of them. Yeah, I agree, but they're not doing shit, man. They are not doing anything. Valhalas, please set Asmongold straight on Iran. Yeah, Asmon has gone pretty deep down the MAGA rabbit hole, sadly. I like Asmongold. I've been a fan of his content for a long, long time. Back when he was doing video game content, actually. I think he just needs to stay out of the foreign policy and political realm. I don't think that's where he's best, right? He's got no resume for it. He's got very little understanding for it. He needs to stay in the culture war video game space. He's very, very good at that. Politics ain't his thing, in my opinion. But he can talk about whatever the fuck he wants. He's a giant channel. I'm just saying, it's usually his takes are pretty bad when it comes to that. Do you think if the United States wants to get rid of our greatest ally, blackmail, and get rid of the current regime, they get rid of them and then say it was Iran to end the war? I don't know. We're going to have to wait and see. This is very bizarre times. Like anything, we could wake up to anything tomorrow. I want people to know that. We could wake up to the ceasefire back on. We could wake up to there was a massive bombing campaign. We have no idea right now. We are flying by the seat of our pants. We are flying by the seat of our pants big time, guys. I bet JD Vance is so angry right now in 2028. No one's going to pay attention to Vance. They're going to remember Trump, just saying. Yeah, well, and he's also tied to it, right? He is completely tied to this. He's hosed. His stock in the Kalshi odds has been dropping dramatically. I'm not sure he's even a front runner anymore. I don't think this is a prediction. I'm going to put out a prediction here, and we could come back to it 2 years from now. If Donald Trump makes it the full 4 years and he doesn't get impeached or he doesn't just croak because he's 80 years old and morbidly obese. If JD Vance doesn't take over as president, I don't think JD Vance runs for president in 2028. I think he's going to try to use it as a time to distance himself and sort of be forgotten for a little while that he was a part of all this Trump nonsense. And he may try to get back into politics after that. I don't think he'll run for president. He's just burning in too fast. And I think he knows he's going to lose. And so why try? There's rumors of that. So we'll see. We'll see. Because he's got no chance to win, especially after this. Marco Rubio has an infinitely higher chance to win than JD Vance does, in my opinion. I don't want Marco Rubio either, but Yeah, we'll see. What do you think the chances are that the admin has been kamikaze dive bombing into the ground to get Trump gone and put JD in power? Man, me and JD DeLay literally talked about this today. We talked about exactly this today, that JD asked me the same thing. Do you think they're doing this on purpose to usher in JD Vance? It's starting to look like there's a possibility that Trump is just a Trojan horse. Yep. And that's why I said if JD doesn't take over ahead of time, because I think there's a very high likelihood JD Vance ends up being president before 2028. Very, very high likelihood. One way or another. We'll just say that. Off topic, but did you ever see what Officer Douchebag said about you? No. Wait, well, I'll have to look at it. Tatum did? Yeah, that fat turd, dude. What's he going to say about me? As a grown man, he has nothing. There's nothing he can compare himself to me. It's not his resume, not as a man, not his fitness, not accomplishments, nothing. There's absolutely nothing he has over me. So, he can cry about it like a little bitch on the internet like he always does. But at the end of the day, he knows deep down that he's a little punk ass bitch, dude. So, and he always says, "You'd never say that to my face." Yes, I would. Tatum, you're free to come out to my combatives gym and get your fucking teeth knocked in if you want, dude. I've got no problem with that. And you can find out, he's the tough guy on the line who, no, you wouldn't say that to my face. Yeah, Nate would. Yeah, the dude's a turd. All right, let's keep moving. I think Mark Wayne, pick a first name Mullins, is going to go. I don't know. He just got hired, dude. But yeah, I don't think he's gonna last that long either. Nathan Nearest Green gave Jack his last kick. Okay. Bobby says Iran's cancer, but you don't fight cancer by becoming a bigger cancer. You deal with melanoma causing all this. Just saying. I mean, at this point, yeah, I guess. So is Iraq, Bobby. I mean, so is Saddam, so is Syria, so is Libya, right? But it's not our part of the world. We should have never been involved in any of this to begin with. We should have never been involved in Iraq. We should have never been involved in Syria, Libya, Lebanon, Somalia, Sudan, etc. This isn't our area of the world to police. That was the biggest mistake we made, right? This area of the world can figure it out for themselves, in my opinion. And so if you call Iran a cancer, yeah, probably. Guess what? We can look in the mirror and think, we're not a whole lot better at the moment. Keep in mind, we bombed 9 different countries this year. 9 different countries we attacked unprovoked this year, the United States. You know who didn't attack 9 countries this year unprovoked? Iran. So, just saying. Same with our greatest ally. Also, we created the problem in Iran to begin with. So, right? If you know about the history of Iran, the United States and Britain are the ones that destroyed the democracy and, led a coup and installed the Shah and created all the problems to begin with. So, at the end of the day, we only have ourselves to blame on that one. So, but that's why I say we just need to get out of there. I don't care if Iran is the superpower of the Middle East. Couldn't care less. They can deal with it. Iran is not going to attack the United States. They never have. So, I don't know. Deal with it. It's not our region of the world. Let China deal with it. I don't care. Right? Let Russia deal with it, I guess. All right. Have you heard that the rescue mission was actually a failed special ops mission? We talked about that already. Yeah, I have heard that. It's a silly story. Like I said, the real story is much, much worse for Trump, and that's he was out there committing war crimes, bombing bridges and shit like that. Do not lose sight of what he was doing, is what I keep trying to tell people. Don't get tricked into Tom Clancy bullshit to take away from the disgusting things Trump was actually doing. Hubby is a Marine of 2, and our sons are Marines, and 2 of our nephews are Marines. Definitely not crybaby bitches. Yeah. No, not a single Marine I ever met has. Marines just don't give a fuck and are, hard. Pretty much every Marine I know is just a hard motherfucker for sure. Pardon my French. Does Iran send your cash 7K? Oh, here we go. Does Iran send your cash 7K cash or digital? You hate Pete so look at this poor. Oh, he's so mad. Look at this little MAGA cuck. Look how mad he is. He donated me money to say this. You hate Pete so much you push Iranian propaganda. What Iranian propaganda did I push tonight? Name one thing. Only thing I showed was Donald Trump's post and Iran's post. That's it. Human rights aren't Iran's strength. If this trade is open tomorrow, you will retract any of this. Hey, dumb fuck. You left that comment without realizing that this ceasefire was already broken. Oh my God. Why would you donate money? Just to fucking get made fun of, dude. Oh my God, people, dude. I mean, I love it, man. Donate money so I can talk shit about what a fucking idiot you are. I'm fine with that, man. But I don't know why you would want to do that. Okay. Zora, takeaway is higher you rise in power. The kinkier you are, want to lead, then get your kink on. Yeah, that's kind of what the files show. That's what the files show. Higher up you go, the more disgusting those people get. You know? Nate, I would love to be strictly independent, but I live in a state with closed primaries and I like to be able to vote in primaries. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I've seen a lot of people say that it's because, yeah, independents don't vote in the primaries. I don't care. Like, it doesn't matter to me in the primaries. I'm going to get two choices, right, at the end of the day in the actual general election regardless. So, yeah, for me, I get it, man, especially in like local elections and stuff like that. It makes sense. But for me, I don't really care. I'm fine with just voting in the general elections as an independent. But I do understand that. And I think if you want to, you know, be able to vote in primaries and you want to be on one party affiliation, I think that's fine too. Lioness Quartet was an amazing series feat. A female protagonist when I was a kid, a bit behind on the live. Yep. Yeah. Like, so Gavin Newsom's wife pretending like there aren't stories with female heroes in them. Like, what are you talking about? Tons of them. I don't have much to add to the conversation, but just want to say appreciate your work. Keep kicking butt, bro. Well, thank you. Appreciate it. I would love a Tarum style house. What is a Tarum style house? I'm not sure what a Tarum style house is. Anybody in chat know what a Tarum style house is? Well, thank you though. I appreciate it. Somebody will explain that one to me. The shard of the deal. Yeah, I love this one. We get this one usually once a stream. That's funny. All right, Wars of Racket says, ain't it funny being a flip-flopper ended Mitt Romney in 2012? Meanwhile, Trump does flip-flop, but low IQ folks think he's just keeping it real. It's hard not to berate these people. Yeah, I try not to do it. I'm trying to be nicer to MAGA, man. I'm trying to be nicer to MAGA because I know, like, look, you get more bees with sugar, right, than shit, or with honey than shit. I don't remember the exact phrase, right, but it's so hard not to, man. It's so hard not to just at this point, right? Like, I wasn't like this 6 months ago or 9 months ago, but like at this point in 2026, if you're still out simping for Trump and MAGA, dude, like every coherent person I know that is a conservative has abandoned that stance. Every single one, for the most part. There's like one or two that are hanging on for dear life, but like pretty much every one of my friends that's a conservative is fucking kicked that can down the road and said no thanks. So I don't know who's still hanging on. But there's some people. So I'm trying to be nicer. I'm nice to everyone, but you guys know I'm nice to literally everyone but MAGA. I'm nice to far leftists, progressives, centrists. I'm nice to far right Christian nationalists. I'm nice to everyone but MAGA. I can't. I just think they're the worst because the president's a PDF who is trying to start World War III. And if you support that, in my opinion, you're the problem. Because nobody else, left, right, or center, supports it but you guys. So I don't know. At some point, you gotta wake up. Thanks, Nate. I wake up to see what you're talking about. It's a real shit show. Happy Taco Tuesday. Third chicken out since the war started. Yeah. It might be more than three. I think we're up at 4 or 5 at this point. I love some Gutfield, but F Fox done did Red Heifer poke her head out. So dumb. I don't mind Gutfield. I think he's like the least. I don't think he's that good either. I think he's kind of funny sometimes, but he's not as bad as like Levine, Hannity, Waters. Ugh, those ones I can't even watch those guys at this point. It's just straight government propaganda. I I'd vote for a moderate neocon constitutional liberal Democrat, preferably one with legal and or military expertise. Mark Kelly seems like a top choice. I don't really like Mark Kelly personally, but I have defended Mark Kelly a lot on this channel just because of the shit they're trying to do to him. And as a veteran, and I'm going to defend other veterans, even if I don't agree with them politically. But Mark Kelly would do a much better job than Pete Hegseth at SecDef. That's not debatable at all, right? So again, just because I don't like somebody personally doesn't mean I'm not, especially as a veteran, that I'm not going to stand up and defend them when they're getting fucked with by the government. So that's why we always defend Mark Kelly under the shit he's been dealing with. And again, I don't hate Mark Kelly's politics or anything like that. I'm not a big fan. Thank you. I'd watch Malcolm Nance Warcast every day. Things he talks about show up in news days later. I'm not sure who that is. I'll look out for that though. The caption Hebrew next to the countdown read Trump's judge. Wow, that's wild. Iran has no navy. How do they have the strait closed? Well, good question. Maybe because Donald Trump's not telling the truth. My first SC. Super chat. Great show, Nate. Love your takes. Can we officially rename Operation Epic Fury to Operation Epic Failure? I haven't heard that one yet. Thank you, the Big G. Hey, thank you very much. Yeah, that's a funny joke. I hadn't heard that one. I know obviously Epstein's Fury, but Operation Epic Failure is pretty accurate as well. How long do you believe we have till the Great War kicks off and people are living World War I? Hopefully a long time. We need this one to die down first. That's step one. Because if this continues to escalate, it's just going to get worse and worse. Thank you, user. Melania loves it bigly. DJT. Releasing the Big E files should have been a point. Yeah, for everybody. The Epstein files, if the Epstein files didn't get you away from the insanity, then I don't think anything's going to. This wouldn't have happened if Chuck Norris. He did die. What do you mean? Chuck Norris just died, dude. I think you meant if he didn't die. I'm not sure what you meant, but yeah, he did die recently. Don't worry, guys. Our president is actually not senile and regarded. He just really tired from all the 5G chess. We'll start winning any day now. Yeah, it's coming. It's right around the corner. You got to trust the plan. Trust the process. You don't realize how tired of winning you are. Wood Chipper 28. That's a good one. Do you think Israel is going to, well, I mean, Iran's not going to because they don't have them. But there's potential in the other direction for sure. In a peer-to-peer conflict, how would SOF be used? Good question. I'll explain that here in a second. I know conventional runs the show, but would SOF still have a role? Let's say China, for example. Absolutely, yeah. So explaining the special operations we were the main effort in Afghanistan. Green Berets were. And then Ranger Battalion did quite a bit of stuff too. But for the most part, Green Berets ran the Afghanistan war. Special operations is the supporting element. We are not the primary element in a conventional peer-to-peer conflict. What I mean by that is like special forces is not on the front lines. We would be used for different types of things like clandestine missions, airfield seizures, going in, locating targets, building resistance forces within the country we might be invading or things like that. So yeah, special operation, surgical style strikes and targets, right? So things like that. So special operations would not be the main effort in a conventional peer-to-peer conflict. The conventional forces, the Marines, Army, infantry, tank divisions, that's the main effort. And then special operations is supporting the war effort through, different means like that. So hopefully that answers your question. Because we started to think based off of the global war on terror that like everything is special operations and special forces. And no, that would not be the case in a big peer-to-peer conflict. We would just be in a supporting role trying to support and help the conventional military. Keep moving here. Great show like always. Can you please explain to me why the F did we start the war? All we did is made Iran 1,000 times stronger. Yes. No one can explain that to you. Not coherently, unfortunately. Not even me. That's your question is what it is. Yes. All right. To me, this is the equivalent, the failed pullout from Afghanistan. Yeah, same amount of people died, right? And we got nothing out of it. Cost us hundreds of billions of dollars. Not great. Emailed Ron DeSantis, asked if he will accept AIPAC. Oh, I'm sure he does, right? I can pull this up. Hold on. Let's see if I can do this real quick. Yeah, I'll just do this real quick. This is all we got to do to show you this. Yep. There he is. Womp, womp, womp. Womp, womp, womp. Yep, there it is. What's your opinion on Matt Livelsberger? I had a bunch of content on that. I'm not going to get back into it. YouTube doesn't like us talking about that one, but you can go back and watch my content on it if you want. Now that Pakistan brokered the ceasefire, does Pakistan Prime Minister Sharif win the Nobel Peace Prize? I guess. How did, like, Pakistan? Pakistan is running peace negotiations for America and Iran? What? Okay. I saw that initially and I was like, okay, this doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And yeah, turns out that's probably why. China would make more sense. China would make way more sense, right? China's the big dog in the space and they could actually facilitate something like that. But as for Pakistan's at war with Afghanistan right now, by the way. They got their own shit going on. I'm glad to see there are people who think like you. Don't matter how our politics differ, we're still brothers. Yep. Oh, yeah. Gas prices are up because refineries are fucking with us. We can refine U.S. sweet crude oil easier than sour crude, and we get 100 plus years worth of oil. No, gas prices are up because we shut off 25% of the world's oil. Oil is a global commodity. When you tank the supply of any commodity, the demand skyrockets, thus the price goes up. It's very, very basic. Very, very basic when it comes to global commodities. Sometimes it could be supply chain issues and stuff like that, which currently is with the Strait of Hormuz closed. But yeah, when you cut off 25% of the supply of anything, then yes, the demand will go up and the price will increase. Okay, that's just Econ 101. It's interesting that ceasefire lasted for 33 minutes. I don't know exactly how long it lasted. That was the joke, but yeah, it could be. Could be. Brian, $50 donation with no comment. Thank you, dude. That's super generous of you. You know, and next time if you want to leave a comment, then we'd love to read it. But I appreciate it, brother. Very generous of you. Very generous of you. Thank you. You guys think like you and the CIA going into a remote area in Iran and starting a resistance would have worked? No involvement is better, but what you think? That would have had to been done in the north with the Kurds, and we did do that. We literally fucking did that. Donald Trump admitted we did that, and then the Kurds took all our weapons and kept them and didn't fight with us. So yes, that was part of the plan. And then the Kurds said, "Thanks for the weapons, we're out." So we did it, and it didn't work. Donald Trump admitted to it. We played the clip, right, guys? We played the fucking clip of him admitting to it on the show tonight. So yes, we did do that, and it didn't work out very well for us. We just armed the Kurds, and then they said, "No, thanks, we're not fighting war for you." So, whoops. So we have World Cup coming up, the biggest event in the world. I hope nothing happens. Just saying. Yeah, that's right for false flags, huh? The problem is, the Castman says, the problem is that retired military is still technically under UCMJ, so they can punish retired military for disrespecting the Trump admin. No, they can't. That's not a thing. Nope. Not true. Not true. First Amendment protects me against that as a veteran, just like it does all of you. So, nope, that's not true. 33-minute ceasefire is 11 times longer than Stormy Trump lasted. Stormy Central. 3 minutes? Is that what she said? Okay, that's funny. I get the joke. Wes Watson for Secretary of Defense. Probably wouldn't be any worse. That's hilarious. Okay. I'm just happy that you call balls and strikes. Also, shout out to Archer. Phrasing. I love Archer. This is one of my favorite shows. I love Archer. You guys watch Archer? Cartoon? I love Archer. That's funny. Thank you. Not much MAGA left. No, not a whole lot. They're still there. There's some. Chess. Trump is struggling with checkers. Yeah. We can't even call it checkers at this point, I don't think. Donna says, Fox News spins the narrative again. Breaking, Iran strikes Israel with cluster bombs after Trump's ceasefire. Ah, okay. All right, well, there you go. So Trump got his out. He got to not embarrass himself on the world stage, and he gets to blame Iran for the ceasefire being broken. There you go, guys. So I guess it's official. I guess there's no ceasefire, and we're right back to where we started. Yay! Great. I didn't. What was our poll was 90-10 earlier. 90% of you guys thought that the ceasefire wouldn't last. So it doesn't sound like anybody actually thought this was going to last to begin with, but we did think it was going to last longer than at least the live stream, right? Nope. What do Americans think of New Zealand Trade Minister Winston Peters meeting Marco Rubio and others looking to form a mineral deal with the United States? Yeah, what's wrong with that? We're allies with New Zealand. We do a lot of military training with Australia and New Zealand. I don't see any problem with that. A trade deal? Sure. Why not? That's the kind of stuff I think is cool. I'd need to see the context of it, but yeah. We have a good relationship with New Zealand. Or we did before we destroyed the oil markets for Asia. I don't know how they feel about us right now. I got to imagine gas prices are brutal in New Zealand right now. But before that, we did. Before that, we had a good relationship. Please check your couches and under your car seats. The Pentagon has misplaced $2.5 trillion. And it's reported U.S. is insolvent. How can this be winning? We talked about this last week. Yes, the United States is bankrupt. So it's not good either. As a Marine, we don't claim that little bitch at the beginning. See, this is what I told you guys. I fucking told you. Yeah. You think Trump is planning to bring the U.S. down? I don't know, man. It's hard to say no at this point. But who knows? Oh, our boy Jesse's in the chat, or was. All right. Jesse said, I'm going to be in the studio. Oh, shit. I didn't see this. Yeah, let's do it. Let's get him on. You guys want to get Jesse in here? Why not? I'll do that. Let's send this to Jesse real quick. All right. Oh, whoops. I guess I could share that. It's just an email. Just the podcast email. But I don't want you guys. I don't want you guys jumping in the into the stream. I don't know if you're still in here, Jesse, but I just sent you. Let me text him. Let him know. Is Jesse still in the chat? If he's in the chat, he's just going to join, but I don't know if he stayed. All right. Text him. We'll see if he shows up or if he's still here. We'll get him in here, see what he thinks. All right, we're going to keep moving though. Got to keep getting through these. Yeah, Jesse, if you're here, I just sent you a link to the lobby. Oxlong_Mike says, COVID jab denier, United States Marine Corps. After 4 years, I'm still thinking about joining back up after I get my DD-214 and back pay settled. Long live the infantry. Hey, dude, I'm all about it, man. I'm all about it. If you had the guts to stand up and say, oh, there's Jesse. You had the guts to stand up and say, what up, Jesse? Real quick, let me finish this. You had the guts to stand up to the military and say, kick me out if you didn't get the COVID jab, but you still want to come back in and get your back pay, then I'm all about it, man. What up, brother?
What's up, dude?
Well, we were just talking about the insanity of the day from going from we're going to nuke Iran to a ceasefire to the ceasefire being broken within about 32 minutes of this stream. So we're not sure.
The broken ceasefire is supposedly Iran shot missiles at Israel, right?
Yeah. Well, from the sounds of it, is like Iran never agreed to a ceasefire. So, but Donald Trump said there was a ceasefire, and then Iran was like, "Nah, we're still bombing you guys." So I guess I'm not sure where we're at now. If are we gonna obliterate Iran now? I mean, because there's no ceasefire, or
at least Israel didn't nuke Iran and pretend it was us. That was.
So I told everybody, tell everybody your theory. I said this isn't mine. Jesse actually thought about this. But when you said that earlier, I was like, oh, shit.
When I was looking at the, at the chessboard, it's like, okay, so, Trump has said this a bunch. He keeps on putting these hard deadlines. And it's like every parent knows this rule. Like, don't ever say, if you don't turn in your homework, I'm taking your phone for a week, and then not take the phone for a week if they don't turn in the homework.
Like the false threat.
Exactly. You have to follow through with threats. And as soon as you start on as soon as you make that mistake one time, now they're going to they're going to call you on it. They're going to make you do it. And you're going to have to escalate to what you're going to have to follow through on to make them fear you. And anyway, so I mean, it was just a cycle that got us all the way to where I'm ending your civilization. And I'm looking at it. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, dude, he just literally claimed responsibility for whatever nightmarish thing happens in Iran tonight. So it wouldn't need to be him.
Yep.
And I'm like, so why, if you're Israel, why wouldn't you do it? And then just go, you own the media too. And it's like, Donald Trump is taking credit for the, the tactical nuke that was used on Tehran tonight. It's like, what an unbelievably courageous decision that he made. And you're like, oh, nice.
Yeah. Yeah, because he already put the threat out with the deadline. And it's like, if that happens, he can't then be like, no, it wasn't us. It's
Yeah.
like, well, what are you talking about? You said you were going to do it.
Yep.
And then you did it.
Yep.
So, I mean, what do you think? Where do things go from here? I mean, are we just right back to where we were?
It depends on what's really going on. Clearly, very much, especially whether whoever's negotiating in Pakistan, if they're operating in good faith, which I'm sure they are, they abstained from the UN resolution. There was like a UN resolution that we put forward that was like, the UN stands against the Strait of Hormuz being closed, and China and Russia were like, fuck you, dude. You work this shit out.
Right.
With,
it's not close for us. What the fuck are you talking about?
You killed their guy, dude. This is not like they didn't do it for no reason. But yeah, so Russia and China vetoed, and all the people that you would Colombia, I think, vetoed also. There was one other South American country, but
Cuba, I'm sure probably did, because we're threatening to invade them. So,
and then Pakistan abstained. So I mean, like that would indicate that they are taking a neutral stance to negotiate. But again, there's just no way to know what's going on, because you're like, if no one is speaking to anyone in Iran, and Iran has been pretty cagey with what they put on social media. Like, I don't even know if it's true when I see that it's like they told Trump to fuck themselves or fuck himself. And I'm like, that's probably true. But I mean, I don't know where to look to see what they're actually saying. You know what I mean?
So they do have like the Iran Daily News, which is, I think, they're one of their main actual PR that they put out. That's what we thought maybe the ceasefire was going to. I'll show you this. I don't know if you saw this, but Trump put hold on, I gotta get back to present screen. Lost it. Trump put this was his statement when the ceasefire was going to start, right? This might not be a little bit hard to read here. Let me see if I can zoom in. This is not.
Oh, I remember what it's. Yep.
But anyway, down here, I mean, he talks about the peace plan and all that. But he says right here, we received a 10-point proposal from Iran and believe it's a workable basis on which to negotiate. And then we showed this to the chat quite a few times. But then this is from Iran's actual PR account on X, and this is the 10-point plan that they said the United States agreed to. Now,
withdrawal of U.S. combat forces from the region, does that mean all of our bases?
Have you? You haven't, dude. You haven't seen? Have you seen this?
No.
This is the 10-point plan. Donald Trump said that it's workable. Look at these: commitment to non-aggression, continuation of Iran's control over the strait, acceptance of uranium enrichment. So,
is this real?
The nuclear bomb. Yes, this is the 10-point plan. And Trump, I just showed you, Trump literally said it in his fucking post. That's what I mean, are looking at this being
specifically. Is it like it's
verified? Well, this isn't new. This has been Iran's 10-point plan. They've had out for like weeks. They've said this is the only way that we are going to agree to a ceasefire.
And that's from April 7th too. So I was going to say maybe there's a new one, because this is a pretty withdrawal of all U.S. combat forces.
Look, 4:12 p.m.
Oh, yeah, I see.
This is right. This was right after Donald Trump announced the ceasefire, lifting all sanctions, primary sanctions, secondaries, listing all sanctions, payment compensation to Iran for everything we've destroyed. So that'll probably be hundreds of millions of dollars. Withdrawal of all U.S. troops from the Middle East, and then secession of war, even against. So what? Oh, whoops. So the question to me is, okay, who is who here in Iran? Because if Iran, whoever that Iran is, but we do know Iran's leadership is super decentralized right now. Now that the Ayatollah has been killed, it's basically like 31 different provinces being run independently right now. So we may be talking to some leader, but then you also have these independent provinces who are like, nah, dude, there's no ceasefire. What are you talking about? And you also have to get Israel to agree to this. And like, why? If you look at that 10-point plan, that is the worst possible outcome for Israel.
I'm looking at that plan and thinking to myself, until I like, because there's the propaganda game goes both ways where, it's like the same thing. Oh yeah, we incredible mission and we rescued them, no problem, and we like lost a bunch of planes. And on the other side, it's like, Trump goes, yeah, we're taking a look at the tent, and they're like, hey, this is the 10-point plan. It's all Trump's gonna suck his finger and then stick a balloon up his ass. You know what I mean? So,
but I mean that has been their 10-point plan for weeks.
Yeah, no,
so
totally.
I don't think that's, I mean, who knows? We don't know. There was no, like, Trump said it's a workable 10 points, right? So,
yeah. But if he said that about
around,
if he said that about that 10 points, I didn't see a single point that was workable on there, really. Like that seemed like their fuck you. We're
it's a
doing this all the way.
Full scale surrender by the United States.
Yeah.
We got nothing out of that. There's not one positive thing for the United States out of that. If that ends up being the case, that's just us going, well, if you open the Strait of Hormuz, we'll give you everything.
Yeah.
And the Strait of Hormuz was open before the war started.
That's the thing.
So,
that's one thing I see people, they're like, oh, so, like throughout the day, when people who were concerned about a potential multi-million mass casualty event that was, threatened, and we're like, guys, I'm not down with this at all. And then when the news came out, they're all, oh, we got a ceasefire. And they're all, see, guys, like he knew exactly what he's doing. You're like, guys,
right?
What are you talking? Like, we avoided this thing that maybe was a bluff and maybe wasn't, who knows? Like, but there's no 4D chess here. Like, this is exactly what we were saying from the very beginning. This was a catastrophic misstep in the beginning of this thing, which as soon as they close the strait, there is no good way out of. Like, there's no good way out of. There's no scenario where we win something here.
Correct. Yeah, and that's why I said at the start of the show, one, we led with the show of I'm happy Trump chickened out and didn't fucking nuke 90 million people. Like that's good news. And then but then also it's like this kind of is like the best case scenario. I mean, for the United States to get out of this, where like we're going to leave the Middle East and we're going to leave everybody alone and they're going to reopen the strait and they'll control everything. Okay, for me, I'm like, that's a lot better than a protracted 20-year regime change war. You know, and I don't think we need to be in the Middle East anyway after 25 years of this shit.
And honestly, the thing is, let's say we actually did leave, which seems extraordinarily unlikely, but if we did. Yeah. It's like, it feels like you can run the foreign policy that we should have without all of those bases there. Because essentially the nuclear weapon, the nuclear weapon warfare thing is as simple as this. It's like, you can't touch them because I have nukes and I'll nuke you. And it's like, you don't need to fucking be there unless you're trying to overstep what are reasonable military alliances, just to kind of maintain and confirm commerce. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, but I mean, exactly what you just said. We already proved that with North Korea. We've proved that we don't need to go and facilitate some war because we were right on the brink of that. People don't realize how close we were with North Korea. I realized that because I was in 1st Special Forces Group when that war was about to kick off, and we were training and preparing for it. But
those guys are serious up there, right? Like the North Korean army would be like a really hard war, right?
Dude, the plan for because Army Special Forces was going to go in first to do like shaping operations and stuff like that, find targets and all this different shit. The actual plan, and I can't give you anything classified, but the actual plan we had in place was that 1st Special Forces Group, because we control Asia, we would deploy first, and the only way really in was to swim in like on dive teams from the ocean through sea mines just to get into the country, right? And then once in there, there's no evac plan at all. And we had suspected that once 1st Special Forces Group took 90% casualties, as in the entire group, which is probably close to 500-600 Green Berets. Once we were all dead, 7th Special Forces Group would backfill us. They would come in. Once they took about 80% casualty rate, 10th Special Forces Group would backfill them. And then they would take about 50%, but that would get the shaping operations complete for the conventional military to start coming in. And then probably they estimated probably like 20 million people would have died in that conflict because the DMZ, right? The DMZ, they can shoot artillery from Pyongyang to Seoul. And so that was psychotic to think about. But my point with that is, like, we figured out that we don't need to have a massive armada staged right off the coast of North Korea, like threatening to, attack them and bomb the shit out of them nonstop, because we both have nukes. And so we just go, okay, well, like, you do anything stupid, you launch a nuke, we'll just blow you off the map. And the same shit would happen for Iran. This is always, Jesse, this has always been the dumbest thing to me, is people say if Iran gets a nuke, they're going to use it on Israel. You're telling me that Iran is willing to have their entire country glass-lotted and 90 million people killed so that they can bomb Israel? Really? Because that's what would happen if they did. We would wipe them off the face of the map if they nuked Israel. So did that ever make sense to begin with, that Iran would nuke Israel or their allies?
Of course not. And the thing is this is not a hypothesis that's not tested. We've tested this hypothesis a bunch of times. When it was just us in the Soviet Union, and you were trying to limit proliferation in terms of you had the Western countries, obviously, and then you had the Soviet Union, you had like the UK, France, and then I think it's 63, you had China. But like the idea that these smaller countries, if they get nukes, it was like, oh man, it's going to pop off. They're going to nuke each other. Then Pakistan and India got them, and that did not happen. And at this point, North Korea had them all this.
They hate each other.
They hate each other.
Yeah.
And it's actually been tested and proven that human beings don't want to get nuked, and they don't want to get nuked so much that they're not going to nuke anyone. And so it's like it absolutely doesn't make any sense. But that's one of those hills people will die on, which is, no, they cannot be allowed to have a nuclear bomb because they're different. And it's like, yeah, but they're not, they're not.
Yeah.
They have a different culture. And I'm not saying they're good actors or whatever. I'm just saying, just because they have a nuke doesn't mean they're going to nuke anyone, because we'll nuke them. That's why us having a large stockpile and just having the alliances and not doing these conventional wars is, to me, seems like the move. But
yeah, well, I think the big problem is the money involved in conventional warfare, right? And you're seeing that right now. The money we are spending compared to what Iran is spending, right? The military industrial complex. And I always try to explain people this. When you hear the United States spent $500 billion on this war, what is that money goes somewhere, right? The taxpayer pays the money. Where does the money go? The money goes to Boeing and Lockheed Martin and Raytheon and all of the military industrial complex to pay for the bombs, to pay for all the weaponry, to pay for everything. So
I'm really curious
that demographic. Oh, I'm sure there. Yeah, I haven't looked at Raytheon. I'm sure we could pull it up, but
yeah, I'm just curious.
That's why it's so hard. Is like so many people get rich off of war. The American people don't, right? We get poorer and poorer, but like the defense companies, even the oil industry, dude, like Chevron, Exxon are making out like bandits right now.
Their stock went down. Their stock went down immediately when there was an announcement that there was an agreement. Because I was curious. I'm like, I wonder what that does for the oil companies. And it was, like Chevron went down immediately.
Oh, yeah, dude. Let's look at this. Raytheon has doubled in value this year. Yeah, look at this, dude.
Yeah, Lockheed's up 30%.
Raytheon was down at 113 April 21st of last year and was almost peaked at 212, which would have been doubled. Yeah, and is now sitting at 200. So that's just Raytheon for
in one year. Lockheed's up almost 50% too, and
doubled in value in a year, dude. Oh,
and look at this chart too. It started its big run and the beginning of December. So that's probably right when people started talking. They're like, all right, guys, because like by the time we, like civilians find out that we're at war, they know they're at war well before that. You know what I mean? Loading up. They're like, we're going to do this thing, and it's going to go great. You're like, no, it's not.
Think about this, Jesse. I was thinking about this the other day. Think about how big all these defense companies are, because we've been shit since World War II, right? World War One a little bit, but World War II is when the military industrial complex really became a thing as we transitioned tons of factories and manufacturing to the war effort, right? We realized big money is in the military industrial complex. What happens when there's no wars? The United States goes, okay, we are done with the conventional warfare all over the place. What happens to Raytheon and Boeing? Well, Boeing sells jets, but or sells, civilian aircraft, but Raytheon and like all of these defense companies, when we decide we don't need $1 trillion defense budget, we're going to drop this down and we're going to stop engaging in convention. They're all going to go bankrupt. They all go under because who's buying the bombs? Who's buying the weaponry? Who's buying the new guns? Like, who do they sell to? They can't sell to the United States military, so they all go under. And they're some of the biggest lobbying groups in Washington for our politicians. And so, like, they cannot allow the United States to be in a perpetual state of peace. And even after Afghanistan, when we've sort of pulled away from conventional conflicts, we still armed Ukraine. Right. So we spent $300 billion. And I tried to tell people we didn't send that money to Ukraine.
No, we sent them weapons.
We sent it to Lockheed Martin and Raytheon, and then they sent them weapons. Right. Yeah. So America's always going to find a way to, fucking be involved in wars, man. I just don't see how we get away from that.
I don't either. And it's funny because Gabrielle and I were doing an episode and we were talking about the moon thing, and the big like, is it real? Is it not real? Is actually, if you know enough, it's all based on the Van Allen radiation belt, because there are so many videos of all these NASA astronauts. They're like, yeah, you can't get outside of low Earth orbit because there's a gigantic ring of radiation around the Earth. Anyway, but I was like, I've said to Gabrielle, I'm like, honestly, I think that might be some extra, like that's their way of keeping. They're like, these motherfuckers are crazy.
Oh.
We got to keep them on planet.
South Park.
Like, we can't let these.
South Park did an episode, and that's the end of the episode. So the aliens come down and they have this big test where like they crash land a ship full of like alien gold and see if the American people, and then like the the alien police show up. Excuse me.
Is this new?
And they're like, hey, no, this is old. And the alien police show up and they're like, hey, did you guys see so-and-so crash land here with a bunch of alien gold? And the American people are like, nope, we didn't see anything. And it's like, turns out to be fake gold that the aliens just want to see what type of, how developed we are.
What are we gonna do?
And at the end of it, they decide humans are too fucking stupid to be involved in the Galactic Federation. So they do that. They put a giant like net around the Earth so we can't ever leave Earth. Right. So
that's exactly
that's a literal.
That's what I think it is. And so, and we were talking about, because I was talking about this. I'm like, they must like look at us. They're like, okay, wait, so look at all of this incredible technology and infrastructure that they built, and like, what are they using it for?
Look
they
how
use
they
it
use
to
it.
just kill each other. Like, why don't they just do it to make life easy for everyone? It's like, they must look so crazy to them. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, the reality, you start to realize we're just chimpanzees with
monkeys,
bombs.
Yep.
We're really not that far from it, man. And so with this one, again, I just my biggest thing, and I know you were like me, where it's like we need to just get the hell out of it. How do we get out of it where the United States going forward isn't just fucked forever? Economically too. I showed on we've talked a lot about this together, but I showed a chart, and the US dollar just fell to its lowest point in history as the reserve currency. We're down at like 39% now. Yeah, this week. So I mean, and we've tanked down from about 70% of the world's reserve currency. We're down to about 39% now.
When was it 70?
Back in, I want to say, I have it here. Let me pull it up. Hopefully I didn't close it. I might have closed it out.
This is the kind of thing that I don't like. I know kind of macro.
I closed it out already.
Yeah, it's all good. I don't like macro concept, but the finer detail, I wouldn't have a lot to answer. All I understand, that at a pretty fundamental level is like demand for currency equals value of currency. And if suddenly you're not trading oil in dollars, demand goes down, inflation goes up, and all of a sudden, you want a car that's it's a 20-year-old used car, and all of a sudden it costs $120,000. How many people are going to have cars?
Yep.
It's just one of those things that and then it causes hyperinflation, and then you have, I mean, it's very, very, very consistent. This always happens eventually. You know, I guess theoretically we could be on digital by the time it happens to us, and then it's like, oh, it's a $66 billion for this thing that you're buying, and you just tap it, and it is what it is. But I don't know, you know,
that's what happened in Venezuela.
Yeah, yeah.
In Venezuela, there was a period during that hyperinflation that from the time you walked to the grocery store to the time you left, goods would have doubled in cost. That's how fast. Yeah, that's how fast that the currency was spiraling. So, I mean, yeah, you're in situations where you walk into the grocery store and it costs like $1 million to get a box of Cheerios, and it's like the money doesn't even mean anything anymore in those like extreme hyperinflation areas. And it's like, we're not there yet, but
the aliens
we're also
right
not in a
now,
good place.
the aliens would be listening to this. They're like, the money never means anything, guys. You fucking idiots. It never means anything.
I know. That's another scary thing too, is for the global economy. You know, how do we, with the Strait of Hormuz and like the way if potentially it doesn't even open up to the West at all ever again, unless it is what Iran says, and that's, you got to pay $2 million per toll per tanker, and you got to pay in Chinese yuan. Those two things together, like if we put that on just that's the way it is forever for 30% of the world's oil from now on, I don't think people realize like gas prices ain't coming back down, dude. Like
that, and that's a big shift in a bunch of geopolitical issues in terms of economics. That's the thing, is this genie will never get put back in the box in terms of
I don't think
how
so
much power Iran has now, because they've proven that you can eradicate their entire military, and as long as the world is dependent on oil, they have the world by the balls, and all they have to do is close that strait. And simple as that. It's like everybody always knew that was the case. I don't think that people ever know for sure until something is put into practice. Like, I think my dad actually convinced me that the best thing that ever happened as it relates to nuclear weapons is the fact that we actually dropped the bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, so that people saw what these weapons did. Because if we didn't, and we would have done the buildup, then it would have been a much more advanced exchange that actually could have led to like the end of civilization. And like, this is one of those things, this has been right there. Everybody always knew, but now they've actually closed the Strait of Hormuz. They saw how easy it was for them to actually keep it closed. And now I don't know how you can't put that genie back in the bottle. Why would they not flex that muscle? You know what I mean?
Wait, why would they reopen it to the United States after this?
Only with terms that are like,
well, yeah, with that 10-point plan, of course they're gonna, but they also control. They get in that 10-point plan, they maintain complete control over it. So it's like, if the United States, you want to fuck around again, all right, watch this. We'll immediately, now to your point, it sort of guts the United States on the world stage militarily, which I really pisses me off as a veteran, right? To watch the fact that our military has been embarrassed this way. But what it shows is like, it's like an emperor has no clothes situation, to where how the hell is the United States ever threaten Iran again? Right? How do
they
we
have
ever,
to threaten
okay,
with
if Iran
stuff
is
like that?
Like, hey, guess what? We're building nukes. What are you going to do about it? Oh, we're going to come stop you. Okay, watch this. Strait's closed.
Yep.
You know, and if I'm Iran, bro, I am building a nuclear weapon as fast as I can build it.
You and I had that conversation the week that they closed it. That's exactly what I said. I was like, why would, like, there's no, like, this is the end of them getting bullied now. They've stood up, they've proven that they have a strategic positional advantage on the global economy that is just, they can do what they want to do now. I actually don't think that they're going to, I don't think that they'll be unreasonable in terms of like, I don't think that all of a sudden there's going to be all these terror attacks all over the place. I think they're just going to build a nuke so that they are among the other superpowers that have them. And then they're just like, yeah, now you can't fuck with us anymore. Everybody wants nukes because no countries with nukes get invaded. I mean, it's just security. It's all it is. It's like insurance.
But you know what it's also going to do is it's going to start a nuclear race in the Gulf. Because if Iran's going to have them, Saudi Arabia wants to have them, UAE wants to have them. These are rich fucking countries that can develop them if they need to, right? Yeah. Kuwait probably won't worry about it. They're tiny. But, you know, some of the bigger Gulf countries, if you're Jordan, if you're Turkey, If you're, Iran, if you're Saudi Arabia, everybody's racing for them, because now, again, you don't want to be the one country that doesn't have them, because
it's true.
we've already shown, especially in the Middle East, right? What did we do?
Yeah.
What, like Gaddafi, he gave his up. Then what did we do? Right? Well, he got sodomized
He had a
with the
bad
bayonet.
end, dude. Yeah.
Right. And then look at Saddam Hussein. Look at Assad. Like, we've shown that if you don't have nuclear weapons, like especially in the Middle East where there's oil, then we're going to come fuck with you. And so I think you're going to see a mad dash across the entire world after this, which is like, and we're talking about nuclear proliferation. This might be the worst possible thing that's ever happened to the earth when it comes to, slowing down nuclear proliferation, because now everybody's going to want them. Why would you not? Or maybe it's the best possible thing for global peace. If everybody had nukes, then nobody can attack anybody.
Yeah.
But it's also it's also bizarre. Sorry, real quick, but bizarre to see of like, even countries with nukes oftentimes don't use, like, Russia's not using them on Ukraine. It could. Right. So like, there's still even that deterrence of like, because what's going to happen if Russia starts dropping nukes on Ukraine, then we start dropping them on Russia and the spiral kicks off. But I don't know, man. I just think at this point, like you said, how do you put the genie back in the bottle at this point?
I don't think you do, in terms of Iran's status in the region. Like, because honestly, to your point, it's like, what if they were just like, yeah, we're not going to open it? I actually think at a certain point, if they really did refuse to open it, we're going to start doing actual barbaric stuff. Like, I think that would spiral to where when you and I talked about this, when they were first talking about, America and Israel could potentially actually use nukes. And I asked you, I'm like, how would they do that? And you talked me through it, use a tactical nuke in an air, like you use a mass weapon, but on a less populated area. So you show you'll use them, but you only kill 1,000 people as opposed to 1 million. Like, I wouldn't have been. See, what I actually thought was going to happen tonight was potentially a ground invasion. Like, it makes it seem like it's going to be this thing, but actually he's prepping for, and then now it's a ground invasion. But I mean, if they really did choke the whole world of oil, I mean, that's not that dissimilar from attacking civilian infrastructure in their country, because that's what's going to happen in the other countries. Like, there will be a point where people start feeling justified. They're like, just nuke them, man. And like eventually it might happen.
Yeah, so me and Jesse, we had that conversation when I was saying, Jesse asked me if we thought we'd use nukes, and I said, well, we'll always start with it's breaking the seal, right? Like, hey, the way I figured we would do it is we would use a tactical nuke on those underground uranium bunkers, to where you're actually probably not even killing maybe a couple scientists, but they're probably all abandoned. You're not actually even killing anybody. You're using them on a remote location that's getting the world accustomed to the idea that a nuclear weapon has now been used. And once you get the world accustomed to it, okay, well, now the likelihood that's like, hey, we used one here. Okay, well, now we need to use one here. And then you can start to facilitate into the look, hey, there's nothing we can do. And the only options we have now are a ground invasion where 200,000 American soldiers died, or we got to Hiroshima this thing. Exact same excuse as we used in Japan. That was the excuse in Japan, right? It's like, well, and that was going to be true in Japan. We saw that with trying to take the islands in the South China Sea. I mean, we were losing 7,000 Marines on Iwo Jima. So it was like the threat of that was real, but that would be the excuse that we would use of like, well, it's one of two things. We have to stop Iran from having a nuclear weapon. So we either got to commit a massive ground invasion, 200,000 people die, or we can force them to capitulate with dropping the big one. So that's what my worry. And I still think we could get there. That's my worry with that.
I was watching Jack's video, or Black Scout Survival's video earlier, and he was saying that during the hours leading up to when the supposed ceasefire, that we were attacking the islands, like where they've got I think it's like the oil refinement or whatever they do for Iranian oil, that we were hitting those all day today. And
we bombed Karg Island again today.
Okay. But obviously before the ceasefire.
Yep.
So it's like, yeah. I don't really understand. I don't understand exactly like what is on Karg Island. I know it has to do with, their kind of, their own commerce with oil, but I don't know specifically what kind of infrastructure we're hitting there, but Yeah, I wonder how much that has to what is
Well, I think-
Iran's actual pain point where we could exert leverage against them without having to threaten to like flatten cities and shit. You know what I mean?
Well, the problem, Jesse, is that we've already leveraged all those things through sanctions for the last 30 years. So we've already, yeah, right. That's why Iran wants there's like 4 different sections of sanctions that they want removed. Iran has been dealing with American sanctions and all those pain points for 30 years and managing to still survive and be one of the main superpowers in the region. So like what I was telling the chat earlier is you remove all of those sanctions with all of that oil that Iran has and the fact that the Persian people are very, very, capable, brilliant people. Iran becomes the hegemonic superpower. Once we get rid of all those sanctions and they can freely sell that oil to everyone, all of our allies, and sell it at max prices. Dude, that country is going to be a mega superpower. And what would be nice is like they could be an ally to the United States, just like Saudi Arabia. Like they don't have to be an enemy to the United States. The only reason they are is because of Israel, right? Is Israel and Iran hate each other, so the United States has to be an enemy. But what's the difference between Iran and Saudi Arabia? I mean, you got this Shia Sunni divide there, but I mean, still, like, why could we not have good relationship with Iran? Why could we not have good relationship with China and Russia? We don't have to be like allies, but we could have decent relationships and have trade agreements and things like that. Do we have to be enemies with everybody?
There's always more money and prosperity in friendships versus enemies, and that's funny that you bring that up because I was actually about to film here is I was looking at some of the stuff around like on X about some of the things that Trump had posted. And one of them was, obviously the Easter post, everybody's kind of talked about that ad nauseum. But what I found on X was some of the kind of shills were responding to people who didn't like that Easter post specifically, when he's like, praise be to Allah and all that. And one of the guys like, and what's he do? Like, why is he, first of all, what is he talking about? And B, if he is just mocking them, like, why is he why is he mocking their religion when he's trying to make a deal? And the quartering, I looked and the quartering is on there, and he's like, oh, what?
That guy's a real winner.
He's a fucking moron, dude. I didn't realize he's such an idiot, he's like, he said something about, he's all, oh, what? Now you're crying because of the dirt. And this guy said something back, and he's like, actually, I think it's awesome to have a president that mocks Islam. Oh no, I know what it was. It's because the guy responded. He's like, that there are like millions of Muslim Americans, right? And Trump is the president of the United States. And Quartering goes, well, I don't think there should be any Muslim Americans. You're like,
wow, dude,
the fuck are you talking
Jesus
about, guy?
Christ,
and then the guy says, like, so you think it's cool to have a president that mocks Islam as a religion? And he's like, I do. I think it's awesome that my president mocks Islam. And I was like, I think I got to get this guy in a video, dude. That's so stupid that I think I got to get him, dude. Like, it's what the fuck are you talking about?
What if we said that about Judaism? We'd be canceled immediately, bro. Our accounts would be gone tomorrow if we said that shit about a specific religion. I don't feel that way about any. Everybody in my channel knows, and I'm like the most, I don't care what you are, and I know you are too. Like, I don't care, what are you, Muslim, you're Christian, you're Jewish, you're black, you're white, you're a Democrat, you're a Republican. I could not care less. If you're a good person, I judge you based off your character and the way you treat me and other people. That's it. So when people say shit like that, I'm like, what a disgusting piece of shit you are, dude. Like, that's the way you're looking at other people out there, and just dumb, right?
Yeah.
Just an entire demographic of people you just hate because of what?
Because you got brainwashed by the fucking media. You're like, dude, so what, you think that if your mom was born in this area, that would not be you? You'd be like some different person. It's like, it's literally just like, you can't have it both ways. You're like, oh, the woke people are so fucking dirty because they want to make it all about identity. And you're like, right, that is super dumb. And you're like, yeah, but I don't care if you mock, this thing. And you're like, okay, but now you're saying that anybody with that identity, what are you talking about?
Right. Dude? It's this identity politics. It's identity politics just the way you want it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? For the people you like.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, dude, it's wild out here, man. I don't know how anybody could look at, to me, your leader and this is whether you're in the military or anything like that. If I had a team sergeant or a team leader who walked out and gave a brief in front of the commander and talked like that, like, oh, we're going to go out there and we're just going to fucking kill everybody, praise be to Allah and all this shit, I would literally get drug out and probably UCMJ'd and demoted and potentially probably just get kicked out of my unit if I were to talk like that. And that's like a mid-level commander in the military. But the president of the United States is out saying crazy shit like that. Doesn't, you might think it's funny. Okay, that's fine. But like, to me, that's, the president is a professional position, right? And whether you agree with him or don't agree with him, he is there to act professionally and be good optics for the United States. And when you're out talking about committing war crimes and like killing an entire civilization of people because you think it's cool and funny, like, sorry, dog. Like, I don't know how you defend that. And that's for, I don't care who it is, whether it was Trump or whether it was Biden or Obama. I would denounce that if any of them fucking said that. It's just,
yeah. That was, I mean, that was the thing, is when that was my main issue in 2016. I just didn't vote, but that was my actual main issue in 2016, is because we had 8 years of Obama, and it was like, Obama was an incredible optic statesman. Like the way that he presented himself and carried it, like he's the one who like represents the United States. You don't have to agree with all of the decisions that he made or whatever, but it's just in terms of like, this is actually in terms of what the role is supposed to be internationally. This is the symbol of how the United States presents itself. That's why with Biden, I was like, how the fuck do we have this guy out there representing us? He can't even fucking walk on stage. It's like, come on, dude. Like, this can't be the president. Like, for the exact same reason. And it's the same issue. So when Trump got elected at first, I was like, guys, this is like I'm not saying the guy's got no place in society. He's obviously very but president of the United States. And obviously, you know, I came around to him. I voted for him twice, but now I'm back around to the very beginning where I'm like, what the fuck, dude? What are you doing? You know, like literally exactly where I started from the beginning. And then it just went like full circle where I'm like, I mean, he's funny in person, like, and charismatic on stage, but like, you're the fucking president, man. You can't say shit like this. And also, this is the worst negotiation in human history. Why are you putting deal terms on Truth Social? Like, the way that you do this is when you put things on Truth, that's not for Iran, that's for America. Like, you put on Truth what you want America to see. And then when you want Iran to see something, you slide it secretly through your Pakistani, intermediary. You make a threat that you know that they're not going to do, and you know you're going to hit them with. Like, you do a threat that is like, if you guys don't do this by this time, you know they're not going to do it, and then you fucking follow through once. And then
you don't say a word. You don't say a word.
Nothing
to the general
publicly.
Public about what you're
nothing
doing
publicly. Exactly.
I think I was thinking about this the other day. I think the reason why Trump in the sort of 2016 to 2019 period got away with so much of the way he talks and the shit he says is because things were objectively going well. The economy was very good in 2016, right? Like, there was a lot of things he was doing policy wise. We weren't going after Iran, right? We were actually drawing down. People don't realize we were actually drawing down a lot in Afghanistan. We had pretty much eliminated ISIS. I mean, I was a part of doing that in 2018, and a lot of success was coming from that. And so the American people are a little bit, and this is the way I never liked Trump. I never voted for Trump. My biggest thing was who he was as a person and the way he fucking talked. I never liked him. But I was willing to support his policies when I thought he was doing a pretty good job. Well, now everything's fucking garbage, dude. The economy is tanked. The inflation is ranking back up. Gas prices are out of control. We're in another foreign war with Iran that he promised he wouldn't get us into. There's no mass deportations of cartels or criminals. Nothing good is happening, and he's acting like a psychopath. So now you have a guy, all of those things we thought was funny before, people thought was funny. Now they're like, fuck this guy. Why? Because I can't afford fucking groceries. So it's not funny anymore, dude. So I think that's kind of that big transition that's happened of a lot of sort of the moderates or centrists that were like willing to support Trump. They were the first ones to abandon once like shit hit the fan and everything got crazy. That's kind of where I was as a moderate and as an independent. I know you're an independent too, where it was just like, okay, well, now shit's not good. Your policies suck and you're an asshole. So I'm not interested in this, man. Like, you got to have success for me to put up with your bullshit is the way I've always looked at it.
For sure. And the thing too about this current iteration and why this is such a headshot for him is that when you talk about food prices, gas prices, all of that stuff, a lot of times there are a bunch of factors that are all kind of coming together. And I've always actually thought it was funny when people are like, Biden, the egg prices are high. You're like, this fucking guy is literally trying to figure out how to stay awake past 11 a.m. And we're like, gas price, eggs price. You have any idea the number of factors that are going into like eggs and oil prices? And this time, Trump literally was like, I'm not even going to try to sell this fucking war to you guys. I'm not even going to do it. I'm not even going to pretend that we're doing it for anybody other than these motherfuckers right here. That if all I'd have to do is just go, how popular would it be for me to do something on behalf of those guys right now? Oh, the least popular thing ever. And I did something I directly promised we would not do for them. And now the them is boiled down to these people that you think that any of us would have voted for fucking Lindsey Graham or Mark Levin or all these people. You're like, this is who's running you now. And he did it on behalf of them and then got caught got his dick trapped in the biggest quagmire of all time, and then is spazzing out while all the prices go up, and everybody's like, that's your fucking fault, guy. There's no way to wash it off. It's like, these are decisions you made. Like you did this, you know? So that's why when people are like, oh, it's for, you know, maybe, hey, listen, maybe he's doing something that's like a bigger thing, bigger macro thing. I'm like, he might trip over his dick and land on a benefit at some point, but like, that's not what happened.
There's no plan right now, dude.
That's not what happened.
He is so deep and has no idea what to do right now. He is literally right now, it's throw everything at the wall and see what sticks. And that's why you're seeing in one press briefing, he'll be from the war's over to we're back at war to why aren't our allies helping us to we're leaving NATO to, well, now we're going to nuke them. Well, now there's going to be a ground invasion, but we don't need a ground invasion, but our Asian allies need to get involved. Like all in the span of 20 minutes, you'll have 17 different. Right. You'll have 17 different things that all contradict each other because I don't think he has. I think I've talked about this. I don't know if I was saying it to the chat earlier. I think this is the first time in his life that he's in a position where everyone hates him. He knows it, and he's got no way to talk himself out of the situation. And he's just, like you said, he's just his dick is in a bear trap right now. And what he used to be able to do was say crazy shit or blame it on everybody else. And that used to work. But now, to your point, everybody's like, no, motherfucker, this is your fault. You did this. And so I think now he's spiraling, man, which scares me anymore because when somebody like that is like spiraling and doesn't know what to do, who knows if he's like, the only way out is to push through. This is my worry with the Iran war.
That was my concern too.
My only way out is forward. And by that, I mean, I got to keep escalating this thing until eventually, you know, I've launched a massive ground invasion where I've killed 5 million people to regime change. Like I just got to keep just pushing through because I can't back up now.
Yeah.
That's my worry is that's where we're headed with this conflict is he doesn't have a way out.
I agree on he doesn't have a, but the thing about what I think he's experiencing that's a little bit different is like, I think Fox News has still got the like boomer generation, like the what's actually going on. They don't know. Like they literally 100%. Do not realize what's actually happening at all. And you know, like they're talking about, they're like, this is this incredible rescue of this downed like plane. You're all, I know, but
giant botched operation, dude.
And even that's still just one operation when in the grand scheme, we're fucked right now. And so is the rest of the world if we can't get the Strait open. And we've already we've destroyed their entire military and we still can't get them to do it. But and then the other thing too is I think that those people, like Elizabeth Lane is a good friend of mine, and and she said it perfectly. She's like, those guys just decoded him. She's like, they decoded him. They realized that if you just constantly heap praise on him and tell him how important he is and that he's doing this and doing this and doing this, he has an endless appetite for it. And so will do what he needs to do to continue to gain, like to have that, you're the Messiah, you're the whatever. And so I actually think that he is surrounded by those goofy, crazy evangelical peoples and they're like, President Trump, no one is brave enough to have done this. You are the only one. So I think his day-to-day experience, I think he doesn't realize the reality that like you literally, this whole coalition that you had 18 months ago is gone. Like, dude, is gone. Like fucking gone. You have
Yeah,
Fox News now, and
obliterated.
you've got these weirdos that are around you. That's what you've got, dude. And your Israeli handlers.
You've got Sean Ryan, Tucker Carlson,
Yep, gone.
Candace Owens,
Gone.
all
Alex
full
Jones.
fuck.
Alex Jones, 25th
Alex
Amendment.
Jones-
Yeah.
Alex Jones is like was one of the most hardcore pro-Trump, even up until before the war. Even the Epstein files. Alex, and I mean, I love Uncle Alex, but he had his blinders on, and he
So
goes,
did I.
It's everybody but Trump. It's everybody but Trump. It's everybody but Trump. And now even he is just like 25th Amendment, get him the fuck
Yeah.
out of here. So it's like, to your point, who's left? It's the Mark Levine, Ted Cruz, Lindsey Graham, Ben Shapiro, Laura Loomer, like
All the
that's
never
MAGA.
Trumpers.
Yeah.
It's all the
All
never
the
Trumpers.
Trumpers.
It's unbelievable.
And he's surrounded by him in his own administration. Pete Hegseth, never Trumper. JD Vance, Marco Rubio. I mean, you go down the line. These are like the biggest never Trumpers ever. Lindsey Graham.
Lindsey
Mark
Graham,
Levine, Ben Shapiro. These were all never Trumpers, and now that's MAGA. That's the face of MAGA, and it's like, dude,
it's unbelievable.
What is, to your point, that coalition, and you have to. You're so right about that. You have to have coalitions to win elections.
Yep.
And so the right did have that coalition. They had sort of the moderates, they had the neocons, they had the America First, they had the far right, and you could build that coalition, and they don't have it anymore. And the left's struggling too with the coalition, right? Because you have the progressives that are fighting the blue MAGA, but I think they're going to be able to, what they can do is they can rally around anti-Trump.
Oh, for sure.
So all the Democrats will build that coalition. Like, they're going to bitch at each other, right? We showed a clip of Hassan talking about how he won't vote for Gavin Newsom and stuff like that. But I think when it comes down to it in 2028, Democrats will bond together and they will all vote with their candidate, whether it's maybe not all of them, right? But if it's Gavin Newsom, they'll come out and vote for Gavin. If he ends up being the choice, right? Gavin Newsom versus JD Vance, they're going to show up. And the old MAGA coalition is going to be like, nah, I'm good, dude.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. They won't get us. Like they won't get like the whatever crew I think of myself in. Like, the Democrats won't get us, but we're also not showing up on the other side either at all.
No,
like,
I'll just vote third party for Thomas
yeah.
Massey or somebody like that. You know?
It's like I refuse as a grown up now to buy into the idea that my vote is wasted unless I vote this or that, because that is the fundamental reason that the entire country is broken, and I'm not going to participate in it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Dude, I 100% agree, man. I've been that way that's why I didn't vote in the last 3 presidential elections.
That's why I didn't vote in
said,
2016.
No, I'm not like Donald Trump or Hillary Clinton. No, thank you. Joe Biden or Donald Trump. No, thank you. Kamala Harris or Trump. No, thank you. I mean, I can't even, let's see. Last time, what did I vote for? I think I might have voted for Romney in 2012.
Dude, Obama McCain broke my goddamn heart because I really loved Obama in 2008. And I had my whole, like, when I first was like old enough to actually care about, I've always been an independent, and I watched McCain, and back then I was like, I trust that fucking guy. And then they ran against each other, and I was like, oh my God, I don't know what I'm going to do. Dude, that's the only time I've ever felt like I liked both fucking candidates.
Not me, bro. I tell the chat, I'm honest about my background. I was never like hardcore MAGA because I didn't like Donald Trump. You know who I wanted? I'll be honest. I've never said this. In 2016, do you know who my guy was? This is so embarrassing to say this. My guy in that election was Ted Cruz.
Wow.
I wanted that. Ted Cruz was my guy. I used to watch Ben Shapiro. I was a fucking staunch Republican, dude. I watched all Mark Levine. I used to watch him as well, right? Fox News.
I used to watch a lot of Ben Shapiro.
I believe.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I know, I'm not, but I'm honest, guys. I'm not gonna like pretend that I somehow was always this. Not that I'm saying you're pretending, Jesse. I'm not saying that. I'm saying me personally. I'm not the type of guy that's gonna be like, I always knew better and I was an independent or like, no, I didn't. I was, I gradually got here by just watching what was going on around me and just watching the Republican Party absolutely fail me. And my break point was this. I told Aaron Love, my buddy Aaron Love, we just had on the show. We were talking about when Donald Trump got elected. I was really fed up with the Republican Party already at that point. But I said this. I said, look, Republicans have complete control over the House, the Senate, the executive, and the Supreme Court. If we don't get everything that we want, I'm fucking out and I'm done. And within like a month of the administration, you started seeing the writing on the wall. The first 12-day war with Israel, Israel and Iran, I went, yeah, I don't know about this. And then the economy's not great. And then the Epstein files, that for me was the final nail in the coffin where I was like, oh. Now, I left the Republican Party well before that, before the previous election. But I was still willing to give Republicans a chance. But then I watched, you got complete control of the government. You know how many bills Republicans have passed? Like 4 in a year and a half? With complete control of the government, they've got literally nothing done. Nothing.
What are their priorities? Like, what do they want to get done? And, it's like
I don't know. I don't
remember,
know.
Yeah, that's the problem. And that's the same with Democrats. What are you guys trying to do? It's like,
remove Trump.
Well, yeah, exactly. That's his
that.
unifying thing is that. And like,
I think a big problem right now is also we don't talk about issues anymore. We don't talk about bills being voted on. If you actually go back, to the Obama days when you had a president who his biggest controversy was when he wore a tan suit or when he wore a bicycle helmet, right? That was the biggest controversies that Obama had. We actually talked about policies that Obama wanted to have and
universal health care, all that stuff. Yeah.
Whatever that was the things that was talked about, that was debated on. We don't talk about it anymore. We don't know. Do you know what's going on in Congress right now? We follow.
Yes, I
shit,
do.
Right?
Nothing. I do know nothing. Fucking nothing.
But you know what I mean? Like, what are Republicans trying to pass forward on bills right now? Or Democrats? What kind of bipartisan work? I couldn't fucking tell you. I've got no idea what they're up to. And that's a big problem, is that all we're focused on is how psychotic this guy in charge is and all the crazy shit that's going around with the Epstein files and the war, that Americans have no idea. And then Congress doesn't have to do shit, dude.
Exactly.
Because nobody's paying attention. Nobody knows what's going on. I think that's a big problem too. Is huge. As Americans, we have no idea what our government is even doing anymore. And even mainstream media used to be able to tune in and be like, all right, what we're talking about, Obamacare or whatever policy that's being voted on. There's none of that anymore, man. It's just, we've become this weird reality TV show with our government.
Man, I would be. So I've had a couple like really heavy psychedelic experiences where I kind of ended up like having this transcendent view of how everything fits together. And I remember very vividly that I would be so fascinated to go into whatever the world that was and understand how that happened. What you just described. How did we go from there to here? Because every time that I had that, I mean, I have like 2 in particular. One of them one was in 2020, right at the height of the pandemic. And I just literally was like, I got such clarity.
I think that's when it kicked off, dude. I think that time I think that time period is when everything got just insane.
I mean, for sure,
we didn't work our way back out.
But how did we get to where no one even talks about policy? Like, and people just take for granted that that's not what the game is anymore. It's like now the game is something else. And like, because I would say like, I mean, I'm aware of it, but now that hearing you say it the way that you did I'm like now very aware of how that feels like this is the end of an empire type of indicator to me, where you're like, what are we even doing? Like, what is all of this?
I think Buff Like Jesus has got a good point here.
I agree with that. Yeah.
Social media has had a huge impact on this, because even Trump term 1, we were talking about things like, hey, trying to get the border wall passed and the Keystone Pipeline. Like these were actual things and big policy things that were being debated on, talked upon, tried to be figured out. How do we get bipartisan support on these different things in Congress? And your point now, it's like, dude, I don't know what the hell they're doing. And I don't think and to your point, I don't think they're doing much. Yeah. Like, the government's been shut down or partially shut down for like 6 months now. I mean, between total and partials, it's just like, I don't think they give a shit. I don't think any of the politicians give a shit either.
You know what's interesting that's directly connected to this topic, and I will give credit, at least in terms of the border. It seems like there's been drastic kind of impact on, what's going on at the border, just as one example of something that's happening. But like one thing I was just thinking about is how like what's the right way to put this? So like put that up again. Actually, I literally just I had it and then I lost it, and I will remember in a second. So
the politicians only care about getting rich now.
Well, yeah, that for sure. That for sure.
That's the only one I had up.
Fucking A, dude. It was like, man, I literally just went on a tiny I had a tiny tangent and then lost the entire thing. That never happens.
It happens to me all the time, dude. That happens to me all the time with my TBI brain.
Yeah, I'll get it. I'll get it though. It'll come back.
It's gonna come back to you. It's gonna come back, like reach around, like really a little reach around
in like 10 minutes, and we'll be completely off.
And you
on
go, oh
something
shit.
else. Yeah,
Yeah,
for sure, dude.
Hey, I think we could do like 5 more minutes. Then I got to do the rest of the supers, and then I got
I'm gonna
get out of here. So
I'm gonna go to bed. Yeah.
And I know you got to film too, so maybe we just cut it off here. That way we can get out of here.
Yeah.
But hey, yeah, thanks for jumping in, bro. I saw
Yeah,
your super
man.
and I was like, oh shit, I didn't know.
Yep.
So yeah,
All
hell
right.
yeah, dude. All right,
Have fun.
Thanks
All right,
for
guys.
jumping in, man. And
For sure.
I'll text you.
All right, guys. Later.
All right. Thanks, Jess. All right, guys. Let's we had a little sidetrack moment there in the supers to bring Jesse on, but you know, we love Jesse. Jesse's my boy, so anytime he wants to come on, he's always welcome. One of my good friends. So all right, let's stock market zooms tomorrow. Maybe not that the ceasefire's already broken. I do think that the stock market's probably going to rip tomorrow until people realize, like, oh shit, there's no actual ceasefire. But you never know, dude. You never know with the markets, right? Here's the thing: everybody's going to think it's going to rip, and potentially it's going to tank, right? You never know. The market's scary. All right, well, we knew where we left off because Jesse left that one. All right, let's work our way through here. Oh no, we did this one. Yeah, awesome, dude. Good luck to you. You know, I don't know if you're still here, but if you get back in, you know, do your thing, brother. All right, thank you, Jay. Appreciate it. Good looking puppy dog right there. Did you see Trump's latest Truth Social post? Nah, he posts them so fast. Who fucking knows? I don't know. I'm sure I'm going to see them on Instagram or Twitter once I get off and see the insanity. So here we go. I'm sure it'll have something to do with how Iran broke the ceasefire. Oliveira says, I'm just going to wait for the Iranian Lego movie to come out and confirm if this is true. Yeah. Watching from Sydney, Australia. Yeah, that's kind of the best way you can often do it, is just wait for the Lego movies to see see Iran's response. Thank you very much. Wasn't Trump a Dem turned Republican? Yes, he was. He was a Democrat his entire pretty much his entire life up until he ran for president. Yep, New York Democrat. Newfoundland says, Nate, you are like me from 2 years ago politics. I hope in 2 years you can join the British Empire Revival Cope gang. Love the stream tonight. Good job. Thank you. Nah, I'm in America, boys. I've said this before. I'm going down with the ship. This is my country. I love it. You know, if we burn in, I'm burning in together with y'all. There will be no moving to foreign countries. I saw Nick Fuentes talking about how he's going to move and all these things. It's like, nah, dude. Oh, if I see a lot of people saying if Democrats win in 2028, they're going to leave the country. Not me, man. I'm here. I'm here for the long haul with all you. I got nowhere else to go. All right, watching from Salem. Hell yeah, dude. That's you're not very far. You're about 30 minutes north of me. Hell yeah. Trump surrendered. What world do you live in? Your channel's. Oh no, another retard. Oh no. This guy, hold on, let's pull this up. This guy thinks that this is winning. Look at this. Let's pull it up. This is what he thinks winning looks like. This is winning. Here we go. That's winning, ladies and gentlemen. Oh boy. Could you imagine thinking that anything in that 10-point plan that Donald Trump has supposedly agreed to is a win? He paid me $20 just for me to call him a dumb fuck. Wow. And for the entire chat to laugh at him. Oh, that's rough, man. What a humiliation ritual for somebody like that. You know what I mean? He thinks it's going to be a clever comment, and then the entire chat immediately drags him and laughs at him. It's like, oh, look at the chat, dude. Oh, buddy. Tough one. What do you still do? Like, you're here trying to defend Trump on my channel? Have you even tuned in the last year and a half at all? Jesus Christ, dude. Holy shit, man. All right, Roy says, now scariest part about this for me, an immigrant from a socialist dictatorship, is that there are too many times I felt shit I've seen before. Ooh, I've seen a lot of immigrants that have come from communist and socialist countries say this exact same thing. You're seeing the move towards authoritarianism and fascism for sure. Deep South Sadist says, this is my first super chat ever. Well, I feel honored. I love your content. Your perspective is insightful, knowledgeable, and hilarious at times. Keep up the great work, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I'm honored that I was your first. The dude says, love the channel. Thanks for helping bridge the divide between the right and left. As a lefty deadhead, I've said for years that we all agree on 85% of the issues. So the point, you're either good or evil. Thanks, bro. Yeah, 100%. If, like, again, especially with populist left and populist right agree on a lot. We just can't get an agreement on how we want the policy to look going forward. You know, if we could ever do that, we could ever have the populist left and populist right actually unite together. Oh, the country, the uniparty would be in big trouble. But I don't know how we're gonna ever get somebody that can really bridge that divide. I do my best, but you know, my platform is not big enough to unite the whole country. So HH60 says, as a former Navy AW for 8 years, I've discussed the rescue operation with some of my PJ and AW friends, and that story didn't make any sense. Definitely a failed CIA op. Well, according to Aaron Love, who did 20 years as a PJ and knows all of the people involved in the rescue, he's the one that came out and told us everything that happened. I'm going to say, you're probably wrong. I'm going to trust the 20-year Air Force PJ, not the random Twitter accounts. So there's that. You guys can believe whoever you want. I don't tell what you to believe, but I go to the experts. And when it comes to pararescue, Aaron Love is the expert, not you and not me and not anybody on Twitter. So I go with what Aaron says when it comes to CSAR. That's the way expertise works. Again, or you could go believe some random account from India on Twitter. That's up to you, brother. Trump is a lost ball in tall weeds. Yep. Never ever trust anything Trump says. He'll agree to something today and change his mind tomorrow. Iran shouldn't trust him either. If he can lie his voters, he'll lie to anyone. Yeah, well, that's a good point. Yeah, and I don't think they do, which is why apparently they're still launching missiles. Again, yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see. Got that one already. Thank you, Brett. Six Mom says, I feel bad for the people who are just now figuring out that Trump is a con man. It's the one thing I appreciated about him. If you listen to him, he told you all the time, this is why I never voted for him. Ex-Republican here. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. The crazy thing about Trump is, like, none of this is surprising. He told us everything from the last 30 years. I mean, even about being a pedo. He said all of it right to our faces. We just didn't pay attention, I guess. Well, like my mom says, you know, my mom's a Democrat. She's been anti-Trump from the very beginning. And, you know, she said to me the other day, she was like, I told you the entire time. And I was like, you know what, Mom, you were right. You had him nailed to a T the entire time. Just like that. She would say this type of shit all the time. Yep. He had it nailed. All right. What did Aaron Love say? If you watch my video on what happened with that, it was botched mission by JSOC for the recovery where we got 10 fucking aircraft destroyed. That is from Aaron Love. He is the one that told us what happened. And coming from probably people involved on the operation. Okay. And again, that was not a success. Do not let Fox News trick you into believing that CSAR mission was a success. That CSAR mission, thank God we got the pilot out, but that was massively botched by JSOC. Huge fuck up all the way around. So again, that's not Aaron Love is not giving you some honky MAGA story on that. He's giving you the truth. We fucked that up and we got 10 aircraft destroyed and we almost got a bunch of PJs killed in the operation because JSOC fucked it up so hard. So yeah, that's what I said. Do not let people trick you into going with some bullshit story that exonerates Trump from his failures and his war crimes. Okay? That's what they're trying to do to you. You turn it into this, CIA, fucking special operation, uranium enrichment raid. No, that makes Trump look 1,000 times better. And I'm not going to allow that on my channel. I'm going to keep him accountable for his fuck ups and his war crimes on this channel. Okay. That's just the way I'm going to do it. I'm not going to put up with anything else than that. All right. I'm not letting him off the hook for his failures and embarrassing the military. It's not going to happen on this channel. Do you have any issues with someone that didn't serve buying and wearing your merch? No, why not? It's not military merch. It's America First, America Only, Valhalla VFT merch, man. You're supporting my channel. Feel free. Has nothing to do. My merch has nothing to do. I've got Munchkin merch, dude. Now, I guess Munchkin dressed up as a Green Beret, maybe, but and military tactical equipment. But like, no, we got merch with my cat in it, dude. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. There's nothing military related in my merch. Let me see. So POTUS is a shitbird. Yes. Nate, I'm late. What are your thoughts on this? I ETS in 5 months. Well, you'll be fine. You're on your way out. You're not going to eat any deployments or anything like that. So you're in a good spot right now, probably. Hopefully, unless you get stop lost. If you get stop lost, that's not going to be good. So hopefully you make it out before you start a ground invasion. Thank you, Coach. I think Iran hacked the Epstein files. I hope so. God, I hope so. That'd be nice. Super sticker. Thank you. Taco. Tuesdays were prophesized in the Quran. Okay. The war will end the day after Barron sells his oil. That's a great joke, and it's also true. It's also true that he is getting enriched off his dad with insider training. So there's that. Ever work with Canada's JTF2? I did military freefall jumps with them a few times, not operationally, not like in combat or anything like that, but I've trained with them. Yeah, I've done some military freefall stuff with them before. But that's the extent of it. But yeah, I have. Cool dudes, actually. I like the Canadians. And they get to have beards in their military, which is nice. Just saying. Thanks for keeping it real on your stream. Well, thank you, Shannon. That's a sick, look at this. World of Warcraft character. Looks like I'm going to say a priest based off of the shoulder garb here. Yeah, your boy Nate knows about WoW. I'm a nerd. You already know Nate's a nerd. Operation Big E's Fury, baby. Big E's Fury. Oh, I got it wrong. Mage from Nax. Okay. Naxxramas. Got it. Yeah, that was a close guess. Close guess. Maybe I don't know as much. Been a long time since I played WoW, but I did. Used to. Good. It was a good attempt by me, right? Okay. Let's keep moving. $4 super sticker. Well, thank you, Quantum. Appreciate you. Iran was the final citri on the clean break memo. Oh, country. Yeah, it was. I see what you're saying. I had to read the rest of it. Yep. Iran was country number 7 on the clean break memo. We talk about that a lot on the channel. It's very relevant. A lot of people don't even know what it is. So most of you guys know because you follow my channel what the clean break memo is. Clean break memo was the strategy designed by Israel, handed to Benjamin Netanyahu and brought before United States Congress that wanted us to invade and topple the regimes of 7 different countries. And those countries were Iraq, Sudan, Somalia. Wait, let me start over. Iraq, Libya, Lebanon, Syria, Sudan, Somalia, and Iran. Believe, if I remember off the top of my head. I think I'm correct. But yeah, that's number 7. It's the last one. It's the last one that's not a part of the Rothschild banking system as well. Something to think about. Bobby says, I agree with you, man. It was rhetorical. Sorry for the post. I hate that shit. Is going, oh, you're good, brother. You're good, brother. I agreed with you. I've agreed with you. I was just giving some context and how I thought. But yeah, man. All good, Bobby. All good, brother. Nate, this is a win. We get to cut bait on this ridiculous conflict before it escalates. Lindsay Ladybugs is kvetching. Laura Loomer is mega dosing on SRSIs. And our greatest ally is abandoned after forcing it. Yeah, so again, I said if this was the actual ceasefire and that was the way we were going to get out of the war, I was all about it. But it doesn't look like it's going to really pan out that way for us, which none of us thought it would anyway. But, maybe there's still hope. We'll see. Big Spider Mike says, JD Vance looks fabulous in drag and his stage name is Sofa Lauren. Why do you always find change in your couch? Because Vance always leaves a tip. Wow. That is a good JD fucks couches joke right there. Sofa Lauren Why do you always find change in your couch? Because JD Vance leaves a tip. Dude, I'm going to make a meme out of that and then post it on my Instagram, and I guarantee it goes viral. If you don't mind me stealing that. Wow. What a good, clever joke, dude. And I know you didn't steal that because that's so unique that and so perfect to JD Vance. That's a good one, man. I'm actually gonna probably steal that and make a meme from it if you don't mind, because that's one of the funniest JD Vance jokes, if not the funniest JD Vance joke I've ever seen, and just perfect. Well done. Okay. I work for DHS, and honestly, man, anyone who's still MAGA is cooked. They're 1,000% of the problem. It shows we need a makeover of the one-party duopoly. Yeah, the uniparty's got to go. I agree with you on that, brother. Thank you. Yeah, baby says, I don't believe people need telling we don't belong anywhere near any of this. Another generation of American youth do not deserve to be dragged through this. Thank you for service then and now. Yes. And that's why we as veterans have to be outspoken about these things. We have to be outspoken about these things. Okay. We're the ones that already did it. We lived it. We understand what it does to the young soldiers to send them off to, fight and die in foreign conflicts and, give blood for sand and oil. And it's our responsibility to make sure that we don't haphazardly do that. Okay. It might, you might have to go to war. That's part of it, but we want to make sure it's a justified situation that we're in. I agree with you. Thank you. Iran, formerly Persia, we're all dimwits in the MIC, military industrial complex, uniparty out of history class. We're all the I see what you're saying. We're all the dimwits in the MIC uniparty out of history class. Yeah, probably. Or they don't care. Again, they just want to make money off of it. There is a long period of time when navigating the Strait of Hormuz where a ship is surrounded on three sides by Iran. That is how they can keep it closed without a navy. Yeah. We've also showed how they're using the sea mines and forcing all the ships through that tiny little corridor by the island of Hormuz. So yeah, they're smart. They were ready for us. For positive news, have you seen the new photos and videos of the moon? This moon mission has been a great distraction with all the horrible news. I have not gotten into the moon mission. I'd like to see it. But no, I haven't had the chance. I've been, pretty deep in trying to cover all this crazy shit that's been happening, but I am interested in seeing what's going on with that. Do you think Trump has ever been in a fist fight? No. Never. Not once in his entire life. Nate with a big $50 dono. Thank you very much. Says, hey, fellow Nate here. Hell yeah, bro. E6 Air Force active duty. I bought a house in Texas as a Florida resident. For the last 7 months, I have been bombarded by refinance companies touting my VA claim, trying to get me to refinance. Should be illegal. Yeah, you're going to get that. They nonstop with those. Also, no point to refinance yet because interest rates are still terrible. So yeah, I don't see them coming down, right? Part of the problem with high inflationary situations and a bad economy is that, we're not going to get into low interest situations either. So again, we covered a lot about the housing market tonight, and it's not great. But thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Dave, no comment. Thank you very much, Dave. Very generous of you for no comment. Appreciate you, brother. Unmanned Explorations, big $50 dono. Thank you. Also, gorgeous pick. Snowboarding is one of my big hobbies, guys. Snowboarded for how long now? 31 years I've been snowboarding. Not this year because there was no goddamn snow in the mountain in Oregon. We had no snow this year. Didn't really even have the mountains open. Bachelor was open for a little bit, but it says, just wanted to say, I appreciate your content and glad I discovered you. Have a couple gallons of fuel. Yeah. Good point. I could get like 1/3 of my truck. 1/3 of my truck filled up for this, but I appreciate it no matter what. It's still very generous of you. Thank you very much. And that's a beautiful picture. Where is that, by the way? That's awesome. All right. What the actual F says, as a former Tulsi fan, I am as well. Can you do a show on her lifelong cult membership in the Science of Identity Foundation Hysteria's YouTube show? This fucking guy did a deep dive on her. Some of us knew she was crazy for decades. I didn't know she was crazy for decades. I was a fan of her up until the election, actually, but I'll write that down because that's interesting. But she's a massive disappointment. I couldn't be more disappointed in a politician than I am in her. You know, I mean, you guys know Tulsi Gabbard sold merch that said no war with Iran. She sold no war with Iran merch, t-shirts. And now she's out here fucking supporting Donald Trump in the war with Iran. Like, what an abject disappointment that woman has been. Unlike Jill Kent, you know, who showed Tulsi Gabbard exactly how it's done. I hope that Tulsi gets karma for being a lying grifter for her whole career and Trump fires her. And soon. Because then she's hosed, right? Democrats hate her, and then she gets fired by Trump after she supported the war. Oof. See ya, Tulsi. See ya. You're cooked. Could have been a female president, probably. And just what a letdown she's been. And again, that's as someone that really, really liked her. Big fan of her. And, you know, as far as I could be a fan of a politician, right? Smokey says, just a nasty girl vet who never, that means National Guard for the civilians out here, not a nasty girl veteran. Okay. A lot of civilians probably saw that and were like, what the fuck? But yeah, National Guard guys who never deployed to combat, but the rhetoric around Iran sounds something I heard around the global war on terror. So tired of the same. God bless, brother. Thanks for what you do. Appreciate you. Thank you. I should have just left that and not said anything and watched so many people be like, what the hell is going on in the veteran space? You got nasty girl veterans? Okay. But yeah, that means National Guard, ladies and gentlemen. Chris says, and now does Trump snap tomorrow and carry out today's threats? Ah, yeah. Now that Iran violated the ceasefire, we got to bring the hammer down to punish them? I don't know. I think there's a possibility of that. Bobby says, Nate, we shut off our exports of refined products 40 years in the yeah, I know you've been in the oil gas industry for a long time. In the sea, oil and gas. Been this 2 day. Geez, Bobby, you've been drinking? Have you been drinking? All right, hold on. We shut off our exports and refined products 40 years in the oil and gas industry. I've been this today since 1991. Prove me wrong. I can't prove you wrong. I don't know nearly as much as the oil and gas industry as you do, brother. But I didn't know that we shut off our exports of refined products. Interesting. I wonder what does that mean? What does that mean for the United States as it pertains to us selling oil and gas to other countries? Be interesting to see, have you explain that. Because again, you know way more than the rest of us when it comes to the oil and gas industry. Thank you, brother. Hey, this might be a stupid question, but you're a gun guy. What is causing my AR M-lock rail to get overly hot around 100 rounds? Well, the barrel of your rifle is going to heat up the more rounds that you put in it through the kinetic energy that's heating up the rifle, right? And so it's actually the barrel itself that's heating up the M-lock or Picatinny rail or whatever you have around the barrel that's heating everything up. So like if you watch a machine gun, you can melt the barrel off of a machine gun if you don't cyclically fire it and give it time to cool down a little bit or change out the barrels. So the same thing for your AR-15. The more rounds you shoot, the hotter your barrel gets, and that's going to, since they're all metal, transition to your railing system as well. So that is why. Okay, winning, I hate it, so awful and shite. Has Trump had a TIA? I don't know. Trump asking for $1.5 trillion in the 2027 defense budget feels like that's how much things are going to cost when adjusted for inflation. That's coming our way. Yeah, that's just insane to increase the defense budget another $500 billion when we're already $40 trillion in debt. Let's not, please. Can we please be fiscally responsible as a conservative, right, who believes in fiscal responsibility, even though nobody else in the Republican Party or the conservative movement believes in it, apparently. But it would be nice if we could have real conservatives in charge. But we don't. Won't let me post about assets and rabid dogs. What? YouTube can be real wonky with what they allow you to post in these super chats, Tara. Sometimes you got to use code words and stuff. It's not much, but I want to give your support. Hey, man, very, very generous of you. Anything you give is greatly appreciated. You don't got to give anything, but I do appreciate it and showing the support, man. Never have to vote or never have to donate anything. Just having you guys here is good enough, right? But I do appreciate it. Thank you. Hate people saying we had to invade because they kill their people in our dictatorship, while the CCP has killed, organ harvested, laser camps, millions. Yeah, well, also think about this argument. Iran kills its own people, and so we have to kill their people. Does that make sense? No, it doesn't make any sense. Right? But yes, this is true. They're doing that to the Uyghurs. Or excuse me, Uyghurs. So yeah. And a lot of different places do that. Turns out. Thanks, Trump, for President Gavin Newsom in 2028. Oh God. I hope not. I hope not. If a Democrat's going to win, which I believe they will, please give us a better candidate than Gavin Newsom. Democrats, for the love of God, give me somebody that I'm not like horrified to have win, please. Democrats, you guys are. There's a 99% chance you're going to win. Please, give us somebody decent, for the love of God. Only one country has ever used a nuke in war. True. Didn't Ike warn us about the... Yeah. Yes, he did. Didn't Ike warn us about the military-industrial complex? He did. Yep. And then he was... wasn't he killed in the car accident right after he said that? I'm pretty sure he was. Maybe I'm misremembering that. But I thought he was, right? Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but or maybe it wasn't a car accident, but I'm pretty sure he was, Eisenhower. I'm pretty sure he was killed pretty quickly after that warning, wasn't he? Oh, that was Patton. I'm thinking of Patton. My bad. Conflating the two. Yep, you guys are right. Putting the two stories together. But Eisenhower did warn us about the military-industrial complex, yes. C says, I crank hog to your videos for far... Okay, let's restart here. I crank hog to your videos for way longer than the ceasefire lasted. I'll take that as a compliment. Okay. Look, man, whatever gets you guys off, this is typically not the platform for that, but if I do it for you, then, whatever. There's worse things, I guess. Somebody said must be the haircut. Thank you. I'll take that as a compliment. Thank you, Jake. Justin says the aliens didn't invade on Sunday like they said. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, the prophecy didn't come true. Neocon plan. Forever wars, keep straits closed, pump oil, energy, weapons to EU, Asia, and others. Use Venezuela crude to push energy outside U.S. tax regulation. Taxpayers screwed. Hey, I think you might be onto something there. It does look like that's the way that things are headed. And neocons would love that. The military-industrial complex would love that. The oil industry would love that. So who knows? But I think you're probably onto something there. J-Mag says, I bet our greatest ally tries to sabotage the ceasefire. What do you think? Incoming false flag. Is this deployed for time to rearm or legit? Thanks, Nate. Well, again, the fact that it doesn't look like the ceasefire ever was a thing to begin with, I don't know. So, but do they try to sabotage it? I think if that ceasefire was actually holding, I think they would try to sabotage it for sure. Because they're not getting any win out of that at all. So I wouldn't be shocked at all to see that. For sure. Turkey has nukes. The U.S. stores nukes at I can't even read that one. Inslick. All right. Trump willing to hold the entire world hostage, truly deranged. Agreed. Did Iran free the world of far-right Zionism? Not yet. No, not yet. That still has a lot of systemic control over the United States, for sure. Been working with my recruiter on an 18 X-ray contract. Wanted this forever. Then all this shit. Grappling with my options. Bleeding, into patriotism. Advice. Yeah, we get this question quite a bit. Excuse me. I've been talking for 4 hours straight. Get this question a lot. What I always say is, like, if you want to do a career in the military and Army Special Forces, anything like that, you really can't make the decision based off of the current politician in charge, because let's say you do a 20-year career, you might have 4 or 5 different presidents that you serve under. You never have any idea what's coming. So think of it this way. Say this was 2016. A lot of patriotism, and you were like, I want to join up. I want to serve. You did your 18 X-ray contract. You became a Green Beret. Now what? You're active duty. You're a Green Beret. Trump's president, and you're at war with Iran, right? And there's no way you could have expected that, right? So you just got to make that decision for yourself. It's something that you really want. The career is amazing. It's an awesome, awesome job. And I don't think you should worry about the politics behind it. Now, again, I have said recently that given the conflict we are currently in, which is out of control, maybe wait a little bit, right? But, a year from now, if things have died down and you want to do it, then yeah, man, go for it. Because again, you never know who's going to be in charge for your entire military career. So, but yeah, right now is a little crazy. I might wait a little bit. Santa Muerta devotee here, American citizen, have fun deporting my white butt to Mexico. No, I'm not trolling, freedom of religion, baby. There you go. Stowe the Poet says, how you think he got the presidency, Nate? He's been saying outlandish things since first term, walk down the street and shoot someone and still be elected, grab him by the... Yeah, you're right. I mean, that was... That's like Six's mom brought up. She was, like she said, he's been saying this shit the entire time, just people didn't pay attention, I guess. Or... he thought it was funny and thought he was being a jokester or whatever. And then you realize, like, no, he's just a unhinged psychopath. So now we know that. And like I said, it's not funny anymore. Like his jokes that used to be funny and the stuff he used to do on Twitter that was funny, nobody thinks that shit's funny anymore because, again, the situation is not good. So the class clown's not funny after he shits his pants. So there's that. All right, we have to have grace with our countrymen. Brainwash people do not know they're brainwashed. God bless you, gentlemen. Yeah, and that's why we try not to be too hard on it. I try not to be hard. That's why I'm not. I'll criticize the boomers here and there, but I just got to be better about trash and MAGA because again, we want to bring them over here. We want them to be part of the coalition. We want them to leave the insanity. Right. And typically just making fun of them for being dumb isn't the best way to do it. All right. So I'm working on it. I'm trying to be nicer to them specifically. Okay. But it's hard. Without gold backing, the dollar's value is sustained purely by global demand and endless wars to maintain global power. Military industrial complex maintains our currency. Yeah. In a way. And oil. And the petrodollar, those two things. But to your point, yeah, it's with fiat currency, it's all made up. Bobby says, I'm voting center, bro. I can't believe any of these people. Giant $100 donation. Thank you, Bobby. Yeah, but like I agree with you, Bobby. I'm right there with you. But like, who's our centrist candidates? That's like a good candidate. That's the hard part to figure out. Because I don't see any on the right. It ain't J.D. Vance. It ain't Marco Rubio. In the left, it ain't Gavin Newsom. Who's our options, guys? To Bobby's point. Who's a good... that's actually going to run, right? You got the Masseys, the Rokanas, the Rand Pauls. I don't think that any of them are going to run. Well, maybe they will. Maybe they'll run. I'm hoping Tucker Carlson runs. Not to say that, he's the perfect person, but he's at least somebody that, I think would be better than all the other choices, and he could win. But again, that's the other thing is like we don't ever have good options, right? They design that way that way every time. It's like every election is like pick who's worse, like pick the least of the shitty options here. Massey, I think, is a good one. Mark Kelly, I would vote for Mark Kelly before J.D. Vance, before any Republican, even though I don't really like him. I think he's he's a man of integrity. I just don't agree with a lot of his politics. You know what I mean? But I would vote for him way before. Yeah, we made this joke. We made this joke on the channel. The Massey Hunter Biden ticket. This is a funny one. This is a funny ticket. I would vote for this ticket way before, Vance or Rubio or Gavin Newsom. I'll tell you that. Rubio, look, I don't like Rubio. I think Rubio's just as bad. He's a neocon, but in the Republican field, currently with him and Vance, I would much rather Rubio over Vance for sure. Like if you made me choose between Rubio and Vance, I'm choosing Rubio 10 out of 10 times because of JD Vance is just a Palantir. They just created him in a laboratory. He's just there. He's just here to usher in the surveillance state. So, Joe Kent's a great choice. Yeah, Joe Kent would be a great choice. I think Joe Kent would be better. I've said this before. I like Joe a lot. Big supporter of Joe, but I don't think Joe's that good at politics. Because I think he's too nice and he's got too much integrity. And I just don't think that and that's a compliment to Joe, by the way. When I say he's not very good at politics, I'm complimenting him because I think he's a good man. And good men don't do very well in politics. You know what I mean? He would be amazing as a Secretary of Defense or Secretary of State. I think that is where we could get a ton of value out of Joe Kent, is in a position like that. But again, I think he's just too good of a man to be good at politics. It's the way it goes. There was another one I saw that I thought, where was that other one I just saw? I saw a good one as I was talking. I lost it. Oh, Plattner's getting smeared hard. Oh yeah, dude. They did guys, they did a big hit. The Jewish Insider did a big hit piece on both of us together. Yeah, he's gonna get smeared hard because he is just he's just a good dude that cares about America, and they don't want that. And a veteran. Yeah, they don't want Graham to do well. I think Graham's gonna crush in his election. I think he's gonna destroy Susan Collins. But yeah, he terrifies them. Yep. I think Graham will be Graham's if Graham doesn't win against Susan Collins, I'd be shocked. I would be absolutely shocked. I think he's a shoo-in for that one. I don't want to jinx it, but obviously we support Graham on the show. Not Jesse. I'm a 66-year-old Marine and I don't follow boomer stupidity. Okay. There you go. Not all of them. No more small hat influencers. Ben Shapiro, baby. God's country says, remember Trump bankrupt his own casino? True. How is that possible? The House always wins. Good point. He's always been a liar. Stop the foreign wars. No American blood for oil. And in our greatest ally, it's almost like Charlie Kirk predicted this. He did. Great point. I don't know how you bankrupt a casino. It's free money. But he did it. In 2012, I voted for VP. I figured somebody would take a shot, and McCain was old. Biden was known. Palin was a psycho. Yeah, that's actually true. That's true, too. Palin's all over the place, man. What is she doing now? What is Sarah Palin doing? Has anybody seen Sarah Palin in the last 6-7 years? What is she up to? I don't think I've seen anything from her in who knows how long. Reform boomers? Yeah, there's a lot of them, man. And then, there's some that just haven't moved on at all. But BB is already saying the ceasefire doesn't apply to Lebanon. Of course not. Greatest ally has already started to undermine the deal. Yeah. And if you guys didn't see in that 10-point plan, that was number 10, cessation of the war in Lebanon. So it sounds like the ceasefire is probably not gonna do much for us here, ladies and gentlemen. Shocker. Every member of Congress wore Ukraine pins. Yeah, true. Ted Cruz, born in Canada, pledges to our greatest ally first. True. He's got American parents though, so as far as I know, so he can still be a candidate. Chris says, "Love the channel. Thank you for all you do. Munchkin boonie hats, please, in desert camo." Desert camo Munchkin boonie hats. That's pretty niche. I probably wouldn't be able to sell many. If you want to use Munchkin's likeness to make your own, then you can feel free. You can make you have my permission to make yourself a Munchkin boonie hat, but I don't think I'd be able to sell enough of them to warrant it. Stats guy says, if they Trump admin put 1/10 the effort resources into something productive, they could probably cure cancer and end homelessness. Yeah. But like Trump said, it's not the federal government's job to help the American people. It's their job to fight wars. And he said that in his little press conference yesterday or the other day, I believe. Max says, I heard Ron DeSantis is sending state taxes to our greatest ally, and I heard my state of Ohio was not far behind that as well. I want to remove the foreign family from my taxes. Take care, Nate. Yeah, Arkansas was doing this as well under what's her name? Huckabee's daughter, Sarah Huckabee. She was doing this as well in Arkansas. There's probably a lot of states that are doing this. I don't know about Ron DeSantis, but I wouldn't be shocked. Florida is like, well, there's a lot of pro our greatest ally people in Florida, so wouldn't be shocked. That's like George Carlin said, you have owners, it's a big club, and you ain't in it. 100%, man. 100%. That's becoming more and more true. Man, we wish we had George Carlin around right now. Could you imagine George Carlin right now in this environment? He would be crushing. He'd be crushing everybody. He'd be crushing everybody right now. Praise be to Allah. Donald Trump on Easter. Yep. Can't afford $5 dono. I like your content, Messy. Appreciate it, brother. All good, man. All good. You're good, man. Just said, hey, Nate, I just joined the army with a raft contract. Do you have any advice for me? Yes. Make sure you are in the best possible shape you could be in. Do not mess around with that. Running. Okay. Especially for RASP. They are going to run you to death. So the faster you are and the better you can run. By the time you go, don't worry about like being able to bench press 300 pounds or anything like that. Body weight, focus on push-ups, sit-ups, pull-ups, running, rucking. That is what you are going to do in RASP or SFAS, all right? So focus on those things. Running, rucking, push-ups, sit-ups, pull-ups, body weight. Don't be too heavy. I was pretty big, right? I'm a big guy. But even in the Q course, I was only about 210 pounds, and I am around 240 or 250 pounds usually. So I was very, very lean for how big I am when I was going through. Just got to be able to run, man. So, but good luck. Don't quit. I gave this advice too. Advice my dad gave me. So my dad was a Green Beret also before I went. 2 things. They can't kill you, and it'll all end eventually. If you remember those 2 things, and you don't quit, your chances of succeeding are going to be very, very high. It's a big part of it. All right, let's switch it up and imagine if it was Arab countries saying all the BS Trump says, they wouldn't exist anymore. Yeah, good point. Russia is off the Rothschild banking system now. Are they? I had not heard about that. I knew it was Iran, Venezuela, North Korea. Was there one more? I know there was those 3, but I didn't hear that. Interesting. Not shocking, though. MAGA is just one more bankruptcy for Trump. Yeah. Iran was under Western subversion all throughout the 19th century and early 20th century. People start history where benefits their narratives. 100%. Yep. We talked about that earlier in the show. Oh, that's Mount Rainier? Hell yeah, dude. About 1,000 feet from the summit on a climb break. Hell yeah. I was at JBLM for a lot of my career, and I never actually summited Rainier or did any of that at Rainier. Nope, never had an opportunity for it. I mean, there was an opportunity for it. I could have done it. I just didn't, but I did get a look at it every day from base. Tara says you should take this on the road. I'm in Tennessee. We've talked about doing that. We've talked about me, JD Delay, Jesse on Fire, Heavy Duty Country, and some other guys have talked about doing like a thing, in-person type thing, like the unsubscribed guys do. We thought that might be fun. Like in Austin, Texas, probably, because they're all in Austin or outside of Austin. So we're thinking about doing that eventually. An in-person live event would be cool. We haven't got around to it yet, though. Ben Rob Smith arrested alleged war crimes. Thoughts? I don't know who that is. What's your opinion on Nick Freitas? He's a Green Beret who supported Trump and also pro-war and pro-greatest ally. Was also was PBD in the 101st Airborne. Look, I respect Nick because he's a Green Beret. We don't agree on a whole lot of things. I think he's a good guy. I like a lot of his content, to be honest. But I like his sort of content on traditional masculinity. We agree on a lot in that space, but we obviously are very, 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 very opposed on Trump, the pro-war stance, and our greatest ally, obviously. I don't think he's a bad guy, though, but I disagree with him on a lot. But I respect him because he's a fellow first group Green Beret, right? So yeah, I don't have negative things to say about him. We just disagree politically on a lot of things. John says, as an American, I don't think I can live through another day with our commander-in-chief threatening genocide of another people. What, if anything, can realistically be done? Thanks for service and your great channel. What can be done? Nothing about him for us, right? The best things you can do is, take care of yourself, take care of your family, live in acts of service of your community, treat people well. That's really all we can do. Work hard. Focus on yourself, right? Don't worry too much about this. Don't worry too much about shit you can't control, because we unfortunately, not until we can vote, right? We're unfortunately waiting for the people around Trump and the Trump administration to 25th his ass. But yeah, that's the best thing you can do, man, in my opinion. That's what I try to do. All right, I try not to stress out too much about it, even though I do, because I'm like embroiled in this shit all day, right? That's one of the hard things about content creation in this space is like, this is my job. And so I'm just constantly in the toxicity and constantly, in the craziness. And I have to like go touch some grass a lot, like put my phone down and like go be away from things, like go outside, hang out with my family. 'Cause yeah, you can get really absorbed into this stuff, and it's not good for your brain, man. Not good for your brain. So yeah, you definitely can, right? It's easy for me to do because I have to do it. I have to research all this shit. I got to watch stuff I don't want to watch. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying, like, that's my suggestion is, fitness, work out, take care of yourself. Right? Those are all the things I try to do. But thank you, brother. Trump has always been like this. He said repeatedly he was only a Dem because they gave him what he wanted. True. He was always in it for himself. Appreciate your independence, brother. X11 Bravo. You never an X11 Bravo, right? We get to also be like Marines, right? Once an infantryman, always an infantryman. Once a Green Beret, always a Green Beret. Once a Marine, always a Marine. It's not just the Marines that get to say that, okay? Even the infantrymen, everybody else gets to say that too, all right? All the Marines in here are like, shut the fuck up, dude. Shut up, nerd. That's what all my Marine boys in the chat. Shut your mouth, Nate, you fucking nerd. I know. You guys are right. You're right. Okay. Handsome truth for president. Okay. Green Ranger says, hopefully DeSantis doesn't get pulled into this administration. He's worse than Trump. Ugh. I know a lot of people don't like Ron. I'm not a big fan either. I think he's done a pretty good job as governor, to be honest, but like, I think he's a problem on the, I would never vote for him for president. He's just more neocon. Reacher versus Wick. This is a tough one versus Rambo versus Punisher. Reacher gets thrown out because he's military police. He's gone. Rambo's a Green Beret. However, John Wick is my favorite character of any action movie. I love Keanu Reeves. He's my favorite actor. Punisher gets thrown out. So it's between Rambo in his prime or John Wick. In the jungle, Rambo. In a civilian environment, John Wick. That's what I'm going to say. Rambo in the jungle, Wick in an urban environment. That's what I'm going with. Final choice. But I love both of them. I actually like all of these characters. But if I have to whittle them down, that's what I would go with. You, Black Scout, and Heavy Duty Country should make some dates, sell some tickets, and take it on the road. Sean Ryan, Candace, others pay a lot for a ticket, meet and greet. Yeah, we were just talking about it. Jack is in South Carolina, so he'd have to fly out. But all the other dudes are in Austin or around Austin. So we're thinking about doing it. We've talked about it. We just hadn't ever coordinated anything like it yet. Basically what it is like one of us needs to take the reins of leadership and like plan it and schedule it. We haven't got around to it yet. Maybe at like SHOT Show or something next year. Oh, that might be a good idea to do it at SHOT Show in Vegas because there's a ton of people already there. And then we could probably do something like that. But thank you, Tara. George Cohen told me that I'm stupid if I vote. Yeah, George Carlin was the GOAT. Opinion on, well, I just gave it to you. I don't need to do it again, I don't think. We just did it about 2 minutes ago. Again, one final one. I respect Nick a lot, fellow Green Beret. I like his content on a lot of stuff. We disagree on Trump and the war. So, what size snowboards and brand for a 300-pound, 6'3" person? Well, I mean, it's just what you need to do. Easiest way to do it, I say. Well, it depends. Like the boards are all going to depend on your skill level and different things like that. But for anybody, so being 6'3", which is my height, it all depends. I use depends on what I'm doing. If I'm doing like just free riding, then I want a longer board. If I'm doing, I don't do any park shit anymore because I'm old and broken, but I used to have a much smaller board. So I had different boards for different things. But for you, best way you could do this is take the board, put it to just below your nose. That's where you want it to land when you're a beginner, wherever that is for you. Usually the best way to do it. Again, I can't really give you a definite on that. Everybody's different, but that's usually the best way to look at it if you're new. Thank you, C. Walter. Appreciate it. Let's see. Didn't know that about snowboarding? Yeah. So if you're doing like terrain riding or like heavy powder and things like that, you like want a much longer board. And if you're doing terrain parks and things like that, you want a much smaller board typically, because you want to be able to control it easier. And like if you're spinning around and doing things, really long board is harder to control, but it's better for riding through powder and things like that. So I've got 2 different boards I use. Well, I don't use the short board anymore because again, I'm old and broken and I don't need to be doing tricks. I don't need to be doing tricks anymore. I'm just going to hurt myself now because I'm old. But Myron Gaines is in live saying it was a CIA Black Ops operation, and that's the weird thing. Yeah, Myron Gaines, was he in special operations? I mean, I like Myron. I'm just saying, what does he know about special operations? Nothing. What does Nate know about special operations? A lot. So, no, this is silly. This is a silly one. Again, and this takes away from the truth. It's not some cool Black Ops operation that makes Trump look like a badass. It's a botched air campaign raid full of war crimes. That's what happened. And then they botched the Ceasefire recovery and almost got a bunch of people killed and got 10 aircraft shot down or destroyed. Not a good story. It's not a success. That is a failure. That is a massive failure all the way around. The only success there is that thank God nobody got shot in the face. That's it. We lost $2 billion worth of equipment. Anytime you lose $2 billion worth of military equipment on a botched air campaign raid where you're committing war crimes and blowing up civilian infrastructure, yeah, it's not a good thing. So also, this is bizarre. I see people are like, how could the pilot be a colonel? Guys, majority of pilots are colonels and lieutenant colonels. Almost every pilot I had for close air support in Afghanistan was a lieutenant colonel or colonel. That's the most normal shit ever. For those of you who don't know how the Air Force works, tons of pilots that are very high ranking. I know that shocks people when they first hear it. First time for me, and it was actually shocking when we went to go meet the A-10 pilots when I was in Afghanistan that were providing CAS for us. They came and showed us the A-10s and let us get in them and stuff. It was cool because we got to meet the pilots. And all 3 of the pilots were colonels and lieutenant colonels. I remember being like, what the fuck, when I first met them and talked to them. And they're like, yeah, it's most pilots are at a minimum a major. And majority of them are lieutenant colonels or above. So I know that's another confusing thing for people that are like, oh, well, that shows it's this. It's like, no, that's normal. That's normal. It's like watching real life South Park. Yeah, South Park probably going to be doing content on it, I'm sure. Haltom says, take heed. The Zios bootlicking, stand up to bullies and don't sell out cowards you are. You'll never lose, regardless of what happens. Well, I'm pretty, I've been pretty consistent. I've swapped, I swapped from being, a long time ago from being a hardcore pro our greatest ally Republican. I used to be when I didn't know better, right? Because I actually didn't know anything about any of it. But since I've noticed You know, we've been pretty consistent on our ideology around here. BB is the dog I was referring to earlier. Thank you. Joe says, if Trump said it's not the job of the government to help the American people, it's the job of the American people to fight wars. Well, Trump is an epic fail, isn't he? Yeah, and his entire family, because nobody in his family has even been in the military. Not a single person in the Trump family has ever served. So maybe it's time. Maybe it's time for both his kids. Well, he's got a bunch of kids, both his sons, because Eric is 42. Barron is obviously within age. Him and Eric could both enlist, but I doubt they will. Lieutenant Colonel Lou, former JAG officer. All right. Dante says, you are officially my first ever YouTube membership subscription. Thank you so much for being a reliable and honest news source. God bless you. Well, thank you, Dante. Make sure you know that we got emojis. We got some good emojis that you you'll have access to use. So spam some of those good emojis in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. We finally I don't think Jasmine, did you realize you weren't here on the last stream when we showed that we got the emojis? So Jasmine was the one that finally reminded me to do it before last live. Yeah. What do you mean 2 billion? You don't understand how much? Are you talking about what we lost? You do realize I did a video where I broke down every aircraft by the cost that was lost on that recovery option, and it was $1.6 billion. So you're laughing like I'm saying something I don't know what I'm talking about when I'm assuming you're a fucking retard? Hopefully not. I already broke the whole thing down, dollar by dollar. Right? So don't say dumb shit around here. You'll embarrass yourself pretty quick. All right. Let's keep moving here. Bravo 20. Again, we talked about one of my favorite books, actually military books. Sean Bean, supposedly available on Apple TV, by the way. Ever seen Camp Dawson? I haven't, but I did hear Sean Bean survives in Bravo 20. I think it's like the only I haven't seen the movie. I've only read the book. But I heard he survives in that movie, which is crazy. Somebody in chat told me that couple live streams ago. Ben Rob Smith, Owsey, VC, SAS, just arrest war crime. Okay. You're saying one of the Aussie special operators in the SAS was arrested for war crimes? Yeah, Australia is really bad about this. They've been going after their SAS operators, trying to put all of them in prison for a while. When I was in Australia, this was a big thing that was going on as well. And Britain is doing this too. UK and Britain are going after their SF guys, trying to put them in prison, which is disgusting in my opinion. Yeah, it's not good. Sean Ryan had a big episode on that too, with I believe he was a British SAS, right? Or maybe it was Australian SAS. He had a guest on. I think it was British SAS that was talking about how they're trying to put all their special operators in prison. Yeah, it's wild. It's wild. Not good. When you start going after your veterans like that, it's not a good situation in society to be in. Punisher was a force recon sniper in Vietnam, though. Yeah, I know, man, but I'm a Green Beret, so I'm gonna go with the fellow Green Beret, and then John Wick again is one of my favorite characters from any movie, and Keanu Reeves is my favorite actor. So, fortunately, that's the way it goes. Got to choose. Commando or Rambo? Ooh, this is a good one. Oh, man. I love 80s and 90s action movies back when, like, men were masculine, right? What an era of movies. Arnold, Stallone, Willis. Yeah, the list goes on, right? Wesley Snipes. Commando or Rambo? Oh, these are both so good. I'm gonna go with I like Arnold as an actor more than I like Stallone, but I'm gonna go with Rambo. I'll go with Rambo on this one. The Rambo series is just too good. Poll, yeah. do we want a quick? Let's see if let me get this. Let's see if I can pull this up here. In the poll. Oh, well, no, I've lost. What the hell? Engage with your audience. Oh, here it is. shit. Sorry, that was all wonky. Okay. Commando or Rambo? We got the young bucks in the chat that probably haven't seen either of these movies. All right. Commando or Rambo, ladies and gentlemen, which one would you prefer? I think Rambo is a series. Man, it's tough to beat Rambo. David says, I know this is a little off topic, but I'm still upset with the $40 billion to Argentina. Just to fuck our cattlemen, huh? Our ranchers? Yes. That was nice, wasn't it? $40 billion to a random country that we barely do any trade with, that we have no defense treaties with. That seemed odd, huh? Wonder what really was going on here. Who made a shit ton of money off this? I guarantee somebody did. Somebody did that's close to Trump. Altum says, my earlier super chat was about Arab leaders from the Gulf. Nate, not you. Perish the thought. You're good. Okay. No, you're fine. You always say nice stuff in the chat, so I didn't think that you were trying to offend me, man. So, Altum, you're good. Thank you very much. Okay, we made it. We made it to the end. All right. What does the poll say here? 70% Rambo. They're both so good. They're both great movies. That's a win-win on that one. All right, we did it. We made it here to the end of the show. Almost 5 hours. God, I knew you guys were going to do this to me. Also, Jesse coming on and added another hour to the show. My gosh. Well, this has been a fun one. We had a gigantic show tonight. Thank you all so much. Again, on the schedule for this Friday will be Professor Jang. We're going to have a pretty good discussion, I think. I've watched some of his stuff. I know he's super viral right now, so I think we could have a good conversation. So that will be Friday's show. Be on the lookout for it. Yeah, that's gonna do it, guys. I got to drive home now because again, the new studio is almost finished. The studio is finished. We're waiting. The house doesn't have fiber or doesn't have internet out there, and so we have to get fiber optic. Actually dug, like the cable company has to come and like dig it out to the house and the podcast studio. That's supposed to be done this week. So hopefully the new studio will be up in like the next week or two. And the background's going to it won't be completely different, but it's going to be different, right? It's going to be different. It should look cool. Okay, so that's going to do it, guys. Thank you all so much. I got to grab some dinner. Appreciate you all being here. Thank you all so much for the super chats. Thanks to the mods. Thanks to all of you for being here, especially all the regulars who are here every week. We love you. And I appreciate all the support, guys. The channel, man, we are almost at 500,000 subscribers, which is crazy. And we're going to do a big celebration when we hit 500,000. We're going to give a bunch of cool stuff away, merch and different giveaways. So be on the lookout for that. And that's going to do it, guys. All right. I'll catch you a couple videos before then, and then we'll be back live Friday at 5 p.m. Pacific. All right, guys. Have a good night.